The Zorg, a tale of greed and murder that inspired the abolition of slavery, by Siddharth Kara. For Aditi, forever. We have been sold as a carnage to the market, and as a prey to profligate wicked men, to torture and lash us as they please, and as their caprice may think fit, to murder us at discretion. Otoba Kukuano. Prologue. If you have heard anything about this story, it is probably that there was an 18th century British slave ship named the Zorg, and that its captain, Luke Collingwood, ordered the murder of scores of Africans on board. Although this has been the prevailing account for more than 240 years, virtually none of the information is accurate. The truth is, there was never any British slave ship by the name of Zorg. It was a Dutch ship, the Zorg, which means care in Dutch, an unintended irony. As for how the Zorg ended up in British hands and the role Luke Collingwood played in the subsequent massacre, there were deeper truths waiting to be uncovered. History is replete with similar inaccuracies, details obscured by the corrosion of time, flawed testimony from biased witnesses, and the missing voices drowned before they could speak. Sometimes the error is an innocent one, but when it is made by someone of consequence, it passes from one generation to the next like gospel. Christopher Columbus thought he had landed in India. Therefore, the people he met were Indians. The name stuck for centuries. So too it was with the Zorg. As handwritten correspondence about the ship emerged, some readers thought the R was an N. A few notable figures in England soon started calling the ship Zorg. There was a mark on a page misread, but because the mistake was made by prominent individuals penning accounts of the ship's journey, the incorrect name passed into history. Calling the ship by its proper name is the first of many confusions about the Zorg that ought to be set right. This book is a journey to uncover the truth of what happened on board the Zorg in the waning days of 1781, as well as a chronicle of the historic consequences that followed. Millions of slaves would eventually be freed because the Zorg showed the world for the first time that the Atlantic slave trade was a morally bankrupt system of greed and violence that unleashed incalculable misery on the people of Africa. It also generated tremendous wealth for the slave merchants who financed the 40,000-plus voyages that crossed the Atlantic, beginning in the early 1500s. It took about a century for the Atlantic slave trade to develop after the first European ships ventured south during the Age of Exploration. The waters off the coast of Western Africa initially proved impassable to European ships, until the Portuguese developed the caravel, a three-masted vessel with a lateen-rigged sail that allowed the ship to tack more effectively into the wind. The caravel carried Europeans beyond the Canary Islands for the first time, and by the end of the 15th century, the Portuguese had circumnavigated the entire African continent and reached India. Spanish explorers took to the seas as well, most notably when Christopher Columbus ventured westward in 1492, looking for a shortcut to India. Following this initial reconnaissance of the southern hemisphere, Spain and Portugal signed the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, memorializing a decree by Pope Alexander VI that all lands 370 leagues, 1,275 miles, west of the Cape Verde Islands belonged to Spain, and all lands east of that line were Portugal's, including Africa. Had the matter stopped there, much of the southern hemisphere would certainly have been subjected to violence and colonization. But it was not a foregone conclusion that the Atlantic slave trade would unfold. As fate would have it, Europeans had acquired a taste for a crystalline substance they first encountered during the Crusades. They called it sweet salt, and it only thrived in warm, tropical climates. Not long after arriving in Western Africa, the Portuguese established sugarcane plantations on uninhabited islands off the coast, including one visited by the Zorg, São Tomé. To meet the labor requirements of these plantations, the Portuguese erected a network of slave trading outposts from modern-day Liberia to Gabon. They called this area Guinea. From the Guinea coast to the mouth of the Congo River, the Portuguese exploited existing systems of slavery in Africa to fill their nearby island plantations with slaves. The Spanish established their sugar plantations on several Caribbean islands and coastal South America. They struggled to obtain an adequate labor force to work on their plantations, in no small part because they decimated native populations. In 1518, King Charles V ordered the importation of 4,000 slaves from Africa to Spain's Caribbean territories. Since Africa belonged to the Portuguese under the 1494 treaty, they began shipping Africans to the Spanish colonies. Thus began the era of the Atlantic slave trade. The Portuguese ran a near monopoly on the Atlantic slave trade until the formation of the Dutch West India Company in 1621. Within 2 decades, the Dutch seized most of the Portuguese outposts on the Guinea coast and replaced the Portuguese as suppliers of slaves to the Spanish colonies. The Dutch also established sugar colonies in the Caribbean, including one on the tiny volcanic island of St. Eustatius, which would play an important role in how the Zorg ended up in British hands. The British made first contact with African slaves during a 1555 voyage commanded by John Locke, the great-great-grandfather of Enlightenment philosopher John Locke. Captain Locke touched Africa in modern-day Ghana and returned with gold, elephant tusks, and certain black slaves, whereof some were tall and strong men and could well agree with our meats and drinks. The English began colonizing sugar islands in the Caribbean in the 1620s. In 1655, they captured the island of Jamaica from the Spanish and developed it into one of the largest and most profitable sugar-producing colonies in the world. Thanks to sugar, British imports in 1773 from Jamaica alone were worth 5 times the combined imports from the 13 American colonies. With its plantation economy thriving, England became the dominant force in a globalized, triangular trade. British slave ships ventured to Africa, bartered tradable goods for slaves, carted them across the Atlantic, sold the survivors for proceeds that were used to purchase the sugar, rum, molasses, cotton, tobacco, and indigo produced through slave labor, and transported these goods back to England to sell for a profit, which made British slave merchants rich and financed their next triangle voyages. By the late 18th century, the slave trade had permeated almost every aspect of British society and helped to transform the nation into an economic superpower. The importance of this trade to Great Britain almost exceeds calculation, stated one Liverpool ship captain. A Royal African Company official noted, "The Negro trade on the coast of Africa is the chief and fundamental support of the British colonies and plantations in America." The British slave trade was the El Dorado of the time, and the only force on earth that could slow it down was the outbreak of the American Revolutionary War in 1775. A series of cascading consequences of the Revolutionary War would place the Zorg in the hands of a British crew belonging to the Liverpool slaver, the William. These men would commit the deliberate mass murder of slaves on board the Zorg when only the stars could bear witness. By fluke of circumstance, their actions would be exposed for all to see in a legal contest before the Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. There is a direct line of causality between the public exposure of the Zorg murders and the first movement to abolish slavery in England. The downfall of slavery under British power, noted the great abolitionist Frederick Douglass, meant the downfall of slavery ultimately under American power, and the downfall of Negro slavery everywhere. It would take decades until the work was done, but the Zorg was the first undeniable argument against slavery. It became the one slave ship to stand for them all. Part 1. 2 ships. 1. The William and the city that slavery built. Luke Collingwood woke in the morning of October 26, 1780, contending with a range of emotions. He would have been saddened to bid farewell to his wife, Sarah, before embarking on a 12-month, 12,000-mile clockwise journey around the North Atlantic Ocean. He would also have been anxious to leave behind his 2 children, 9-year-old Robert and 7-year-old Holly. The last time Collingwood departed Liverpool for an Atlantic voyage, he returned home to learn that his youngest child, Luke, had died just 3 weeks earlier on Christmas Day, 1776, at the tender age of 19 months. Sarah buried the baby in a tiny coffin at the Church of Our Lady in St. Nicholas, near the banks of the River Mersey. Returning to the news of his son's death would have left a permanent wound in Collingwood, and the decision to leave Sarah and the children to fend for themselves for the upcoming year would not have come easily. Although Collingwood had successfully completed the Guinea voyage at least 8 times between 1764 and 1777, there were no guarantees of a safe return. The journey around the Atlantic claimed the lives of almost 1/5 of the British seamen who undertook it, making Collingwood's survival across so many voyages somewhat remarkable. Each embarkation was like going to war against the ocean, the elements, and time itself. With each passing day, the probability of catastrophe increased. The ship might get caught in a storm, illness might decimate the crew and its cargo, the enslaved Africans might revolt, the ship might exhaust its supplies of food and water, or it might cross paths with enemy vessels. The risk of enemy seizure had increased dramatically due to the outbreak of the American Revolutionary War. "Every nation in Europe wishes to see Britain humbled," wrote Benjamin Franklin in 1777, having all in their turns been offended by her insolence. French and Spanish squadrons were attacking British vessels bound for Africa, and American warships prowled the waters in the Caribbean on the hunt for British flags. Within a few months, the Dutch would join the attack. Despite the dangers, Collingwood had little choice but to return to work. For more than 3 years, war had ground Liverpool's slave-trading economy to a halt. A once extensive trade to Africa is at a standstill, bemoaned the Liverpool General Advertiser on September 29, 1775. "All commerce with America is at an end. Survey our docks, count there the gallant ships laid up and useless. What become of the sailor, the tradesman, the poor laborer during the approaching winter?" This was likely the very question on Luke Collingwood's mind. What would become of Robert and Holly in the approaching winter? Crowd diseases such as typhus, tuberculosis, and whooping cough ran riot during the winter months in England, especially in urban areas. Many children, such as young Luke, died in infancy, and 1/3 of England's children perished before the age of 15. Was it an inability to afford firewood to heat their home that had cost Collingwood's youngest child so dearly? What might the next winter bring for his family, while he was thousands of miles away? Despite the uncertainty, there was only one way for Collingwood to earn a wage after 3 years of diminished income: back to sea. Collingwood was a slave ship doctor, or surgeon, by trade. A prominent curate in Liverpool thought Collingwood was of a milder and more humane disposition than most were engaged in the slave trade, even if he was still deeply infected with the same unjust prejudices that mark all who are connected with that iniquitous traffic. Being an experienced doctor on a slave ship made Collingwood one of the most important and well-paid members of the crew. It was his job to keep the sailors and Africans alive during the voyage, a formidable task for which he was typically paid £3 to £4 per month, $900 to $1,200 today. Dead Africans fetched no price at auction, and deathly ill ones were often sold for a loss as refuse slaves, to be patched up for resale in secondary slave markets. Part of Collingwood's compensation also included 1 or 2 privileged slaves, the value of which could double or triple his income from the journey. Privileged slaves were handpicked by the highest-ranking officers on a ship to sell for profit on arrival in the Caribbean. Once slave ship owners realized their officers were selecting the healthiest male slaves to maximize their incomes, they altered the system so that officers were paid based on the average price of all the slaves sold. The new system made the job of the ship's surgeon even more important, as healthier slaves fetched higher prices. Throughout his previous voyages, Collingwood had performed his job well. His last tour in 1776 reached Jamaica with an 8.6% mortality rate for the Africans on board. On the other hand, 18.4% of the Africans under his care died during his 1775 voyage, probably due to massive overcrowding of 674 slaves in the ship's hold. prior to crossing. Collingwood's 1773 journey also had an 18.4% mortality rate. His best performance was a 1.2% mortality rate on his first ever voyage in 1764, followed by a serviceable 11.2% in 1765. Taken together, Collingwood had outperformed the average mortality rates aboard British slave ships during the 1770s, 14.8%, and 1760s, 17.9%, which likely played a role in his repeated employment. Beneath these cold metrics lay an enormity of human misery that Collingwood's next journey would unintentionally expose to the British public for the first time. No matter how anxious he might have felt to leave behind his wife and children, Luke Collingwood needed the paycheck. He was in his mid-30s, and there would only be so many more Guinea voyages he could undertake. When he finally received word that the financier of his last few expeditions was sending another ship to Africa, there was only one choice to make. After 3 long years, Collingwood would be sailing the Atlantic once again. The man underwriting Collingwood's next Guinea voyage, William Gregson, was a Liverpool success story. Born on January 6, 1720, to a humble dock worker, a teenage Gregson found talent working as a rope maker for the deep seafaring vessels that lined Liverpool's waterfront. As he braided the cords that functioned like ligaments and tendons to the wooden creatures sailing around the world, the young Gregson yearned for his share of, as one Liverpool historian put it, the great annual return of wealth that was being generated by an exciting new enterprise in town: the slave trade. The city's nascent participation in the slave trade was increasing the fortunes of the principal adventurers and contributing to the support of the majority of the inhabitants. For modest earners like Gregson, the attractive African meteor so dazzled their ideas that it was impossible not to dream of becoming rich from the Guinea cargo. The profits from a single voyage could be enormous. An investing syndicate led by one of Liverpool's top slave merchants, William Davenport, generated an impressive 147% profit on the journey of the Hawk in 1780. On the other hand, any voyage could end in disaster due to insurrection or shipwreck. To mitigate the risks, wealthier slave merchants typically spread their investments across numerous ships, like a slave trade mutual fund. After saving his wages for several years, a 24-year-old Gregson made his first slave ship investment with a share in the Carolina. Gregson received a deed on a sheet of parchment commemorating his contribution, using the lawful money of Great Britain, the receipt of which assigned and set over his share of the ship as well as its goods and chattels. The Carolina departed Liverpool in 1744 and deposited 284 slaves in Jamaica. However, the ship and its cargo of sugar and other goods were lost at sea during its return voyage to England. Gregson's first slave ship investment was a loss. Undeterred, Gregson spent the next 2 years building up his capital once again. The second time around, he spread his investments across 2 ships that set sail in 1747. One ship disembarked 283 Africans at St. Kitts and returned home safely, but the other was captured by the French. Using his profits from the successful voyage, Gregson continued financing Guinea voyages at a brisk pace. By the late 1750s, he had become one of Liverpool's most prominent slave merchants. As his wealth accumulated, so too did Gregson's prestige. He became one of the 41 free burgesses who controlled Liverpool's governing corporation, the Common Council, and in 1762 he was elected mayor of Liverpool. Gregson continued dispatching 2 to 3 slave ships a year throughout the 1760s and into the 1770s. Despite his multi-decade success as a slave merchant in 1780, Gregson was feeling the pinch. His empire was measured in slaves delivered, and ever since war broke out with America, the numbers had dwindled. In 1775, Liverpool's slave ships disembarked 21,212 Africans into slavery. 4 years later, the number had dropped to 4,028. American warships captured 23 British slave ships in the summer of 1776 alone, sending a clear message to England that her considerable slave trading revenues were cut off. The Royal Navy tried to protect British merchant ships once war broke out, but by 1777, its forces were stretched dangerously thin, fighting the Americans and fending off attacks from European enemies. To expand its fleet, the Navy resorted to the notorious tactic of impressment. Armed gangs roamed city streets and rounded up able-bodied men to force them to work on warships. More than 80,000 British men were pressed into naval service during the American Revolutionary War, helping Britain wage counterattacks on its enemies and defend its merchant vessels. By 1780, the seas seemed just safe enough that William Gregson could contemplate fitting out a ship for a Guinea voyage. He would have been especially eager to return to the Africa trade, as his financial pressures had been intensified by an ill-timed effort to start a slave ship insurance business in 1774. Thanks to conflict with the Americans, the slaving insurance market had dwindled, and the venture ended in bankruptcy in 1778. Unfortunately for Gregson, his first attempt to return to the Guinea trade after the 3-year hiatus ended in catastrophe. On September 1, 1780, Gregson dispatched the Swallow from Liverpool. The ship deposited 186 slaves on the island of Tortola, only to be lost to shipwreck during its return journey. With the losses mounting, Gregson's next slave ship had to be a success. He happened to have a brand new ship ready to depart, the eponymous William. She was a 3-masted vessel, about 100 feet from bow to stern, with a carrying capacity of 120 tons burthen, a touch smaller than the average slave ship that departed Liverpool's docks during the 18th century. To finance the William's maiden voyage, Gregson formed a syndicate of investors that included himself, his 2 sons, his future son-in-law, and 2 of Liverpool's leading slave merchants. To helm the William, Gregson called up his nephew and one of Liverpool's most experienced slave ship captains, Richard Hanley. Wearing his tri-corner hat and gold-buttoned waistcoat, Captain Richard Hanley shouted orders from the main deck of the William as overworked porters clambered up the plank to load the cargo needed for the forthcoming journey. Food was stowed in the lowest level of the ship, near the stern, including beef, ham, bread, flour, peas, beans, cheese, butter, oil, prunes, sugar, coffee, brandy, gin, wine, and beer. Pigs, goats, and chickens were also loaded onto the ship to provide fresh meat during the journey. Thousands of gallons of water were stowed as well. In addition to food and water, the porters loaded dozens of barrels of tradable goods that Hanley would use along the Guinea coast to barter for gold, ivory, and slaves. The goods included mirrors, tobacco, knives, iron bars, brassware, copper pots, gunpowder, firearms, brandy, and larangues, glass beads. Although most of the commodities used to purchase slaves were manufactured in Europe, 2 sets of goods were shipped 14,000 miles from South Asia. The first set, India goods, included a range of textiles such as rumals, neckerchiefs, chintzes, upholstery, ginghams, Nikanese, blue-white striped cotton fabrics, bandanas, and linens. The second set were cowrie shells harvested from atolls around the Maldives. In 1780, the going rate was 400 pounds of shell per African male. The William also required an array of supplies to repair any damage the ship might suffer during the journey, including hammers, axes, saws, rope, wood, lime, sand, and spare planks of wood. Muskets, pistols, bayonets, and blunderbusses were loaded to maintain control of the slaves and to fend off enemy attacks. Various tools of bondage, such as whips, handcuffs, leg irons, manacles, and chains, could be repurposed from one voyage to the next, with a few purchases made to replace damaged items. The costs of outfitting the William for its Guinea voyage, including crew wages, was somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000 in today's currency. Such a large amount of risk capital was typically fronted by Liverpool's elite, although one contemporary observer noted that many of the small vessels that import about 100 slaves are fitted out by attorneys, drapers, ropers, grocers, tallow chandlers, barbers, and tailors. Above the lowest deck of the William, where provisions and goods were stowed, was the 'tween deck, or slave hold. The 'tween deck was about 5 feet high, which would be cut in half as the ship sailed to Africa through the construction of platforms to maximize the ship's carrying capacity of human cargo. Wharfing from stern to bow at the top level of the ship were the captain's quarters, gun room, officers' quarters and toilet, galley for the crew with iron and copper boilers, open-air waist deck where a single grating led to the slave hold, followed by the slave galley and the forecastle where the animals were stowed and the sick were treated. The quarterdeck and wheel were located above the captain's cabin. 3 masts thrust upward from the William, each of which had sails at 3 levels: the lower mast, and top-gallant mast. The masts were held in place at the starboard and larboard port sides by numerous pieces of symmetrically attached rigging called shrouds. Rope ladders, or ratlins, ran up the shrouds, allowing sailors to climb up the masts to adjust the sails. The sails of the foremast and mainmast were square-shaped, and the mizzenmast on the stern side held the triangular lateen sail that allowed the vessel to tack into the wind. Unlike typical merchant ships, the hull of the William was sheathed in copper to protect against marine mollusks that would otherwise bore into wooden hulls in the tropical waters off the African coast. Loading the William with adequate supplies for its year-long voyage around the Atlantic was one matter, but the ship was no good without a crew, and Henley needed to secure one as quickly as possible. The closer to winter he departed, the stormier the Atlantic passage might be. Henley had successfully completed 12 triangle voyages beginning in 1762, and for all but one, he departed Liverpool during the springtime. The only other time he commenced a Guinea expedition this late in the year was in 1765. That trip, for which Collingwood was the surgeon, ended up being his longest in more than 18 months, in no small measure due to stormier seas. Although being a slave ship captain was a highly dangerous vocation, it had brought Henley a life of adventure and wealth. After his first 7 commands, Henley had accrued enough money to become a minor investor in his next 5 voyages, along with his uncle, William Gregson. Few of Liverpool's Guinea ship captains had accrued Henley's level of skill, commercial instincts, and experience. He was an excellent mariner and a strict commander, and he understood the importance of hiring a competent crew. The most important crew members for any Guinea voyage were the officers, consisting of the first mate, second mate, and surgeon. Selecting an experienced first mate was especially important, as he typically took command of the ship while the captain rested. He also replaced the captain if he became too unwell to perform his duties or if he died during the voyage. Henley's second mate on the William, James Kelsall, is the man of interests, but the historical record on him is limited. There was a prominent Kelsall family living in Liverpool, including 2 James Kelsalls listed in Gore's Liverpool Directory in 1781. One of these men lived on Mount Pleasant Street, and the other, like Luke Collingwood, lived on Highfield Street. One of the 2 Kelsalls was also a member of Liverpool's Common Council, but it almost certainly was not the James Kelsall who worked on slave ships. Curiously, the Kelsall who served on the William called himself Colonel, even though he had no military record. Colonel James Kelsall would end up being one of only 2 people to provide an account of the disastrous events that were about to unfold. The second was not even a member of the crew. 3 of the officers on the William, Richard Henley, James Kelsall, and Luke Collingwood, knew one another well. They might even have been friends. They had completed several Guinea missions together, most recently in 1775 and 1776, when sailors spent a year or more together crammed on a wooden box in the middle of the ocean facing peril at every turn. They have little choice but to trust one another with their lives. The 1780 voyage of the William would prove to be the final and most consequential time that these 3 men put their lives in one another's hands. Securing the remainder of the crew below the rank of officer required Henley to identify the optimal mix of able seamen, ordinary seamen, and landsmen to handle an extended voyage around the Atlantic. Able seamen were sailors with prior experience at sea who were responsible for executing navigational orders, such as climbing the ratlins to set the sails. Ordinary seamen had less experience and were responsible for general maintenance and repair. Landsmen had no prior experience and usually performed the lowest tasks, such as cleaning the slave hold or standing guard at night. Hiring a crew for slave ships was always a daunting proposition because most sailors in Liverpool knew that Guinea voyages had high mortality rates, offered poor wages, and required unpleasant tasks such as guarding, cleaning, and feeding a cargo of several hundred captive Africans. As a result, one Liverpool captain lamented that the crews of the African ships were the very dregs of the community. Some of them had escaped from jails. Others were undiscovered offenders who sought to withdraw themselves from their country. According to the first sailor to publish an account of his experiences working on a slave ship, James Field Stanfield, Guinea captains like Canley typically secured their crews by trolling the public houses, pubs, on Liverpool's docks without intermission to prey on drunken seamen. Stanfield described how the captains identified a target and led him into one of the many infamous dens to get the man soused on gin and rum. The pub owners were involved in the racket, drawing lines on the wall with chalk, 4 for each shilling of an accruing debt. Eventually, when the debt was too great for the sailor to discharge, the captain immediately insisted upon their entering on board such a ship, threatening, in case of refusal, to arrest and throw them in prison. Sometimes the captain offered an incentive of 1 month's pay up front to close the deal. The last resort was impressment. Just as roving gangs filled the manpower needs of the Royal Navy by seizing young men to work on warships, so too did Guinea ship captains employ gangs to force young men onto their ships. The result of these recruitment tactics, be it by a ruse of drunken debts or violent impressment, was that many slave ships were manned by inexperienced sailors who had little desire to spend a year or more of their lives contending with the onerous tasks of transporting enslaved Africans thousands of miles across the Atlantic. This lack of experience led to elevated levels of violence, mortality, and in some cases, outright calamity. As the last of the butts and barrels were being loaded onto the William on October 26, 1780, Luke Collingwood would have prayed with his family one final time before making his way to the waterfront. In addition to the belongings he would keep in a small chest on board the ship, Collingwood carried a wooden case with the standard supplies of a ship's surgeon: a bone saw, various knives and scalpels, tweezers, a scaler to clean teeth, and a small wooden reflex hammer. From his home on Highfield Street, Collingwood headed southwest down Liverpool's narrow alleys toward Chapel Street, past a lunatic hospital, an orphanage, the Church of Our Lady and St. Nicholas, perhaps visiting his son's grave, and finally a popular spot for the city's slave merchants to gather to keep abreast of the latest news of the Guinea trade, the Merchants' Coffee House. Arriving at the waterfront, Collingwood stepped into the heart of England's maritime economy. The banks of the River Mersey were lined by more than 6 miles of docks, every inch of which was crammed with the elements of oceanic commerce. Warehouses stored sugar and tobacco from the colonies, as well as textiles and other tradable goods from Asia. The sky was pierced by the masts of scores of ships jostling for dockside real estate. Long poles were arrayed along the perimeter of the docks with hooks at the end to drag out people who had fallen into the river. The stench of dead beluga and humpback whales that had been harpooned near Greenland permeated the air. The docks were also home to numerous pubs, roperies, anchorsmiths, sailmakers, iron foundries, cotton manufactories, and timber merchants. Metalworks manufactured the instruments of torture and bondage: chains, rivets, leg irons, handcuffs, thumb screws, and a medical tool designed to treat lockjaw that found a dreadful new purpose on slave ships: the speculum auris. Although England entered the Atlantic slave trade in 1660, Liverpool did not meaningfully participate until the end of the century. The first recorded slave ship to depart Liverpool's docks, the Liverpool Merchant, cast off on December 1, 1699. Loaded 275 slaves in Africa, and disembarked 220 survivors at Barbados. 10 years later, Liverpool still only accounted for 8% of all British slave trading vessels, most of which hailed from London and Bristol. Liverpool's disadvantage relative to other British ports was that oceanic vessels could not anchor close to its harbour, because the River Mersey had 2 very high tidal surges each day, ranging up to 28 feet between low and high tides. As a result, Larger ships had to anchor a few miles from harbor, while smaller vessels, called lighters, went back and forth ferrying cargo. It could take 2 weeks to unload a 100-ton ship in this manner, and having to pay the ferrymen siphoned profit out of the system. By comparison, the same process could be completed in a few days in London and Bristol, as their ships could anchor much closer to the docks. Everything changed in 1709, when Liverpool's Common Council authorized a bold solution. It would be an expensive, high-risk gamble, but if it worked, it would transform the city's destiny forever. It was called the Old Dock. When construction of the Old Dock was completed in 1715, it became the world's first commercial wet dock. The dock was enclosed on 3 sides, and lock gates were used to keep the water level stable during tidal inflows. For the first time, deep-sea vessels could moor right next to Liverpool's waterfront. Unloading times were reduced to a day or two, which bested any port city in England. Following the success of the Old Dock, Liverpool went on a dock-building spree. 5 more wet docks were constructed during the 18th century. The city also added 5 graving docks for ship repairs and 3 dry docks for ship storage. The advantages of Liverpool's dock system attracted new investments into the slave trade. As Liverpool's share of the slave trade increased, so did its fortunes. Beyond doubt, wrote one historian, it was the slave trade which raised Liverpool from a struggling port to be one of the richest and most prosperous trading centers in the world. By the time William Gregson began investing in slave ships, Liverpool had already overtaken Bristol and London as the top slave trading center in England. In the words of one pamphleteer, Liverpool's slave merchants grew rich and waxed fat on the blood of the slaves. Like the magician's wand, the traffic worked wonders. Once poor, now rich. Once ignoble, now great. At its peak, Liverpool was responsible for 82% of all slaves trafficked by the British from Africa and an astonishing 40% of the entire European slave trade. The only kink in Liverpool's slave trade machinery was the outbreak of the American Revolutionary War, which, as one scholar noted, put an entire stop to the commercial progress of the port. From the beginning of the struggle to its close in 1783, Liverpool's docks had been eerily quiet for more than 3 years. But as Luke Collingwood walked along the River Mersey on October 26, 1780, the city was finally getting back to the business of African cargo. From the waterfront, Collingwood cut across Bromfield Street to arrive at the Old Dock, where he found the William moored next to several other Guinea ships. The William would be Collingwood's home for the next year, a tiny wooden speck floating on a vast blue frontier. 2. Sailing to Guinea. 15 years before the William departed Liverpool, a junior clerk working at the Ordnance Office in London had a chance encounter that would lead him on a historic collision course with William Gregson and all the British slave merchants like him. The clerk, Granville Sharp, was born in 1735 as one of 14 children of an Anglican deacon. Sharp was a lover of music, could play several instruments, and according to King George III, he had the best voice in England. Although he had little formal education, Sharp possessed a brilliant mind and was driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He taught himself everything from theology to law to ancient languages, including Greek, Hebrew, and Latin. One day in 1765, Sharp was visiting his older brother's medical clinic on Mincing Lane, which was open every morning for the gratuitous treatment of the poor, when a teenage slave, Jonathan Strong, stumbled in with wounds all over his body. Strong's owner, a sugar planter from Barbados, had beaten him within an inch of his life. "I could barely walk or see my way where I was going," said Strong. Sharp was deeply impacted by Strong's predicament. He helped the boy recover from his injuries, only to learn that Strong's owner had subsequently sold him for £30 to a Jamaica planter and had hired 2 thugs to kidnap him. Granville was outraged that a black teenager living in England could be bartered like an animal. He managed to arrange a hearing in front of the Lord Mayor and won a declaration that Strong was not guilty of any offense and was at liberty to go away. Strong departed the hearing, in the sight of all, in full liberty, nobody daring afterwards to touch him. It was a rare moment in which a white Englishman came to the defense of a black person on British soil, although nothing changed by way of African rights as a result of the hearing. Sharp was not about to let the matter go. In the coming years, he would systematically build a legal argument against slavery. Once he was ready for a test case, some of the officers from the William would inadvertently provide it. Before setting sail from Liverpool, Captain Henley assembled the 36-man crew of the William on the main deck to review the instructions he received from the Gregson Syndicate. Slave merchants typically provided detailed letters of instruction to their captains about the forthcoming journey, especially given the amount of capital that was at stake. Although most letters have not survived, the ones that have offer a glimpse at the kind of instructions Henley likely received. One British captain in 1773 was instructed, with the first opportunity of wind, to proceed to sea through the South Channel, English Channel. He was to direct his course to the Cape Verde Islands and slow his pace due to the contrary currents that have caused many ships to be lost. It was further advised that, for good merchantable slaves, always purchase none that are old and sickly. Finally, he was ordered that, upon reaching his destination of Antigua, he should be frugal with expenses and sleep on board the ship rather than rent a room on the island. Another British captain in 1721 was instructed, in the choice of your Negroes, have a regard no Negroes be under 12 years of age, nor any above 25 years old, and if possible, buy 2 males to 1 female, and observe that your Negroes are sound, good and healthy, and not blind, lame, or blemished. On arrival in the Caribbean, the captain was told to have your Negroes shaved and made clean to look well at every island you touch at, and to strike a good impression on the bayous. After detailing their instructions and the anticipated route to the Guinea coast, Captain Henley would have led the sailors in a prayer for a fruitful voyage and a safe return home. Upon the amens, Henley instructed dock workers to untie the ship from its moorings. He climbed to the quarterdeck and took his place behind the wheel. He snapped his orders to the first mate, relayed them to the boatswain. The boatswain ordered a few of the able seamen to clamber barefoot up the ratlins to unfurl the fore and main topsails. As one seaman carefully untied the gaskets that clutched the stowed sails in place, another tied down the ropes that held the sails open. The moment the sails caught the breeze, the ship came to life. Wood, rope, cloth, and wind worked in concert to animate the vessel out of the dock. As Henley steered the ship northward along the River Mersey, he had to carefully navigate several miles of shifting sandbanks and powerful tides toward a narrow inlet where the River Mersey met the Irish Sea at Rock Point. Cold gusts blew from the north, colliding with westerly winds from Ireland. Once Henley sensed a favorable wind, he ordered the mainsails to be unfurled. As the ship picked up speed on a southwest heading, Henley inhaled the salty air and listened to the waves crashing into the hull. His 13th Guinea voyage was underway. On the main deck, Collingwood watched Liverpool disappear from view. It would be months before he could dispatch a letter to Sarah from the Guinea coast, and more than a year before he was back home with his family. All links to the life he knew had been severed. Only the void remained. Most British slave ships followed a time-tested route to the Guinea coast. Heading south from England, they usually make the Canary Islands in the first instance, explained one Liverpool captain, proceed thence between the Cape de Verde Islands and the mainland, after which they sailed southeast to the land of Cape Palmas, Liberia. From Cape Palmas, ships tracked due east into the heart of Guinea. The journey typically took 2 to 3 months. Henley would have used the 3 weeks of open ocean between England and the Canary Islands to tighten the ship's routine and prepare for its African cargo. He ordered the crew to holystone or scrub the deck every few days. He also instructed his men to apply resin to all the woodwork, including the masts, yards, decks, and corridors, to help protect the ship from the intense heat and humidity of Africa. Ordinary sailors and landsmen would be given the onerous task of tarring the entire exposed exterior of the hull, leaving them with permanent stains on their fingers that made them easy to identify by the next press gang. They would also attach netting around the hull's exterior to prevent Africans from taking their own lives by jumping into the ocean. Conditions for the crew were manageable the first week or so of the journey. During this period, the usage of the seamen is moderate, called James Field Stanfield, and their allowance of provisions sufficient. However, once the ship was south of Portugal and there was no moral possibility of desertion, conditions for the sailors worsened. One of history's best-known slave ship captains, John Newton, described how most commanders would imbibe a spirit of ferociousness and savage insensibility to ensure their crews maintained discipline throughout the journey. Newton commanded 3 triangle voyages out of Liverpool during the 1750s, so he understood there was no margin for error during a long tour at sea. Failure by a crew member to follow orders in a storm might lead to shipwreck. Failure to monitor the Africans day and night might lead to insurrection. Failure to track supplies might lead to exhaustion of provisions before arriving in the Caribbean. The slightest mistake had to be punished, usually with the infamous cat-o'-nine-tails, a short whip with 9 knotted thongs designed to lacerate the skin. The men were treated with great cruelty, recalled one British sailor, giving them 4 or 5 dozen lashes at a time and then rubbing them with pickle. Many Guinea captains relished the unbridled power that came with being in command, earning reputations of brutality and, according to the daughter of one such captain, a savageness of spirit, which like a pestilential air is so generally infectious that but few escape it. John Newton might be one of the few who did manage to escape. After a successful slaving career, Newton became a prominent evangelical preacher, author of one of the most famous Christian hymns, Amazing Grace, and eventually a leading voice against the slave trade. South of Portugal, Hanley would have been forced to order short allowance of food and water for all non-officers. Slave merchants like William Gregson typically required that minimal provisions be loaded for the crew during the outbound journey to Africa so that, as Stanfield recalled, every corner and cranny is crammed with an avaricious accumulation of cargo. Overloading the ship with tradable goods allowed captains to purchase the maximum number of slaves. However, doing so meant loading an inadequate supply of provisions for the crew. Hanley would have to cut rations to the very verge of famine, leaving the sailors hungry, weak, and relying on droplets of morning dew to quench their raging thirst. The officers, meanwhile, continued to enjoy full meals in their quarters. On occasion, Captain Henley would invite the officers into his cabin for specially prepared meals around a candlelit dining table. As the ship pressed southward, the carpenter prepared the 'tween deck for its cargo. One slave trader described how carpenters built a strong partition at the mainmast, which created separate compartments for women and children on the stern side and men on the bow side. Carpenters also constructed a sort of half-deck along the sides, so the slaves lie in 2 rows, one above the other, and as close together as they can be crowded. The half-deck was about 8 feet long, extending from the wall to the center of the hold. It cut the 5-foot height of the 'tween deck in half, leaving insufficient space above and below for the Africans to sit upright. It did not take long for the cold air of England to give way to warmer breezes. Sailors reached into their sea chests to exchange full trousers for those cut short. They donned hats to protect against the intensifying glare of the midday sun. Although Henley and the officers were able to retreat into their quarters for a temporary reprieve, the crewmen remained exposed on the main deck. There was not much for Collingwood to do at this stage of the voyage, other than patch up any injuries suffered by the sailors or treat the wounds of those who had been flogged. He would earn his keep once the ship reached Africa. Nighttime meant the watch. Hanley divided the crew into 3 groups. The first group manned the watch from 8 p.m. to midnight, the next group from midnight to 4 a.m., and the final group from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. While Henley slept in his cabin, the other officers slept in individual berths in the adjacent quarters. Many of the sailors were forced to sleep on the deck or in the longboat. A clanging bell signaled the change of each shift. Maintaining vigilance during the dark hours was vital to avoid sneak attacks from enemy ships. It would be even more important once the William was filled with hundreds of Africans desperate to break free. Slave insurrections occurred on about 10% of Guinea voyages. Most revolts were suppressed, although some were successful. The first documented slave ship insurrection was in 1532 on the Portuguese ship Misericordia. The ship departed the island of Sao Tome with 109 slaves on board. The slaves revolted and killed all but 3 of the crew members. It is believed that most of the Africans escaped to shore. 3 centuries later, in 1839, one of the most historic insurrections took place aboard the Amistad. 53 Africans took control of the ship in the Caribbean, killed the captain, and ordered the crew to sail back to Africa. The crew sailed north instead, and the ship was captured by an American brigantine off Long Island, New York. The slaves were imprisoned in New Haven, Connecticut, and charged with murder. The Spanish government joined the plantation owners in demanding the return of their property. Emboldened by the emancipation of all slaves in the British Empire the previous year, 1838, abolitionists in the northern states organized a legal defense for the Africans. The contest ended up before the U.S. Supreme Court. I appear here on the behalf of 36 individuals, declared former U.S. President John Quincy Adams, the life and liberty of every one of whom depend on the decision of this court. Adams delivered a passionate defense of the Africans and won their freedom. The victory for the Africans aboard the Amistad was inextricably linked to events that would be orchestrated by 2 of the officers aboard the William, Luke Collingwood and James Kelsall, along with a shadowy figure they would soon encounter on the coast of Africa. Each day of the journey, Captain Henley maintained a ritual that was indispensable for the voyage: measuring latitude and longitude. Latitudinal lines run parallel east and west across the globe and indicate how far north or south a ship is from the equator. Longitudinal lines run perpendicular to latitudinal lines and are used to determine how far east or west a ship is from its starting point. One of the most important responsibilities for any ship captain was to ensure accurate measurements, as doing so was the only way he could locate his ship after a storm or during the long crossing of the Atlantic. Measuring latitude was a straightforward exercise in 1780, thanks to the quadrant. To take the reading, Henley would face north on clear nights, raise the quarter-circle-shaped device to the sky, peer into the pinhole sight at the base of the top edge, and line it with Polaris, the North Star. The curved edge of the quadrant was marked in degree readings, and a plumb line, a piece of string with a small weight at the end, dropped down based on the angle the quadrant was held to line it up to Polaris. The line passed to a degree reading on the quadrant, which corresponded to the ship's latitude. After taking each latitude reading, Henley entered the coordinates into his logbook. Each logbook page was subdivided into rectangles corresponding to one day. The entry for any given day might read as follows: first part of the last 24 hours breezy with fair weather, followed by notes on any incidents that occurred, such as work done on the ship, disciplinary actions taken, or a weekly check of the provisions. The latitude observation was entered at the bottom of the rectangle, such as 30 N, meaning 30 degrees north latitude, along with an estimate of distance traveled in miles based on the previous day's reading. Each degree of latitude equaled 69 miles. Unlike latitude, taking accurate longitudinal measurements at sea proved to be a challenge that befuddled even the most experienced mariners. For centuries, some of Europe's top scientific minds, including the likes of Galileo Galilei and Isaac Newton, tried unsuccessfully to devise a workable solution. The problem was one of time. Longitude is essentially a measurement of distance and the direction of the Earth's rotation. Measuring the longitudinal position of a ship at sea, therefore, required a comparison between the measurement of high noon at a fixed starting point, such as the port of embarkation, and a precise measurement of high noon on board the ship. Every hour in difference between the times at which the sun reached high noon at these 2 points represented 1/24th the rotation of the Earth, or 15 degrees of longitude. Each degree of longitude, in turn, represented a different distance at different latitudes: 69 miles at the equator and nothing at the poles. The challenge in the era of pendulum-based timepieces, explained Isaac Newton, was that, by reason of the motion of the ship, the variation of heat and cold, wet and dry, and the difference of gravity in different latitudes, such a watch hath not yet been made. From the dawn of deep-sea exploration, thousands of lives were lost to shipwrecks, caused by imprecise measurements of longitude. So pressing was the matter that in 1714 the British Parliament passed the Longitude Act, offering a prize of £20,000 for a practicable and useful solution. Everything from the yelps of wounded dogs to a chain of ships anchored across the Atlantic was proposed. The final answer was devised in 1765 by a humble clockmaker named John Harrison, but his clock design was scarcely in use on most ships in 1780. Instead, ship captains relied on the notoriously imprecise method of dead reckoning. To measure longitude by dead reckoning, a captain started with a fixed point, typically the port of embarkation. Every 6 hours, the captain threw a small log into the ocean with a rope fastened to it. The rope had knots tied at regular intervals, usually 8 fathoms, 48 feet, apart. Using a sandglass, he counted the number of knots that passed to his hand in 30 seconds. This gave him a speed in knots, or nautical speed, which he plotted against direction using a compass. Taken together, direction, time, and speed gave him a distance traveled east or west, which allowed him to plot his longitude. Each reading was entered into the captain's log book, so named because of the log used in dead reckoning. The method was fraught with inaccuracy due to variations in speed and direction between readings, differences between surface currents and wind speed, and outright errors in judgment. Each new error accumulated on the previous, causing ships to end up hundreds of miles off course. A captain might think he was one day's journey from an island, only to have a rocky coastline suddenly emerge on a stormy night. Or he might think he was looking at the coast of one island in the Caribbean when he was in fact looking at another, leading him to press on past his destination. For the outbound journey to Africa, longitude readings were less important to Henley, as the William was largely headed south. However, a botched reading of longitude by dead reckoning would prove to be the final precipitating event that would result in catastrophe on the other side of the Atlantic. About 3 weeks after departing Liverpool, the William would have reached the Canary Islands. The Canaries had been under Spanish control since the late 15th century, so they would have been inhospitable when the William sailed by. And they almost certainly steered west of the Canaries, relying on a precise night watch to spot potential attacks by Spanish warships. South of the Canary Islands, the William entered waters that had bedeviled European vessels since the dawn of the Age of Exploration. Trade winds from the south collided with areas of high pressure that weakened just below the Canaries, creating powerful countervailing gales. Henley had handled these waters before, so he knew just when to order the boatswain to spill the wind from the topsails. When he gave the word, seamen swiftly climbed the ratlins, keeping their bodies pressed to the windward side of the ropes as the William heeled so they did not plummet headfirst into the ocean. Once the topsails were furled, Henley could turn his attention to the lateen rig at the mizzenmast. The lateen sail was not fastened by a shroud, which allowed the crew to swivel it to catch the wind from any direction. Since there was no shroud, there were no ratlins, so sailors had to climb the mast monkey-style to detach the sail. Once the sail was detached, they lowered it from the deck using a halyard, swung it around to a new angle, raised it, and reattached it. Only an experienced mariner could angle the lateen rig so that it could function more like a bird's wing instead of a traditional sail. Doing so created a pressure differential on the leeward side of the sail, which pulled the surrounding air into the windward side, which in turn pulled the vessel forward into the wind. Shifting and angling the lateen sail for hours at a time, and sometimes for days, was a grueling process that pushed the crew to its limits. Routine continued until the William had sailed south-southwest about 900 miles from the Canaries and reached the Cape Verde Islands, sometime around the end of November 1780. South of Cape Verde, the countervailing winds softened, and the ship could sail more conventionally, pushed by the wind. The Cape Verde Islands were a common waypoint for slave ships traveling from Europe. The Portuguese had controlled the islands since the 1460s. Settlers availed of the temperate climate to grow corn, cassava, and plantains, which they sold to passing ships seeking to restock provisions. And they may have stopped for a few days at the Cape Verde Islands to top up supplies and make any repairs that might be needed. Or he may have elected to avoid the risks of anchoring in busy shipping lanes and continued toward the Guinea coast. Beyond the Cape Verde Islands, the William sailed southeast along the African coast, passing the mouth of the river Gambia. followed by the mouth of the river Sierra Leone. Around the end of the year, the William would have arrived at Cape Mount, which marked the beginning of the slave trading territories favored by British ships: the Windward Coast, the Gold Coast, and the Slave Coast. The Windward Coast stretched from more than 600 miles from Cape Mount east to the port of Assini. It was subdivided into the Grain Coast, modern-day Sierra Leone and Liberia, and the Ivory Coast, modern-day Côte d'Ivoire. The first British slave ship surgeon to publish an account of his experiences on Guinea voyages, Alexander Falconbridge, described the Windward coastline as having a very beautiful appearance from the sea, being covered with trees which are green all the year. Falconbridge completed 4 triangle voyages during the 1780s before becoming an advocate against the slave trade. During his journeys, he observed that the Windward Coast was a favorable area for slavers to stock up on rice, cotton, and indigo of the first quality, as well as a variety of roots such as yams, cassava, sweet potatoes. The other products available on the Grain Coast included nuts, beeswax, and the prized malagueta peppers. The Ivory Coast, as its name suggests, was a prime reason for procuring elephant tusks. The slave trade along the Windward Coast involved boating or river trade. It was a dangerous process that most of William Gregson's captains tried to avoid. John Newton engaged in river trade, and he described how he had to dispatch sailors in longboats upriver a distance of 30 or 40 leagues, 100 to 140 miles. Hostile natives, rainstorms, wild animals, and swarms of disease-carrying insects meant that the boats seldom returned without bringing some of the people ill of dangerous fevers or fluxes. The result of a multi-week river trade journey, advised Falconbridge, might be only from 8 to 12 Negroes. The Windward Coast was also the point at which sharks started following Guinea's ships. They learned over the centuries that it was only a matter of time before African corpses were thrown overboard. The sharks also made ready meals of Africans who managed to jump into the water while the ships were anchored offshore. One morning, recounted one Liverpool captain, 2 Igbo women, by some means, got overboard to swim ashore. They had scarcely been a minute in the water when they were torn to pieces by the sharks. It was appalling to see them in their dreadful torture, and their agonizing shrieks seemed still to ring in my ears. Halfway along the Windward Coast, the William arrived at Cape Palmas. It was the final point for the crew to gather materials for the construction of a regular thatched house on the deck. Because the Guinea coast was just a few degrees above the equator, the heat and humidity were unbearable for most northern Europeans. Building a thatched roofing from the stern to the mainmast was the only way to provide relief from the fierce equatorial sun. Although some slave ship captains reasoned that the roofing also helped protect the Africans in the slavehold from the heat, in practice it reduced ventilation, which transformed the 'tween deck into a wooden oven. To gather the wood and bamboo required to build the thatched house, Henry would have ordered several sailors to take the longboat to a riverside. Sailors on such a mission, wrote James Field Stanfield, were immersed up to the waist in mud and slime, pestered by snakes, worms, and venomous reptiles, tormented by mosquitoes and 1,000 assailing insects. Once the supplies were back on the ship, it was all hands on deck, including the officers, to get the roofing built as quickly as possible. The materials used for the house were also used to build the most important defense against slave insurrection, the barricado, barricade. The barricado was a 10-foot-tall wooden fence topped with spikes that was erected behind the mainmast and effectively divided the ship in half. A British sugar planter who took passage to Jamaica on a Liverpool slaver described the barricado as impregnable, save a little door capable of admitting one person. Next to the door, 2 sentinels were placed during the time the men slaves were on deck. 4 more were placed with loaded blunderbusses in their hands on top of the barricade, above the heads of the slaves, and 2 cannons, loaded with small shot, were pointed towards the main deck through holes cut in the barricade. In the event of a slave revolt, the crew would dash through the door to the stern side of the barricado to take up defensive positions until the revolt had been suppressed. Once the insurrectionists were subdued, leaders had to be punished. Guinea ship captains like Hanley knew they had to spare no effort to repress their insolence and, as an example to the others, sacrifice the lives of all the most mutinous. There were many tortures captains used to make an example of insurrectionists. By one account, the form of punishment that scares the Africans most is by cutting up a live man with an axe and handing out the pieces to the others. From Cape Palmas, Captain Henley kept his spyglass trained on the coastline for the unmistakable sign that he had reached the Gold Coast. Visibility was hampered by the arrival of the Harmattan winds, a seasonal weather pattern in January and February. As this wind passes over the great desert of Sahara, wrote one captain, the atmosphere is more or less darkened, as if by a haze, by floating particles of impalpable earth or clay, which embrown the decks and sails of vessels, even at a great distance from the shore. Sweat from the heat caused the sandy particulates to stick to each sailor's skin, forming an aggravating paste of grit. The obscured sun painted the horizon in hues of orange and red. The Harmattan winds also reversed the westerly flow of the Guinea current, which forced the William to tack into the wind once again to make progress along the coast. As the ship lurched eastward, the coastline became rockier, with occasional sandy stretches lined by towering palm trees. Swirling currents carried debris past the ship. Sometimes, entire tree trunks floated by. Eventually, Hanley spotted it through the murk, the first British fortification at Apollonia. The William had finally reached the Gold Coast, described by one British official as the source of much wealth, which has contributed to support the great bulwark and glory of the nation. The Gold Coast stretched about 300 miles from the port at Assini, east to the mouth of the river Volta, covering most of modern-day Ghana. There were a greater number of European fortifications built along the Gold Coast than anywhere else outside Europe. These castles and forts all had one primary function: to supply ships like the William with slaves. The Gold Coast would be the Williams' home for the next few months, as Henley and Collingwood shopped for Africans. As surgeon, it was Collingwood's responsibility to inspect each African for disease or infirmity before Henley negotiated the deal. Any captain could speed the process by purchasing whichever slave was offered at the asking price. But a seasoned captain like Henley had to gauge the trade-offs between filling his hold more slowly while bartering for the best slaves, versus taking so long that the slaves he purchased at the start of the process began to die before departing for the Caribbean. There were additional slave markets beyond the mouth of the Volta, including those in Dahomey, the Bight of Benin, the Bight of Biafra, Bonny, and Old and New Calabar. This region was called the Slave Coast, stretching from modern-day Benin past Nigeria. Heavy surf and treacherous sandbars rendered coastal trade impossible across much of the region. A British captain who traded along the Slave Coast described how he sent longboats up the rivers to the distance of about 80 miles to mart for trade, where slaves from the interior of the country could be purchased in large numbers. Although a European ship could typically be loaded with Africans more quickly on the Slave Coast than the Gold Coast, the process was notoriously dangerous, leading to a well-known saying: "Beware and take care of the Bight of Benin. There's one comes out for 40 goes in." From Abolition, the William glided east toward its destination in the heart of the Gold Coast. On Sunday, January 14, 1781, the William dropped anchor about a mile offshore from the headquarters of Britain's slave trading enterprise in Africa, Cape Coast Castle. The imposing structure was perched on a rocky outcrop about 3,200 miles directly south of the Houses of Parliament and London. Slave ships anchored at least a mile offshore in an area called the Roads, from roadstead, where the water was deeper than 7 fathoms. Any closer, and the ship ran the risk of being pulled into the jagged coast and dashed to pieces. Following protocol, Hanley exposed the broadside of the William to Cape Coast Castle and lowered his topsail to signal peaceful intent. He fired a 9-gun salute, and the castle fired the same number back. The governor of the castle, John Roberts, ordered a canoe to row out to the William to ensure it was not flying a false flag. The British had numerous slave trading fortifications along the Gold Coast, and when the William arrived at Cape Coast Castle, the two senior-most officials in charge of these fortifications were locked in bitter conflict. To make matters worse, the British were at the precipice of armed confrontation with the Dutch, whose formidable castle at Elmina was located within cannon shot of Cape Coast. These two conflicts, one internal to the British, the other external with the Dutch, would collide not long after the William dropped anchor, and they would forever change the course of Atlantic slavery. 3. The Zorg. On October 27, 1780, the day after the William departed the old dock in Liverpool, a 107-ton frigate, the Zorg, set sail from Fort Ramekens in the United Provinces of the Netherlands. United Provinces were a group of breakaway republics that declared independence from Spain in 1581 and later become the present-day nation of the Netherlands. Fort Ramekens was built on the northern bank of an estuary to defend the waterways that led from the English Channel into the Dutch port towns of Middelburg and Antwerp. The Zorg was owned by the Middelburgse Commercie Company, MCC, a Dutch slave trade enterprise that rose to prominence after the Dutch West India Company lost its monopoly on the Africa trade in 1734. Between 1732 and 1802, the MCC dispatched 118 slaving voyages around the Atlantic. During the Zorg's maiden voyage in 1777, the ship acquired 246 slaves along the Windward and Gold Coasts of Africa and disembarked 231 survivors on the Dutch Caribbean colony of St. Eustatius. This tiny volcanic island, perched just northwest of British-held St. Kitts, would play an outsized role in the American Revolutionary War. Ties between the Americans and the Dutch reached back to the early 1600s. The Dutch established their first settlements in North America in an area north of what would later become New York City. As the settlement grew, the Dutch West India Company created a formal colony in 1624 with the capital of New Amsterdam. 2 years later, the Dutch colonial governor famously purchased the island of Manhattan from the Algonquin Indians for 60 guilders. Dutch administration of the island was short-lived as the English seized control in 1664 and renamed New Amsterdam to New York. The colony would remain in British control until American independence. Given the long cultural and economic ties between the Dutch and the Americans, the United Provinces were sympathetic to the American struggle for freedom. In 1774, the Dutch began shipping gunpowder, cannonballs, and small arms to the revolutionaries via the island of St. Eustatius. In 1775, the French and Spanish also started using St. Eustatius for shipments of war supplies to the revolutionary forces. By the time independence was won, nearly half of all munitions used by the Americans had been shipped through St. Eustatius, and about half of all American communications with allies in Europe also passed through the island. It is safe to say that without St. Eustatius, the Americans might not have defeated the British. The fact that the Dutch allowed St. Eustatius to become an arms trafficking hub for the American rebels rankled the British to no end. English ire escalated dramatically on November 16, 1776, when the 14-gun American ship Andrew Doria arrived in St. Eustatius, flying the continental colors of the fledgling United States. The ship was also carrying on board a copy of the newly signed Declaration of Independence. As the Andrew Doria neared port, it fired a 13-gun salute, one for each of the 13 American states. The Dutch governor responded with an 11-gun salute, following international norms of firing 2 fewer guns to acknowledge a sovereign flag. This exchange was interpreted by the British as formal recognition by the Dutch of American independence. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had Dutch ancestry, later hailed the moment as the first salute in which the sovereignty of the United States of America was first formally acknowledged to a national vessel by a foreign official. Ties between the Americans and the United Provinces deepened in 1778 when Founding Father John Adams secured loans from Dutch bankers to help finance the war effort. Adams also recommended stronger diplomatic ties between the nations. From the success of several enterprises by the way of St. Eustatia, it seems that the trade between the two countries is likely to increase, and possibly Congress may think it expedient to send a minister there. Tensions between the Dutch and British escalated further when the American naval hero John Paul Jones was allowed to anchor at the Dutch port of Texel on October 4, 1779. Jones was received with cheers by the Dutch as he brought to port 2 English warships that he had captured in the North Sea. The British blockaded the port and demanded delivery of Jones and the ships, but the Dutch wavered just long enough to allow Jones to escape. The final straw occurred in November 1780, when the Dutch voted to join the First League of Armed Neutrality, along with Russia, Denmark, Sweden, Prussia, Portugal, and the Holy Roman Empire. The Naval League was formed to protect member vessels against the Royal Navy's wartime policy of unlimited search of non-combatant vessels for contraband in support of the American revolutionaries. On December 20, 1780, England declared war against the United Provinces. British warships attacked Dutch vessels and fortifications from India to Africa to the Caribbean. The Royal Navy needed more firepower to expand its assault, so after taking into consideration the many injurious proceedings of the States General of the United Provinces, and being determined to take such measures as are necessary for the vindicating the honor of our crown and for procuring reparation satisfaction, the Lords of the Admiralty did by and with the advice of our Privy Council order that general reprisals be granted against the ships, goods, and subjects of the States General of the United Provinces. Following the order, letters of marque and general reprisals could be issued by the Admiralty to any of His Majesty's subjects who wished to fit out a merchant ship or slaver with the firepower needed to attack and seize the ships, vessels, and goods belonging to the States General of the United Provinces and their vassals and subjects. The letters of marque essentially authorized privately owned ships to become pirates. The proclamation was not well received by the Americans. "Surely there never was a more unjust war," Benjamin Franklin growled. "It is manifestly such from their own manifesto. The spirit of rapine dictated it, and in my opinion every man in England who fits out privateers to take advantage of it has the same spirit, and would rob on the highway in his own country if he was not restrained by fear of the gallows." With their guinea ships lying idle, slave merchants were quick to convert their slavers into privateers. Articles were drawn up by the Admiralty for each vessel describing the parameters of the expedition. The owners shall completely fit out the vessel in a warlike manner, find provisions, medicines, and necessaries for such a voyage, and be entitled to 3/4 produce of all ships, goods, and effects of kinds which shall be taken from the enemy, the other 1/4 to be divided among the ship's crew. God save the King. Liverpool privateers took to the seas in large numbers, seeking vengeance for their stymied Guinea trade, claiming 154 enemy vessels between 1780 and 1784. The exploits of the town's privateers earned praise from across England for their undaunted courage and gallantry. Privateers from London and Bristol also waged successful attacks against the Dutch. One such privateer was a hard-nosed, Bristol-based slave ship captain named William Llewellyn. Llewellyn had completed 4 triangle voyages and was due to embark on a 5th on the 100-ton Alert when war with the Dutch broke out. The Alert's owner opted instead for piracy. On December 26, 1780, the Admiralty granted letters of marque and reprisals to him, the said William Llewellyn, for the apprehending, seizing, and taking of the ships belonging to the States General of the United Provinces. The Alert was fitted with 16 carriage guns carrying shells of 6 pounds weight, with 35 men, 20 barrels of powder, and 30 rounds of great shot. Captain Llewellyn departed Bristol on the hunt for Dutch prizes. Although all-out war between the British and Dutch had not started when the Zorg departed Fort Ramekins, tensions were already running high. As a consequence, Guinea voyages were becoming much more challenging for the Middelburgse Commercie Company, as every Dutch ship had to pass perilously close to the English coastline to reach open ocean. The MCC outlined extra precautions for the Zorg's captain, Jan Wilton, in 12 pages of printed instructions. Wilton was ordered to pass through the canal without calling at England whether outgoing or returning. In addition, he was directed to use a sounding lead to avoid running aground in the English Channel when sailing out and when returning homeward. Above all, Wilton should avoid any contact with ships at sea, regardless of what flag they sailed under, as the British were known to hoist false flags to draw in Dutch ships for the attack. In the event the Zorg came under fire, Wilton was to ensure that any gold on board should be put in a sufficient casket or keg, and there marked with a buoy, so that the treasure could still be fished and saved. There was no mention of what to do about the Africans on board in the event of attack. To prevent the Zorg from being overrun by Negroes or slaves, the MCC required that each crew member hold a handgun on proper places in readiness. Provisions were to be tracked through a written account submitted to Wilton by each sailor every 8 days of what he has consumed. Failure to submit the accounts would result in wages being withheld upon the sailor's return. To keep an accurate assessment of the ship's location, Wilton was ordered to gauge the sun morning and evening to know the deviation of the compasses and chart his course accordingly. Finally, Wilton was instructed to ensure that good discipline is kept on board the ship and that all curses and swears are avoided. He should also lead the crew in prayer to God Almighty every morning and evening to obtain his blessing on the journey. Although Captain Wilton's logbook from the Zorg did not survive, a letter he wrote to the MCC dated April 10, 1781, provided a detailed account of the ship's journey. The Zorg followed a fresh breeze past the cliffs of South Foreland along the Strait of Dover at daybreak on October 28, 1780. A generally easterly wind carried the ship past Beachy Head by evening, after which Wilton steered the Zorg west-southwest past Cap de l'Agde, France, on the 29th. Wilton methodically deployed his sounding lead to the channel, noting, for instance, a depth sounding 22 fathoms at 6 a.m. on October 30th. Wilton navigated the British coastline without incident and directed his course south toward the Canary Islands. On November 22, 1780, Wilton glimpsed a ship he recognized, the 97-ton MCC frigate Aurora. The captains of the two ships agreed there would be safety in numbers, so they sailed together for the next 3 weeks past the Canaries and Cape Verde Islands. They anchored off Cape Mount on the Guinea coast on December 13, 1780. There was another MCC ship also anchored at Cape Mount, the 72-ton frigate Eendroth. The William would have been near Cape Mount around this time as well, albeit with a heightened watch and maintaining a safe distance from Dutch ships given the tensions between the two countries. The 3 Dutch ships trolled the windward coast shopping for Africans, gold, and ivory. Wilton acquired his first batch of slaves and ivory on Christmas Day 1780 in what was fast becoming a profitable voyage for the Zorg. MCC slavers typically purchased women and children at the beginning of their voyages and left men for the end, as they were deemed more likely to instigate a rebellion. The Africans were loaded into the Zorg's hold, which measured 1.5 meters in height. Like most skinny ships, the height of the slave hold was cut in half by a platform constructed to maximize its carrying capacity. Of the several hundred Africans who were loaded onto the Zorg, nothing is known of any of the individuals beyond their general region of embarkation, save 2, 1 woman and 1 man. The woman was pregnant, but not visibly so. The details of how her time on the Zorg ended are known to the account of a sailor who at the time was serving on board the William, James Cowsell. As we follow the woman's journey to that end, she deserves more than to be identified simply as female or by a number, as the slavers would have done. For the purpose of this narrative, and because she is one of the only 2 Africans whose specific lives were accounted for after the events that followed, I will call her Sia, firstborn girl, a common name among ethnic groups living on the windward coast. Sia likely knew she was pregnant and would have been filled with anxiety as she was shoved naked into the slave hold of the Zorg. Like most of the Africans on the ship, she had no idea what was in store for her. The Zorg sailed southeast along the windward coast and was anchored near Grand Lio de Junco, St. John River, Liberia. On February 10, 1781, when Captain Jan Wilton spotted a swift-moving brigantine on course to intercept, Wilton knew his frigate was outgunned and too slow to outrun the incoming vessel. The brigade simply to fire a few warning shots across the bow of the Zorg before Wilton signaled surrender. Captain Llewellyn of the HMS Alert had acquired his first prize barely 6 weeks after departing Bristol. He sent a prize crew to the Zorg and shackled its captain and sailors on the main deck, Just a few meters above, the 120 slaves were shackled in its hold. The crew of the Alert cheered their victory and probably enjoyed some of the Zorg's supply of brandy and beer. William Llewellyn was not done hunting. He tracked down the Aurora and seized the vessel and its crew of 36 mariners on February 11th, when the ship was about 7 English miles from Little Bassa, Iberia. The Aurora's cargo consisted of a large stock of tradable goods, including firearms, gunpowder, knives, iron bars, linens, tobacco, liquor, ivory, and gold dust. The ship also had 104 slaves in its cargo hold. Llewellyn sent over another prize crew from the Alert to take control of the ship. Llewellyn next captured the Eendracht and its crew of 34 mariners on February 19th, when the ship was lying at anchor within about a half-mile from the shore at Cape Lau, Côte d'Ivoire. The Eendracht's cargo similarly consisted of a considerable supply of ivory, gold dust, tradable goods, and 124 enslaved people in its hold. Since Llewellyn lacked men to form another prize crew, the slaves were taken off the Eendracht and put on board the Zorg, which was subsequently mere capacity with a total of 244 slaves. In a span of 9 days, Captain Llewellyn had secured 3 valuable Dutch prizes along the windward coast. With all 3 ships in tow, Llewellyn unfurled his sails and tracked east toward the Gold Coast and Cape Coast Castle, where the William had dropped anchor about a month earlier. Part 2. The Gold Coast. 4. Castles and dungeons. The free canoemen arrived in their tree-trunk-length canoe next to the William the morning after the ship dropped anchor in the Cape Coast roads. It was common practice for a newly arrived captain to meet with the governor at Cape Coast Castle to share news and discuss the status of the slave trade. The captain often took his surgeon ashore as well so they could start bartering for slaves from the collection of Africans imprisoned in the castle's dungeon. The canoemen who ferried Europeans from their ships to land were essential for the entire function of the slave trade along the Gold Coast. Most of the canoemen belonged to the Fonte people, native inhabitants of the coastal region who were described by one European slave dealer as being at home in the sea and brought up, both men and women from their infancy, to swim like fishes. The Fonte typically fashioned their canoes from a single tree. After painstakingly hollowing the trunk, they used straw to burn it out by degrees till it is reduced to the intended cavity and thickness, which they scrape in plane with other small tools of their invention, leaving it thickness enough that it may not split when heavily loaded. The largest canoes on the Gold Coast were 40 foot long, 6 in breadth, and 3 in depth, and could carry up to 12 tons of weighty goods over dangerous bars and raging waters. Because the free canoemen were vital to the transport of people and cargo to and from the shore, they commanded premium fees and were known to go on strike when the Europeans refused their demands. The going rate at the time of the William's arrival for a round trip to the roads was equivalent to £1, $300 today. The expenses were so exorbitant that the Company of Merchants Trading to Africa, CMTA, which managed all the British fortifications engaged in the slave trade, deposed an official at Cape Coast Castle as to why the free canoemen were such a heavy charge. The official replied that the free canoemen have always been and always will continue to be a heavy charge because Guinea ships were at all times unavailable for the purpose of communicating with the shore, which rendered the canoemen indispensable. Although Hanley and Collingwood had taken the canoe ride to shore many times before, it was always a frightening experience. After climbing down a rope ladder into the canoe and loading a few barrels of goods for trade, Hanley and Collingwood had to hold on as tightly as possible as the canoemen started paddling over the heavy swells. From a mile out, the coast appeared like a verdant line stretching across a vast aquamarine horizon. As the canoe drew closer, the coastline began to reveal a dense forest crowned by a lush canopy. Palm trees lined the beach like a regiment of soldiers standing at attention. A few hundred yards from shore, the imposing edifice of Cape Coast Castle came into view. Built atop a rocky outcrop of the east bank of the Fosu Lagoon, the whitewashed castle glistened under the morning sun. The ocean-facing edifice was framed by 2 thick curtain walls that formed, in the eyes of one British official, an admirable breastwork towards the south and west. The longer wall was topped by 16 cannons, and the shorter was topped by 8. Beneath each cannon, the walls were streaked with rust. Salt and sand had rendered most of the cannons useless, leading Governor John Roberts to lament, "The condition of the British forts is ruinous to an extreme." As the canoe headed eastward around the castle, Hanley and Collingwood could finally hear it, the roar of the waves crashing into the coast. The canoemen had to navigate several dangerous surges on approach to the beach, each of which threatened to upturn the vessel. Passengers had to crunch low and hold on with all their strength as the canoemen deftly guided the vessel through the waves, around the rocky outcrops, and onto the shore. When the canoe was a few feet from the beach, several African men ran into the water up to their thighs and carried Henley and Collingwood piggyback onto the sand. From the beach, the sopping wet men trudged over to the land-facing gate of Cape Coast Castle. A dozen British soldiers secured the entrance with rifles pointed to holes carved into the castle wall. Cape Coast Castle was the command center for the British slave trade on the Gold Coast, which included forts, or factories, at Apollonia, Dix Cove, Comenda, Anamabu, Anamabue, Anamabo, Tontonquere, Winneba, and Accra. Each factory was led by a governor or factor. The British seized Cape Coast Castle from the Dutch in 1664, the same year they seized the colony of New Amsterdam at the opposite end of the Atlantic. Prior to British control, the castle at Cape Coast had changed hands several times as Europeans fought for access to the region's lucrative trade in gold and slaves. The unparalleled saga began when the Portuguese first arrived in Western Africa more than 300 years earlier. Portuguese explorers first ventured to Western Africa in the 1430s in search of gold. They reached the coast of modern-day Ghana in 1471, which they named the Costa de la Mina de Oro, the coast of gold mines. After initially establishing a trading settlement near a fishing village called Anamansa, the Portuguese built a castle, São Jorge de Mina, or El Mina, in 1482. El Mina was the first European fortification built south of the Sahara Desert. The Portuguese added a second trading settlement in 1555, 7 miles east at Cabo Corso, Short Cape, which the English would later call Cape Coast. Portugal held a monopoly on the gold trade for several decades before other Europeans arrived to seize their share of the riches. In the coming centuries, the Portuguese, French, Dutch, Swedes, Danes, Germans, and British would build more than 60 fortifications along the shores of the Gold Coast, creating the highest concentration of fortresses anywhere in the world. None of the European nations attempted to colonize or control the native Africans, which likely would have proved futile given the Europeans' poor adaptation to the climate, susceptibility to insect-borne diseases, and inadequate manpower. Europeans opted instead to strike treaties with African rulers while maintaining sparsely staffed forts, for which they had to pay a ground rent to the king of the country. During the course of the slave trade, Europeans would send millions of Africans from these forts to toil as slaves in their New World colonies. In all history, wrote A.W. Lawrence, brother of Lawrence of Arabia, there is nothing comparable with the effects produced by the forts of West Africa. Nowhere else have small and transitory communities of traders so changed the life of the alien peoples who surrounded them, and indirectly of a vast region beyond. Although England was slower to enter the Atlantic slave trade than its European rivals, the British quickly gained ground to a series of royally chartered monopoly trading companies. In 1618, the Company of Adventurers of London trading to the ports of Africa, more commonly known as the Guinea Company, was granted a 31-year monopoly for trade in goods from Western Africa to England. The Guinea Company established the first major English slave trading outpost on the Gold Coast in 1631 at Cormington, about 13 miles east of Cape Coast. The early slaves brought by the British to their Caribbean and American colonies were therefore referred to as Cormington Negroes. In 1660, the Royal Adventurers trading in Africa was granted the next monopoly charter to run the slave trade, which was quickly absorbed by the ambitious Royal African Company, RAC, on September 27, 1662. The RAC was granted an exclusive privilege of trade for 1,000 years from the port of Salé in South Barbary to the Cape of Good Hope. The company was capitalized with subscriptions totaling £111,100, $25.5 million today, from the Duke of York, James II, and other prominent royals, ministers, and merchants. The Enlightenment philosopher John Locke, great-great-grandson of Captain John Locke, who brought the first African slaves to England in 1555, was one of the founding shareholders of the RAC. For the first 2 decades of its operations, the RAC's monopoly met with considerable success. The company increased England's share of the transatlantic slave trade from 33% in 1673 to 74% in 1683. During its history, the RAC would send more Africans across the Atlantic into slavery than any other slave trading enterprise in Europe. The RAC's operations were so lucrative that it even minted its own gold currency, the guinea, fashioned from gold exported from the Gold Coast. The value of the coin was initially set at 21 shillings, $280 today. Each coin was stamped with the RAC's emblem, an elephant and crown beneath the bust of the monarch. Like all monopolies, the RAC's operations ultimately proved to be inefficient, especially for the slave traders and merchants forced to pay monopoly prices. Sugar planters in the Caribbean complained to Parliament in 1692 that this company, having had the monopoly of Negroes and consequently selling them at excessive rates, hath cramped and crippled the plantations in a grievous manner. It hath sucked the marrow out of their bones. Under pressure from sugar planters in the colonies and slave merchants in England, Parliament opened the West African trade in 1698 to any merchant willing to pay a 10% duty ad valorem upon all goods and merchandise exported to Africa. The next year, the Liverpool merchant departed Liverpool's docks as the first recorded triangle voyage from the city. The RAC's trading monopoly was gradually eroded as 10%ers from Liverpool, London, and Bristol became a more frequent presence on the Gold Coast. The RAC also suffered from increased competition from the Dutch, who had ascended to a dominant position on the Gold Coast by the early 1700s. Increased competition led to the inevitable confrontation, so the RAC and the Dutch West India Company attempted to smooth relations by signing Articles of Agreement on May 27, 1707. The articles stipulated that the two companies would conduct their slave trading operations on the coast in a spirit of friendship and union. The RAC's greatest enemies, however, remained at home. In 1712, Liverpool slave merchants successfully persuaded Parliament to open the Africa trade to all traders without restrictions. Free traders made for Africa in increasing numbers, leading one RAC governor to lament in 1715, "The English interlopers continue to infest the coast. Halamabwe is seldom without 5 or 6 of them." Despite the RAC's complaints, privatization and free markets promised more efficient trade, and the number of British ships crossing the Atlantic more than doubled from 1700 to 1750. The RAC ceased operations in 1750 and was replaced by the Company of Merchants Trading to Africa. The CMTA was a chartered holding company managed by the African Committee, which consisted of 9 slave merchants, 3 each from London, Bristol, and Liverpool. The CMTA received an annual grant from the British government of £15,000 to £20,000 to subsidise the costs of maintaining the castles, forts, and staff on the Gold Coast. The British taxpayer thereby became a stakeholder in the nation's slave trade, and any merchant who paid an annual fee of £2 to the CMTA could sail to Africa to trade in slaves. The CMTA was, in essence, a club for slave traders. By the time the William dropped anchor at the Cape Coast Roads on January 14, 1781, it was the CMTA's turn to struggle. Many slave captains from England chose to barter directly with African slave dealers to obtain better prices, reducing revenues for the CMTA, while expenses continued to increase. The forts were crumbling, hostilities with the Dutch were escalating, and contrary to CMTA policy, the second-ranking governor on the Gold Coast was dealing in slaves for personal profit. The tensions had reached a breaking point just a few weeks before the William arrived. Like most visitors arriving at the main gate of Cape Coast Castle, Richard Henley and Luke Collingwood were greeted by armed gentlemen of the garrison, as they were led to an arched entryway into the main courtyard to await Governor John Roberts. The castle slaves were already busy at work. Popra women were sweeping sand off the Turkish carpets that adorned the courtyard. Some slaves helped in the cookroom and pantry, while others cut wood, repaired the lime kiln, cleaned the hall, gentlemen's apartments, offices, battlements, or carried stone and water to the bricklayers. Unlike the slaves on Guinea ships, who were only identified by number and gender, the castle slaves had names and were paid small sums of rum and tobacco for their work. The castle slaves lived in clay homes in an adjacent fishing village, which had a population of about 8,000 people. They entered through the main gate each morning for work and returned after sunset when the gate was closed for the night. Some of the residents also tended a fruit garden outside the castle walls where oranges, lemons, limes, pineapples, bananas, and mangoes were grown. Visiting captains purchased a mush made from the fruits to help their crews and slaves avoid scurvy during the long passage across the Atlantic. The British expanded Cape Coast Castle several times during the 1700s. In its final form, the castle consisted of a central spine with a triangular structure to the west and a polygonal structure to the east. The triangular side held the soldiers' barracks and armory, which was fully stocked with an array of firearms and swords. The polygonal side was about twice the size of the triangle and consisted of three-story buildings erected around the main courtyard. There was a large cistern excavated beneath the courtyard, which was used to store rain gathered during the wet season. Collecting as much rainwater as possible was crucial to keep the castle functioning during the blistering dry months. The ground level on the polygonal side of the castle held storerooms for tradable goods and food supplies. The second level had quarters for staff, including carpenters, accountants, blacksmiths, gunners, coopers, and writers. There was also a chapel in the second level where the British attended sermons every Sunday morning. Officers lived on the third level, in quarters that were very large and well built of brick. The third level also included a large palaver hall, from the Portuguese palavra, in which disagreements between the British and the natives were hashed out. The governor's quarters were situated on a small fourth level that faced the ocean with a semicircular facade. Tall windows on all sides provided a commanding view of the roads and a constant flow of air. The sea breeze commences about 9 or 10 in the forenoon, but one British governor, and declines at 6 in the evening. It ceases about 8 or 10 and is succeeded by the land wind, which blows until 6 or 8 in the morning. The British also built a slave dungeon beneath Cape Coast Castle that was capable of imprisoning more than 1,000 Africans at a time. There was only one extant biographical account of the slave dungeon at Cape Coast Castle, written by a former slave, Otoba Cugoano. Cugoano was born in 1757 in the village of Ajimaco today, about 40 miles northeast of Cape Coast. Around the age of 13, he was kidnapped and betrayed by some of my own complexion, marched to the coast with many miserable countrymen chained 2 by 2, some handcuffed and some with their hands tied behind. He was then sold to the Brafau, white-faced people, for a gun, a piece of cloth, and some lead. A disconsolate Cugoano was soon conducted to a prison in Cape Coast Castle, where he heard the groans and cries of many and saw some of my fellow captives. But when a vessel arrived to conduct us away to the ship, it was a most horrible scene. There was nothing to be heard but rattling of chains, smacking of whips, and groans and cries of our fellow men. Some would not stir from the ground when they were lashed and beat in the most horrible manner. We were taken in the ship that came for us to another that was ready to sail from Cape Coast. Cugoano crossed the Atlantic in a slave ship bound for Grenada that was so dreadful that he felt death was more preferable than life. The ship was probably the London-based Africa, as it was the only vessel recorded between the years 1769 and 1780 that acquired slaves at Cape Coast Castle and disembarked them in Grenada. 65 of the 352 slaves died during the crossing, 18.5% mortality rate. Cugoano landed in Grenada and worked in a state of horror and slavery for 2 years, after which he was brought to England in 1772 by a new owner. He was subsequently baptized, renamed John Stewart, and granted his freedom. He worked as a house servant for a husband and wife who painted portraits for London's high society. During the late 18th century, he became an important voice in the British movement to abolish the slave trade, and he had plenty to say about the events that were soon to unfold on the Zorg. The slave dungeon at Cape Coast Castle, where Cugoano was held captive, was divided into different compartments for men and women. Children, like Cugoano, were kept with the women. In a poignant juxtaposition of heaven and hell, the entrance to the men's slave dungeon was located at the northwest corner of the courtyard, directly below the chapel. A low, arched entry gate opened to a downward-sloping tunnel into a subterranean cavern. The dungeon for men consisted of several chambers, one with a high ceiling about 18 feet tall, under the forwardmost bastion of the castle, and the others with lower ceilings about 10 feet tall. Each chamber had only one ventilation shaft, which was also used to drop food and water to the slaves. The men were chained to ring bolts lodged in the stone floor. They ate, slept, defecated, and urinated in the chambers. A narrow groove carved into the center of each cell was supposed to siphon away urine and fecal matter down a slight decline, but they were easily clogged, and the rank prison was perpetually covered in a sludge of sewage. A tunnel under the southeast battery led to a smaller dungeon for women and children. It, too, had only a few ventilation shafts for light, food, and water. The governor of the castle picked women at liberty to rape. If they resisted too aggressively, they were locked inside a small cell with no light save a few peepholes for ventilation, without food or water, until they submitted. Other officials had their pick as well. At the nearby Dutch castle of Elmina, women were displayed for the governor in a courtyard. After he made his selection, the woman or girl was washed with well water and brought up a staircase through a trap door and into his quarters. If she resisted, she was shackled to cannonballs in the courtyard without food or water until she relented or died. Most Europeans also took wenches from local villages, with whom they fathered countless children. Slaves who fought back or were otherwise deemed too troublesome were locked in the condemned cell at Cape Coast Castle. It was a small room on the ground level without ventilation or light. The slaves were not given food or water and eventually died. The British displayed the corpses to the other slaves as an example of the consequences of resistance, after which the bodies were thrown into the ocean for the sharks. The only other way Africans departed the Cape Coast dungeons was when slave ship captains and their surgeons, like Henley and Collingwood, purchased them. Governor John Roberts came down the stairs from his quarters wearing a fresh set of trousers and shirt that had been laundered by the castle's slaves. He was in his early 60s and had been a lifelong servant to the British slave trade. He began his career on the Gold Coast under the Royal African Company in the 1740s. RAC records show that he was appointed chief of Dixcove Fort in the year 1745. Roberts subsequently served as the last governor of Cape Coast Castle under the RAC in 1750. Now, 3 decades later, he was back in Africa, sent to be governor of Cape Coast Castle by the CMTA. Roberts was a slave trade traditionalist who believed the Africa trade is of much more consequence to Great Britain than the trade to the East Indies, India. Roberts also felt that the previous system of monopoly control under the RAC was in the best interests of the empire. Over the decades, he had accrued an encyclopedic knowledge of the Atlantic slave trade and authored extensive documents on the subject. He was methodical and detail-oriented, often composing 20-page letters to the African Committee of the CMTA with updates that covered everything from palabbers with local tribes and itemizations of castle repairs to political observations on native affairs. Roberts led Henley and Collingwood into a shaded hall to discuss the situation on the coast. Hostilities with the Dutch had hampered slave trading activity for a few months. None of the men knew at the time that the two countries were already at war, as it would take a few more weeks for the news to reach Africa. As a result of the tensions with the Dutch, Governor Roberts had been more focused on preparing for armed conflict with his neighbors at Elmina than on slave trading. Gunpowder was being stockpiled and tradable goods were being used to pay dashis, bribes, to the native population to shore up support in case hostilities erupted. Although the precise dates and numbers of the slaves that Hanley and Collingwood purchased for the William are not known, in the aggregate, they loaded 382 slaves into the ship between its arrival in the Cape Coast roads on January 14, 1781, and its departure for Jamaica on March 19, 1781. Procuring almost 400 slaves in roughly 2 months represented a brisk pace of acquisition, as most slave ships spent about twice that amount of time purchasing the same number of slaves on the Gold Coast. It would be reasonable to assume, therefore, that Hanley and Collingwood purchased slaves at almost every stop they made, including their first visit to Cape Coast Castle. To begin, Governor Roberts would have sent a few soldiers to fetch a collection of men, women, and children from the dungeon. The naked Africans would be washed with seawater to remove the sludge of sewage from their skin. The soldiers then brought the cleaned slaves to the courtyard for Luke Collingwood to assess. As the surgeon, Alexander Falconbridge, described the process, Collingwood would minutely inspect their persons and inquire into the state of their health. If they are afflicted with any infirmity, or are deformed, or have bad eyes or teeth, if they are lame or weak in the joints, or distorted in the back, or of a slender make, or are narrow of chest, in short, if they have been or are afflicted in any manner, so as to render them incapable of much labor. Next, Collingwood would have opened each African's mouth to examine their teeth and tongues. He would press lymph nodes in the necks and underarms to check for infections. He would scrutinize genitalia for venereal diseases. He would make the slave jump to gauge their strength, and he would make them cough to listen for respiratory infections. Finally, he would inspect their hair for lice. The slaves Collingwood selected would be branded with an iron that Captain Hanley brought to shore whenever he bartered for slaves. As the irons were heated in burning coals, soldiers would hold the slave in place and apply candle wax or palm oil to their skin where the brand would be placed, usually the shoulder, thigh, or stomach. The red-hot irons were then pressed into the slave's skin, searing the flesh. Over the coming days, the flesh would swell and form the shape of Hanley's brand. It would not have been the first time that most of the Africans in the Cape Coast dungeons had been branded, as many were previously marked with the initials of the slave dealers who had brought them from the hinterlands to the coast to be purchased by Europeans. Branding was just one of the many tortures Africans endured during journeys that may have begun months earlier and hundreds of miles away. 5. Coffle. I believe the bulk of them are brought from far, noted Captain John Newton. I've reason to think that some travel more than 1,000 miles before they reach the sea coast. Another British captain wrote in his logbook, received on board 5 men slaves who traveled upwards of 1,000 miles out of the interior part of the country. According to a Royal Navy officer who spent time in Africa, the slaves who traveled such enormous distances from the hinterlands typically began their journeys in the hands of those who professed the Mohammedan religion. In the officer's experience, the Arab slave dealers from across the Sahel were perpetually at war with the surrounding nations who refused to embrace their religious doctrines, and that the prisoners made in these religious wars furnish a great part of the slaves which are sold to Europeans. After acquiring their slaves, Arab slave dealers typically brought them to markets that bordered modern-day Ghana and Burkina Faso. 2 18th-century physicians with experience in Africa noted that fairs were held in these markets, generally every 6 weeks, during which time several thousands are frequently exposed to sale. When it came to price, the value of a slave in the eye of the African purchaser increases in proportion to his distance from his native kingdom, the logic being that the greater the distance from home, the less likely the slave was to try to escape. Slave markets in the remote village of Bogatanga, in the northeast region of modern-day Ghana, served as a junction point for trade between Arab slave traders from the deeper regions of the Sahel and Hausa slave traders who traveled toward coastal areas. For centuries, Bogatanga was a vital crossroads for trade at the southern terminus of the trans-Saharan trade route. From Bogatanga, millions of slaves were taken in one of 3 directions: north across the Sahara to Arab slave markets in Morocco and Algeria, west to the coastal region of Senegambia, modern-day Senegal and the Gambia, and 470 miles south to the Gold Coast. Slaves heading south from Bogatanga to the Gold Coast were marched in coffles, or caravans, by the Hausa slave dealers. Each coffle was led by a Madugu, commander, and might include more than 100 slaves. In the first published account of an American's voyage to Africa in 1797, the author describes how the slaves in coffles were restrained with a wicker bandage round the neck that was used to fasten them to poles in rows, 4 feet apart. In addition, the arms of each slave were pinioned by a bandage above the elbow, so that they had sufficient room to feed but not to loose themselves or commit any violence. The only European who marched for an extended period with a coffle noted that the Africans were all of them prisoners of war, and that they were restrained by putting the right leg of one and the left of another into the same pair of fetters. He further observed that every 4 slaves are likewise fastened together by the necks with a strong rope of twisted thongs, and in the night an additional pair of fetters is put on their hands, and sometimes a light iron chain passed round their necks. The slaves were forced to march in this condition 8 to 10 hours a day in the intense heat. They were provided just enough food and water to survive. They slept in the open air, exposed to insects, wild animals, and the elements. Those who became injured or too weak to march were left on the side of the route to die. About 170 miles south of Bogatanga, a distance that took up to 2 months to cover by foot over unforgiving terrain, the slave caravans reached the largest slave market in northern Ghana, the dusty village of Salaga. Of the hundreds of thousands of unknown slaves traded in Salaga, a few, perhaps more, would have ended up on board the Zorg. Might one of them have been the single male African on the ship about whom a crucial detail is known? It is impossible to know for certain, but it is not unreasonable to imagine that one of the slaves trafficked from Salaga might have been he. Like Sia, he deserves a name. For the purpose of this narrative, I will call him Kojo, or Monday-born. To increase the chances of sale, the Hausa slave dealers would have washed Kojo in a pond in Salaga called Wonkenbawa, the bathing place of slaves. Afterward, they covered Kojo in shea butter and tied him with a rope to the trunk of a large baobab tree that grew in the center of the village. Kojo and the other slaves would be forced to sit in the dirt next to the tree for days, perhaps weeks, waiting to be purchased. Those who died while waiting were buried just outside the village in a mass grave. During the late 18th century, the slaves who were purchased in Salaga fetched a price between £1 and £2, $300 to $600 today, paid in cowrie shells and kola nuts. If Kojo ended up on the Zorg, he likely would have been purchased by traders belonging to the powerful Ashanti or Ashanti Empire. No kingdom of Western Africa, wrote one Liverpool captain, seems to have attained a higher degree of power and civilization than that of Ashanti. The Ashanti were a militaristic federation that rose to power in central Ghana beginning in 1680. Their king, the Asantehene, sat on the Sikadwa, a golden stool. Legend has it that the stool was summoned from the sky by a high priest who thrust an immovable sword into the ground where the Ashanti should build their empire. That site became the Ashanti stronghold of Kumasi in Ghana, and the sword can still be seen in the heart of the city today. The Ashanti built an imposing army of more than 80,000 well-armed soldiers by trading slaves for weapons with Europeans. The Ashanti used the rifles, muskets, pistols, and gunpowder they obtained from Europeans to conquer smaller tribes. The young and healthy from these tribes were sold off as slaves in exchange for prized European goods. To defend themselves, the smaller tribes also began trading slaves for weapons with Europeans, leading to a vicious cycle of wars fueled by the slave trade. I judge the principal source of the slave trade is the wars which prevail among the natives, observed John Newton. The English and other Europeans have been charged with fomenting them. I verily believe that the far greater part the wars in Africa would cease if the Europeans would cease to tempt them by offering goods for slaves. From Salaga, the Ashanti slave traders would have marched Kojo in a coffle of 40 or 50 slaves about 150 miles southwest to their stronghold in Kumasi. It would have taken up to 2 months to complete the grueling journey. Women menstruated as they marched, and many were raped. Countless slaves died along the way. Some collapsed and others were killed by lions and venomous snakes. The neighboring soil grows rich in the decaying remains of so many of their fellow creatures, but an American naval commodore and the tracks are thick strewn with their bones. During the rainy season from May to July, the slaves trekked through the mud and slop, assailed by swarms of mosquitoes and other pests. Most of the slaves had no idea where they were going or what ordeals awaited them. They knew only that they had to put one foot in front of the other to stay alive. A few slaves, like Kojo, were observant enough to pick up a few words of the language their captors spoke. Kojo may have pieced together enough to determine that they were destined for the Beak Water, which none of them had ever seen. Arriving in the bustling Ashanti capital of Kumasi, the slaves were taken to a central marketplace not far from the royal palace. With a population in the tens of thousands, Kumasi was probably the largest collection of human beings any of the slaves had ever seen. Traders in the marketplace bartered for cattle, pigs, sheep, and humans, with tradable goods they had acquired from Europeans along the coast. Some of the slaves who arrived in Kumasi in Kojo's group would have been sold to Ashanti royalty. Others were taken to be sold in neighboring tribal areas, and the remainder were taken south to the coast, where Europeans awaited in their castles, forts, and ships. Kojo's journey to the coast would have continued south from Kumasi in another coffle. Having been on the march for about 6 months since Salaga, Kojo would have lost a significant amount of weight. His shoulders would ache from the yoke around his neck, his head would be pounding, and his feet would be covered in blisters and sores. Although the slaves passed through vast fields of rice and corn on their way to the coast, they were not allowed to satiate their gnawing hunger. When the rainy season finally ended, the scourge of mosquitoes gave way to scorching heat under the relentless sun. One by one, more slaves dropped to the ground. They were cut loose and left to die where they lay, their last image being that of a vulture closing in. About a month later, the coffle would have reached the final slave market of the trek at Asin Maso, roughly 40 miles north of Cape Coast. Kojo and the other Africans were led to a forested area where they were washed in a shallow river speckled in gold dust. Their skin was scrubbed with bamboo leaves and sand. Their overgrown hair was cut, and they were slathered in palm oil. After they were cleaned and oiled, Kojo and the surviving slaves were led from the river down a narrow path to towering bamboo shoots and wild pineapple trees. They soon arrived at a small field where Fante slave traders awaited. The Fantes were originally an inland people and governed by the kings of Ashanti, explained one British governor on the coast. They, however, rebelled against the Ashanti government and fled towards the sea. Europeans described the Fante as sturdy, animated, laborious, and full of courage, and a people exceedingly intelligent and tenacious in their rights. The Fante were easy to identify through small scarifications on the upper part of the cheekbones and on the back of the neck. After breaking away from the Ashanti, the Fante established a coastal confederation along the Gold Coast, with a center of power in the town of Anamabu. In addition to acting as middlemen between the Ashanti slave dealers and the Europeans, the Fante sold their own people as slaves. The most common method they used to sell slaves was called panyaring. A British official described the system: if a person became involved in debt and was, either from the want of ability or from whatever motive, dilatory in the discharge of it, the creditor was at liberty to seize and confine, or, according to their phrase, panyar, any person or persons belonging to the said family. The seized person was then sold as a slave to Europeans. Given the reputation of the Fante for being bold and resolute, Alexander Falconbridge commented that Europeans were reluctant to buy them as slaves, as insurrections happened more frequently among them when on shipboard than amongst the Negroes of any other part of the coast. The courageous nature of the Fante did, however, make them a critical buffer for Europeans against the Ashanti. At any time during the 18th century, the Ashanti could have overwhelmed the 1,000 or so Europeans living on the Gold Coast, but for the presence of the Fante, and the taste their rulers had developed for European goods. Kojo and the other slave the Ashanti had marched from Salaga to Kumasi to Asin Manso were presented for sale in a grassy field surrounded by dense forest. Potus monkeys howled from the canopy as the slave traders struck their deals. The Fante paid in gold dust worth around 5 or 6 pounds. $1,500 to $1,800 today, for each slave, representing a 3- to 5-fold increase in price from Salaga. After finalizing their trades, the Fante would have marched Kojo and the other slaves they purchased south from Asin Manso to the coast. It would have taken a few days, perhaps a week at most, for the Fante-led coffle to reach Anamabu. About 1/3 of the slaves who started in Salaga did not survive the trek. For those who did, the punishing land journey would prove to be the least of their miseries. It would soon be forced to endure months of misery in a putrid slave dungeon, several more months in the hellish slavehold of a Guinea ship, and brutal slavery on a sugar plantation in the Caribbean, assuming they survived that long. Once the Fante traders reached the town of Anamabu, they would have led Kojo and the other slaves toward the British fort at the coast. Anamabu was the only British fortification on the Gold Coast that had a slave auction room, which made it the most active slave trading center in the region. The whitewashed fort was square-shaped, with diamond-shaped bastions at each corner. The fortification was set back about 50 feet from the high-water mark. It was a narrow beach on the eastern side of the fort for launching canoes, and the remainder of the shoreline was protected by rocky outcrops. British soldiers would have greeted the Fante traders at the arched entry gate on the west-facing side of the fort, after which they led the traders and their slaves to an arched passage into the main courtyard, which was about 100 feet across. Rooms on the ground level were used to store goods and provisions. The entrance to the slave auction room was at the northern end of the courtyard, and the door to the slave dungeon was at the southern end. Stairs led to a second level that held staff quarters to the west and soldiers' quarters to the east. Large windows with blue-painted shutters helped ventilate the apartments. The fort had a single third level on the eastern side, in which the governor resided. His quarters had high ceilings, windows in all directions, and contained 4 rooms in succession: a drawing room, a dining room, a bedroom, and a toilet. A sentry was posted day and night inside a small, stone-shaped rectangle about the size of a human, facing the front entrance of the quarters. The governor also had a separate kitchen behind his residence. Cannons atop the ocean-facing curtain wall pointed to the Anamabu roads, where upward of a dozen Guinea ships could be anchored at any time. Like Cape Coast Castle, the fort had rifle holes atop the perimeter walls for defense. The governor of the fort at the time, Robert Stubbs, would have come down from his quarters to receive the Fante traders. Stubbs was vice president of the Council of British Governors on the Gold Coast and second in rank to Governor John Roberts. In contravention of the policies of the CMTA, the 53-year-old Stubbs had been dealing in slaves for personal profit since he arrived at the fort in a 13-hand canoe on the morning of Saturday, April 1st, 1780. Because the slave trade on the Gold Coast was carried on by means of gold dust, Stubbs had accumulated a substantial amount of gold that he kept locked in a desk in his quarters. As white-breasted hawks circled above, Governor Stubbs carefully inspected the slaves that the Fante dealers had brought for sale. Stubbs paid between £10 and £12, $3,000 to $3,600 today, in tradable goods for each adult slave he wanted, and £6 or £7, $1,800 to $2,100 today, for the children. His intention was to auction the adults for £15 to £17, $4,500 to $5,100 today, worth of gold dust to British captains, retaining the margin for himself. Most governors entered their slave trading transactions in account books held at the forts. An entry from the account book at Anamabu, dated July 28, 1777, read, "Bartered for 2 men, 4 women, and a boy at woman's price," followed by an itemization of the goods offered and their value, including 3 seis, 9 rommels, 7 cellos, 33 unkers, a brandy or rum, 5 iron bars, 2 rolls of tobacco, and so on. The total price paid for the transaction was £59.5, $17,500 today. No account books with slave barters survive from the time that Robert Stubbs was governor of Anamabu, as he almost entirely dealt in slaves for personal profit. Guinea ship captains who came to Anamabu to buy slaves paid with gold dust that they obtained from the natives by bartering the goods they transported from Europe. On the other side of the Atlantic, the captains would sell the slaves on Caribbean islands for about 2 to 4 times the price they paid in Africa, depending on the season and overall health of the slaves. From the Sahel to the Americas, each trader in the chain siphoned profit out of each African's journey into slavery. Like Cape Coast Castle, the Fort at Anamabu had separate chambers in the dungeon for women and men. The women slaves purchased by Governor Stubbs would be locked inside a room that was about 30 feet long with a 12-foot arched ceiling and a single ventilation shaft. More than 200 women languished in the cramped chamber, eating, sleeping, urinating, defecating, and menstruating on the floor. Children were kept in this area as well. Kojo and the other adult men that Stubbs may have purchased were led to the women's chamber to a wooden door that opened to the men's chamber. The room was slightly larger, with upward of 300 men shackled to ring bolts in the ground. The men's compartment also had only one ventilation shaft. A short walk down a narrow corridor from the slave dungeon led to the condemned cell at Anamabu, where troublesome Africans were sent to die. After conducting his business with the Fonte traders, Governor Stubbs returned to his quarters for a typical lunch of roasted chicken with rice and fresh pineapple, while the slaves ate a fetid mush from buckets lowered down the ventilation shaft. Stubbs had been holed up in the fort for months, refusing to attend council meetings at Cape Coast Castle or engage in any of his duties as governor of the fort. Tensions with Governor Roberts had reached a boiling point right around the time the William dropped anchor in the Cape Coast roads. Almost entirely by chance, Robert Stubbs would end up being one of only two people, along with James Kelsall, to offer testimony about the events that were about to unfold on the Zorg, which was then on its way to the Gold Coast as a prize of Captain Llewellyn's. The improbable sequence of events that led Stubbs to the Zorg began 1 year earlier on another ship, which also happened to be captained by William Llewellyn. 6. A wicked and treacherous character. On March 12, 1779, John Roberts and Robert Stubbs were signatories to a plan to put the African forts under the direction of the Lords of Trade. The bold proposal, which was co-signed by a handful of other officials, entailed replacing the chimerical scheme of the CMTA with a new company funded with a large capital trading stock of £300,000, $90 million today, for properly supporting the British forts and rights in Africa. The joint stock company would initially receive an exclusive charter and right of trading from the port of Salé to Cape Mount for 30 years, with prohibition to all others, His Majesty's subjects, to trade to the same, under such restrictions and penalties as may be judged proper for the preservation of that trade. The territory to be assigned at the outset to the new company covered the western shoulder of Africa from Morocco to the Windward Coast. The ambition of the signatories was to demonstrate the superior performance of a new, well-capitalized monopoly trading company as an argument for wresting control of the prized Gold Coast from the CMTA. A parliamentary bill could subsequently be introduced to deprive the company of merchants trading in Africa of all direction and management whatsoever of the forts upon the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast forts would instead be managed by the new monopoly company under the direction of the Lords of Trade and Plantations, which oversaw all matters relating to colonial affairs. John Roberts was the primary architect of the plan. He was a monopolist at heart, and the plan was a decisive rejection of the free market system of the CMTA. Roberts identified the unfettered tactics of free trading slave ship captains as the primary cause of the Royal African Company's failure on the Gold Coast. The first beginning of the decay of that trade was occasioned by the separate traders supporting and encouraging the Negroes in their disobedience to the governors of the fort's authority and command by telling them the company were broke, so that the Negroes disregarded the treaties, agreements, and regulations made between the company's servants. Competition between Guinea captains for slaves led to increased prices on the coast, which in turn led to elevated prices for planters in the colonies that exceeded their power of paying for them. To make matters worse, Roberts noted that many of the governors on the coast used company goods to trade with independent traders to raise their own fortunes at the expense of the public and in as short a time as possible. The latest accusations of financial impropriety had been levied against Richard Miles, the governor of Cape Coast Castle at the time the plan was submitted. The allegations of self-dealing in slaves and misappropriated funds were severe enough that the African Committee of the CMTA suspended Miles from duty on August 5, 1779. The lords of trade and plantations were also sufficiently disconcerted by the alleged malfeasance that they took the unusual step of nominating the officials who would replace Governor Miles and his vice president at Anamabu while conducting a thorough audit of their accounts. The two men appointed by the Lords of Trade happened to be signatories to the monopolistic plan submitted to them a few months earlier to place the Africa trade more completely under their control. John Roberts and Robert Stubbs. The CMTA's budget was under the purview of the Lords of Trade, so they had little choice but to accept the nominations, although the committee was not aware that Roberts and Stubbs were playing double agents for the Lords of Trade. In the end, it would not matter. John Roberts and Robert Stubbs departed for Africa on the storeship Gascoigne. On November 10, 1779, the ship was bringing much-needed supplies to restock the fortifications on the Gold Coast, including weapons for defense and tradable goods to pay staff salaries, barter for slaves, and pay rent to local rulers for the land occupied by Cape Coast Castle and the other British forts. The two men were joined by other officials who would also be taking posts in Africa. The Gascoigne was helmed by William Llewellyn, the same captain who would take the Alert to capture Dutch prizes the following year, including the Zorg. Curiously, Robert Stubbs decided to bring his 12-year-old son, George, to Africa with him. It was a puzzling decision, as the dangerous coast of Africa was no place for a child. There are no records of any other governors appointed by the Company of Merchants trading to Africa, or the Royal African Company before them, bringing such a young child to the Gold Coast. Why would Stubbs bring a 12-year-old to face the harsh conditions in Africa? His motivations became clear soon after he assumed his post. He appointed George to be one of the writers at Anamabu, which entitled him to an annual salary of £80, $24,000 today. Robert Stubbs almost certainly kept this money for himself. Governor Roberts was perturbed by Stubbs' decision and lamented to the committee that a boy of 12 years of age is more fit to be at school than in your service. When the committee learned that Robert Stubbs had brought his 12-year-old son to work at Anamabu, they ordered that in future no person be admitted into the service under 15 years of age. Putting his child at risk of disease and death for the sake of £80 reveals something important about Robert Stubbs. He pursued money at almost any cost. In fact, Stubbs left behind a trail of shady dealings that would reach an apex during his time as governor of Anamabu Fort. The decisions he made as governor would lead him on an intercept course with the crew of the William and, ultimately, into the heart of the most pivotal moments of the Zorg's journey. Understanding the truth of what happened on board the Zorg means understanding as much as possible about Robert Stubbs. Robert Stubbs was born in London on October 1, 1727, to William and Susanna Stubbs of Caryard in Moor Lane. His father's occupation was listed as a silk stocking weaver on his birth registry. Not much is known of his childhood, but Stubbs would eventually chart his career as a mariner and slave dealer. The earliest record of Stubbs's service on a ship is 1755, as the first mate on a 120-ton slaver, the Black Joke. The voyage did not go well, and Stubbs ended up abandoning the ship on the Gold Coast in April 1755. He spent at least a month in Africa, during which time he likely forged his first relationships with CMTA governors and slave traders. Stubbs was later deposed during litigation, Barton versus Cooper, between the captain of the Black Joke and its owner. Although several crew members testified in favor of the captain, Robert Stubbs aligned himself with the owner, stating that the captain did not make use of such opportunities for the benefit and advantage of the owner of the ship and cargo, but let such opportunities slip by, and what trade he did carry on was chiefly for his own benefit. The same accusations of dealing in slaves for personal benefit would one day be made against Stubbs. Following this first Guinea voyage, Stubbs paid the £2 annual fee to the CMTA, permitting him to engage in slave trading in Africa. He was subsequently hired as captain of the Black Joke in 1756, perhaps as a reward for supporting the owner during the litigation. Stubbs sailed to Africa, acquired 230 slaves, and was on his way to Barbados when the ship was seized by a French squadron. Stubbs next captained the slaver to Virginia in 1758, followed by a third slave ship in 1760. On June 16, 1760, Stubbs wrote, I had the misfortune to be taken by a French privateer. Perhaps the French had it in for Stubbs, or perhaps he was simply an unskilled captain, as they captured him a third time on his fourth command in 1761. Stubbs captained one more slaver in 1764, which arrived with its cargo in St. Kitts. From 1765 onward, Stubbs no longer served as a captain on slave ships. His high rate of capture likely played a role in the reluctance of owners to hire him. Stubbs shifted instead to a career as a ship's broker at St. Saviour's Dock in London, in which he solicited goods to be transported on merchant ships. Stubbs also started investing in slave ships, including two voyages in 1765 and 1766 that transported slaves from Bonny to the Caribbean. He also invested in the 1770 voyage that transported slaves from Senegal to St. Louis. Stubbs continued hustling as a ship's broker for several years, albeit with mixed results, as he was forced to file for bankruptcy on August 29, 1771. He got married and had 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. It is not clear how he met John Roberts and came to co-sign the plan submitted to the Lords of Trade in March 1779, but the two men likely crossed paths during the many years Stubbs spent as a slave ship captain and CMTA subscriber. It is also possible that they met when Stubbs abandoned the Black Joke on the Gold Coast in 1755, as Roberts had been working on the Gold Coast since the 1740s. Following his time as a slave ship investor and ship's broker, Stubbs eyed a career on the Gold Coast. He first applied to the CMTA for a position on August 20, 1779. Being a governor on the Gold Coast was probably Stubbs' dream job, as it would put him in the perfect position to profit from the trade in Africans, without having to undertake the risks of commanding ships across the Atlantic. Robert Stubbs's dream came true when he was appointed to be the governor of the top British slave-trading fort at Anamambu. When Stubbs boarded the Gascoigne with John Roberts on November 10, 1779, they were poised to become the two most powerful CMTA officials in Africa. The CMTA was facing numerous headwinds, including financial struggles caused by competition from free traders, a reduction in trade during the war years with America, heightened competition with the Dutch, and internal accusations of financial malfeasance. John Roberts and Robert Stubbs were tasked with getting the CMTA's operations back on track. Nothing went according to plan. From the moment the Gascoigne departed England, Captain Llewellyn reported vexation often arising between me and my passengers, occasioned by malicious information and other base insinuations, all of which was spread by Robert Stubbs. Stubbs directed much of his ire toward one of his fellow CMTA officials, Stuart Beard. He accused Beard of destroying the ship's stores and of hurting his son by tying his legs together. Llewellyn investigated the accusations and concluded them to be false and ill-grounded. Stubbs then accused Beard of being a pimp at a bawdy house, and that he and John Roberts were highway robbers. To top it off, Stubbs accused Roberts of trying to breed a mutiny, which Llewellyn also found to be an ill-designed falsehood. The bickering, discord, and wild accusations led Captain Llewellyn to describe Stubbs as a wicked and treacherous character. Another official in the Gascoigne said Stubbs was inclined towards malice and wicked enough to say what he cannot justify. After a tumultuous journey, CMTA records show that the Gascoigne came to anchor in Cape Coast Road at 6 p.m. on Friday, March 24th, 1780. The Gascoigne saluted the fort with 15 guns and received a return salute. The next morning, John Roberts, Robert Stubbs, Stuart Beard, and other passengers on the store ship took 3 large canoes to shore and landed at 10 a.m. at Cape Coast Castle, where they were met by Governor Richard Miles. Even though they arrived in a state of acrimony, Roberts, Stubbs, and Beard signed a letter informing the CMTA leadership of their landing, "With all your servants well," and reassurances that harmony subsists since our arrival among all ranks in your service at this castle. On April 1st, 1780, Robert Stubbs took command of the fort at Anamambu. He participated in the first few council meetings at Cape Coast Castle on April 7th, April 26th, and May 6th. But the enmity that began on the Gascoigne between Stubbs and his fellow governors continued in Africa. Stubbs accused his second-in-command at Anamambu of stealing company goods, after which he kicked him and his wench out of the fort. Stubbs then promoted his son, George, to be the new number 2 at Anamabu, which came with a pay raise to £200, $60,000 today, a year. As the discord escalated, Stubbs refused to attend council meetings at Cape Coast, often citing vomiting and purging or a cough and sore throat. Officials complained that he was neglecting his duties and was using the public supplies issued to him for the support of Anamabu Fort to trade in slaves with ship captains for personal benefit. They also complained that he was unfit to serve as a governor because he struggled to read and write. So notorious was Stubbs's poor literacy that pages from a letter he wrote were hawked about the castle as curiosities. In addition to angering his fellow governors, Stubbs antagonized the Fonte in Anamabu because he did not treat the Kabakiers well. Kabakiers were the diplomatic representatives of the Fonte king, and respectful relations with them were vital toward maintaining British operations on the coast. Stubbs also breached important protocols with the Fonte people. The fort had a long-standing tradition of providing alcohol to the townspeople each Sunday, but on June 18, 1780, Stubbs decided to withhold the customary Sunday's liquor. In response, the people of Anamabu began a dispute with Mr. Stubbs. They put fetish on the fort gate and armed people to prevent anything from going in or out. The council claimed that Stubbs escalated the matter out of folly and inexperience by making a parade and show of exercising his great guns. The natives, who ludicrously ridicule and detest Stubbs, were not intimidated because they knew their man, his weakness, his poverty, his inability to exert himself. The residents of Anamabu sent messages to the president at Cape Coast Castle that they wished not to have Mr. Stubbs for their chief of the fort, but they would behave with respect to anyone that was sent in his room, even was it a sergeant or a soldier. Governor Roberts managed to resolve the dispute, but the relationship between Stubbs and the other members of the governing council was permanently damaged. We are sorry to have occasion to remark the vice president has not paid the least attention to the public service, wrote the council to the heads of the CMTA, but has pursued such measures as have tended only to his own emolument. One of the British governors declared, "Mr. Stubbs is just as fit to be the chief of Anamabu as I am to be the Pope of Rome." Another official declared that Stubbs was a bankrupt scoundrel. Stubbs made perhaps his gravest error on October 20, 1780, during a crucial meeting with an emissary of the king of the powerful Ashanti Empire. The British were anxious to maintain amicable relations with the Ashanti, not just to keep the slave trade functioning, but because they were hopelessly outnumbered by the powerful Ashanti army. Delicate negotiations had been advancing between the Ashanti and the council to strengthen trade with the British, and a meeting was set in Anamabu to sign a treaty. As governor of Anamabu Fort, Stubbs was tasked with presiding over the signing. He was joined by fellow governors Stuart Beard and William Field, who set out in hammocks for Anamabu the day before the gathering. The Ashanti king's chief Kabakir, Amune Kuma, arrived around 4 in the afternoon on the day of the ceremony. Attendants held an umbrella over Kuma's head to shade him from the blistering October sun. Most of the townspeople gathered to witness the event. Kuma pledged on behalf of the Ashanti king that every possible means shall be used by us to open the trading paths of the kingdom of Ashanti. In return, the British promised to ensure safety along the coast for Ashanti messengers and to live in peace and good harmony with the Ashanti in the future. After signing the treaty, Stubbs was supposed to present gifts for the Ashanti king on behalf of King George III, including 100 gallons of brandy, several barrels of gunpowder, and a range of India goods. However, Stubbs failed to deliver the presents for the king of Ashanti. When Beard and Field accused him of using the goods instead to purchase slaves, Stubbs engaged in violent and outrageous treatment of them. Amune Kuma left insulted, and the episode severely weakened relations between the British and the Ashanti. John Roberts and his fellow council members had reached their limit. On October 31, 1780, Roberts wrote to inform the leadership of the CMTA that the vice president's conduct has given the council a deal of trouble and taken up much of their time to little purpose. Roberts decried Stubbs's arbitrary and tyrannical behavior and declared that all your servants on the coast are unanimously of opinion he ought to be suspended. Stubbs dispatched a counter-narrative, claiming that during the treaty signing he had been treated in the most insulting manner by Messrs. Beard and Field. He accused Field of sneaking a local woman into the fort and that she and he were together until very near daylight. Stubbs stated that the woman's husband then attacked him and accused him of giving his wife to Mr. Field as a whore. Stubbs denied accusations that he had been stealing company goods and stated that it was in fact Governor Roberts who had stolen upwards of 1,300 pounds of the company's property to his own account. The discord and accusations between the very governors that the African Committee had dispatched to sort out the discord and accusations between the previous set of governors was not well received. At a meeting in London on December 12, 1780, the committee ordered unanimously that John Roberts, Esquire, President of the Council at Cape Coast Castle, and Robert Stubbs, Esquire, Vice President of the Council, be recalled from their present employments in Africa immediately. A new team, headed by Jerome Bernard Woves, was ordered to replace Roberts and Stubbs. It would take more than 2 months for Woves to reach Cape Coast to deliver the orders that the two men had been recalled to England. In the meantime, Roberts and his fellow governors decided to take matters into their own hands. On January 23, 1781, shortly after the William departed the Cape Coast roads for Anamabu to buy more slaves, the governors of the council, other than Robert Stubbs, convened to decide his punishment. Based on Stubbs's repeated acts of injustice and oppression of the officers acting under his command, his unjustifiable contempt of the governor-in-chief and the council's authority, the council decided unanimously to suspend Robert Stubbs, Esquire, from the offices of Vice President of the Council and Governor at Anamabu Fort. The governors moved quickly to implement their decision. Following an account penned by Stubbs, Governors William Field and Patrick Elysott arrived at Anamabu at 5:30 in the morning on January 26, 1781, under the pretense of wanting refreshment. Stubbs served the men breakfast in the main hall, when on a sudden 15 of their canoemen came to the hall door with knives in their hands. Field pointed a pistol at Stubbs and handed him a letter, which informed Stubbs that the council had voted to relieve him of command. According to Stubbs, one of the 15 blackfellows rushed into the hall, violently threw me down on my back, and barbarously, indecently, and cruelly used me, tore my clothes almost off, and exposed me in that manner to a very large number of people, both white and black. Stubbs said that the blacks then dragged him out of the hall down the stairs 24 feet high on my back, carried me in that posture out of the fort, and laid me on the beach below high water mark, and there very indecently exposed me, holding my hands and feet for some time amongst a vast number of black people, both men and women, and pulled and bruised me violently. During the time that Stubbs was on the beach, Field and Elysott secured the fort and took possession of his belongings, including 40 ounces of gold from a locked drawer in the desk in his bedroom. This was the gold that Stubbs had been accumulating by selling slaves since taking his post as governor. It was worth a considerable sum, equal to about $105,000 today. When Stubbs objected to his expulsion from the fort, Elysott put a pistol to his chest and shouted that he would shoot him like a dog. Stubbs was dragged from the beach back into the fort and locked in a room on the ground level. Richard Henley, Luke Collingwood, and a few other crew members from the William happened to arrive at Anamabu that same day, hoping to barter for slaves. When they entered the fort, they saw Stubbs locked in a room near the courtyard. Upstairs, Field and Elysott were gathering Stubbs's journals and account books for evidence. Captain Henley told Stubbs he was very sorry to find him in that situation. Stubbs asked Henley if he could board the William, and Henley agreed. Stubbs returned with the crew of the William to the ship that afternoon. The William was anchored next to 4 other British ships in the Anamabu roads. Stubbs spun his tale of persecution to the officers of the ships, and he found an especially sympathetic ear in Luke Collingwood. Perhaps something in Stubbs's narrative resonated with Collingwood. Perhaps Stubbs promised to Collingwood a share of his gold if he assisted him in securing it. Or perhaps Stubbs simply identified Collingwood as the one most easy to manipulate. It is also possible, albeit remotely, that there was an existing connection between the two men. A captain named James Collingwood commanded the slave ship Enterprise that departed London shortly before Stubbs departed the same port on his first voyage as captain of the Black Joke in 1756. James was related to Luke, perhaps father or uncle. It might have forged a bond between the two men when they encountered each other on the Gold Coast. Whatever the reason, Luke Collingwood became Stubbs's chief ally after they met on January 26, 1781. The next day, at the particular request of Mr. Robert Stubbs, Luke Collingwood took charge of trying to sort out Stubbs's predicament. He led a group of 9 men from the William back to Anamabu to try to persuade Field and Lysott to release all of Stubbs's belongings. Although their request was refused, Collingwood and Stubbs were permitted to take a full inventory of his possessions, which included 19 guns, 1,078 lead bars, 2 pieces of teeth, 3 dozen and 4 bottles liquor, 5 chairs, 3 stools, 2 small mahogany tables, 2 chamber pots, 6 boxes of empty bottles, 1 lock, and an assortment of provisions including tobacco, salt, vinegar, butter, palm oil, beef, cheese, potatoes, rice. In the end, Stubbs was only allowed to take his wearing apparel and 4 personal slaves. Collingwood also conducted interviews with witnesses to the events of January 26th. An affidavit based on these interviews was signed by Collingwood, Hanley, and a few of the other captains anchored in the Anamabu roads. It stated that, by all accounts of both white men and black, and the confession of Messrs. Field and Lysott, that Mr. Stubbs was cruelly used when they took Anamabu fort from him. The witnesses confirmed that Stubbs was dragged out of the fort and dumped on the beach, where the Africans pulled his shirt and breeches almost off and exposed him in a cruel and shameful manner. The captains and Collingwood also made it clear that they were sorry to hear Mr. Stubbs says he has lost 40 ounces of gold out of his desk during the time he was so dragged out of the fort. With nothing but the clothes on his back and 4 personal slaves, Robert Stubbs left Anamabu Fort barely 10 months after starting his post. In a letter to the CMTA dated January 30th, 1781, on board the William, Captain Henley of Liverpool, Stubbs wrote, "I now beg to inform you of my misfortune and utmost distress, which none can redress but you." Stubbs recounted the entire affair, including the fact that upwards of 40 ounces gold had been stolen from his desk and was not to be found. Stubbs pleaded for assistance and declared, "I shall remain on this coast until I have further orders, and remain with due respect, your most obedient and humble servant." When Robert Stubbs fled to the William, he left behind his 12-year-old son, George. In all likelihood, he saw George at the fort the day after his eviction when he returned with Collingwood to take the inventory of his possessions. It is impossible to imagine that they did not exchange words. Either George felt such shame that he could not bear to join his father on the William, or Stubbs was so focused on his gold that he forgot all about his son. It is also possible that Stubbs encouraged George to remain at Anamabu to keep drawing salary and to try to track down his gold. Whatever the case, Robert Stubbs left his child at Anamabu Fort, and he did not mention him even once in any surviving correspondence, until he drafted his last will and testament in 1787. If Robert Stubbs could be so reckless toward his own son's life, what was he capable of when it came to the lives of Africans? The question would soon be answered. 7. Door of No Return. Governor John Roberts woke with the sunrise on February 24, 1781. It had been almost a month since he was rid of Robert Stubbs, and he had finally been able to turn his full attention to repairing the relationship with the Ashanti and managing the day-to-day affairs of the British fortifications on the Gold Coast. He had also been engaged in intense diplomacy with his Dutch counterpart at Elmina Castle. Governor-General Peter Volckmar arrived at Elmina on December 30, 1780. Although Volckmar and Roberts agreed to adhere to a strict neutrality on the coast, their countries were at war, and hostilities were threatening to erupt in Africa. In the event of armed conflict, the British had completed a detailed assessment of Elmina's defenses. The castle was protected by 65 cannons, as well as another 20 cannons at the nearby fort of Santiago. The 2 forts also held about 200 whites and from 1,000 to 1,200 castle slaves who could fend off almost any attack. British officials further concluded that the villagers around Elmina would defend the castle because the Dutch West India Company have at all times a large property, goods, in their forts, which gives them a great advantage over the British settlements by enabling them to maintain a much superior influence among the natives. In short, Governor Roberts was trying his best to avoid war with the Dutch. The intense pace of work was taking a toll. Robert's health was failing, and he hoped to return to England to recover once tensions had settled. Thankfully, the Harmattan winds had shifted, so the air was less hazy and suffocating. After taking in the morning breeze from his quarters, Roberts busied himself with the affairs of the day. Letters were drafted, stores were checked, canoemen were paid, dungeon slaves were fed. There was nothing out of the ordinary until about 5 p.m. Standing atop the southwest curtain wall, Roberts peered toward the horizon and saw 4 sail ships very far in the offing. He could not make out what they were, so he ensured a strict watch was kept until morning. The watch reported that the lights of one of the ships were often seen in the night. At precisely 8 a.m. on February 25th, Roberts ordered the cannons fired, as was the custom, so that newly arriving vessels could set their clocks. He then dispatched a canoe to investigate the new arrivals. The canoe soon returned with a single passenger bearing paperwork that would turn the Gold Coast upside down. Captain William Llewellyn of the privateer brig Alert greeted Governor Roberts and presented to him the King's proclamation and reprisals against the subjects, ships, and property belonging to the Dutch nation. Llewellyn had with him 2 Dutch ships and the snow he had taken to windward, with about 350 slaves on board in gold and ivory. The names of the ships were the Aurora, the Eendracht, and the Zorg. Soon after Llewellyn arrived, another British privateer anchored in the Cape Coast roads, the HMS Union under Captain Broom. The Union also had 3 Dutch prizes. Llewellyn and Broom informed Governor Roberts that more British privateers and warships were on their way to attack Dutch fortifications on the Gold Coast. It was time for war. Roberts tackled the challenges one at a time. The first task was to determine what to do with the 6 Dutch prizes anchored in the Cape Coast roads, which were filled with scores of Dutch prisoners, hundreds of slaves, and a substantial quantity of gold, ivory, and tradable goods. Initially, Captains Llewellyn and Broom wanted to send about 140 to 150 Dutch prisoners from their prizes to be held at Cape Coast Castle, but Roberts informed them that he could not secure and feed that many prisoners. Instead, Roberts persuaded the privateer captains to release 1 Dutch ship each and allow the hostages to take the vessels to Elmina Castle. The gesture would be well received by Volkmar and might help maintain peace on the coast. Llewellyn and Broom reluctantly released their smallest prizes. Captain Jan Wilton of the Zorg took one of the ships to the safety of Elmina Castle with most of the Dutch crewmen. He spent the next 2 months suffering from malaria and worms in his feet before departing for home on April 26, 1781. Captain Broom sold the slaves, ivory, gold, and tradable goods from his 2 other prizes to slave ship captains anchored in the Cape Coast roads. He then departed for England with his Dutch vessels in tow. Captain Llewellyn also auctioned the slaves, ivory, gold, and tradable goods from his prizes to other slave ships anchored in the roads, which led to the following lament from Governor Roberts. "These privateers have ruined our trade for a time by reducing the price of goods taken in their prizes to so low an ebb that on the arrival of the store ship, our salaries will become 100% worse than they were last year." It was amid this frenetic activity that the William returned from Alamabu to Cape Coast. Ships and slaves were being auctioned, and Richard Hanley saw an opportunity to increase the returns for the Gregson Syndicate. The Zorg was already near capacity with 244 slaves in its hold, and Hanley realized that with a few strokes of a pen, he could transform the voyage into a 2-for-1 for his investors. After 3 years of lost revenues, William Gregson was sure to welcome Hanley's entrepreneurial initiative. Using a bill of exchange drawn on the Gregson Syndicate, Richard Hanley purchased the Zorg and its cargo. Bills of exchange were the primary form of financial transaction during the Atlantic slave trade, representing an IOU between the counterparties. The slips of paper had standard pre-printed text with blanks to fill in the details. At time frame, site of this first exchange, pay into the order of payee and amount, sterling value received, and charge the same with or without further advice to the account of payor. The system worked through trust, without which much of the Atlantic slave trade would cease to function. Once he had purchased the Zorg, Hanley had to supply the ship with a crew. On March 5, 1781, Hanley transferred 12 of his sailors from the William to the Zorg. To command the ship, Hanley appointed Luke Collingwood. It was a curious decision. Even though Collingwood had completed several triangle voyages as a doctor, a barrister involved in a subsequent dispute over the Zorg would observe that there was nothing in the profession of physic or surgery which could enable Collingwood to act as captain. Of the three most important qualities a Guinea ship captain needed, navigational skill, ability to manage a crew, and experience bartering for slaves, Collingwood likely only possessed the third. Hanley promoted James Kelsall from second mate of the William to first mate of the Zorg. Unlike Collingwood, Kelsall had extensive navigational experience and would have made a more logical choice to captain the Zorg. Here, for instance, is how Kelsall described the Zorg's position at sea later in the voyage. Being then in 12 or 13 degrees north latitude and about 63 or 64 degrees west longitude, the wind at that time, blowing at east and southeast, which are the usual trade winds in that part of the world, more evidence would emerge that Kelsall was by far the more experienced navigator, which would be a crucial factor in the outcome of the Zorg's voyage. It is unclear if the remaining crew members Hanley sent from the William to the Zorg were experienced sailors or had been secured through the ruse of drunken debts at Liverpool pubs, or perhaps pressed into duty. In addition to the crew Hanley sent over, the Zorg also had 3 of the original Dutch crew still on board. It is entirely possible the Dutch sailors did not know how to speak English. There would be more shuffling of the Zorg's crew in the coming months, as some men left and others joined. The lack of cohesion and competence in the Zorg's crew would play a central role in the events that followed. On March 16, 1781, Richard Henley wrote a letter informing William Gregson that he had purchased the Zorg. The letter, along with the accumulated correspondence from the Gold Coast fortifications, was loaded onto the privateer ships, as they were the soonest returning to England. It is likely that Collingwood took this opportunity to dispatch his first letter to Sarah since departing Liverpool almost 5 months earlier. He would have shared the news that he had been appointed captain of the Zorg, which was a promising development for the family. William Llewellyn departed Cape Coast with the Alert on March 29, 1781. 10 days earlier, on March 19, 1781, the William departed Cape Coast bound for Jamaica with a cargo of 382 slaves. Given the speed with which Hanley procured the slaves, about 2 months, it is possible that he purchased some of the Africans from the Dutch prizes. Prior to departing, Hanley instructed Collingwood to fill the Zorg's hold to capacity and rendezvous with him in Jamaica. The William crossed the Atlantic in just over 2 months and docked in Kingston on May 26, 1781, disembarking 350 surviving Africans, 8.4% mortality rate. It was a successful run on all accounts, except that Richard Hanley died on board the William on May 5, 1781. After a lengthy career as a slave ship captain, Hanley was unable to complete his 13th triangle voyage. Although Robert Stubbs took refuge on the William after his expulsion from Anamabu, he was not on the ship when it crossed the Atlantic. Neither did he transfer to the Zorg after Richard Hanley purchased it. At some point before the William departed, Stubbs returned to the coast to try to reclaim a position with the CMTA. On March 26, 1781, Stubbs wrote a letter to the CMTA from Cape Coast, stating that he had been advised by the captains in the road to settle at Mumford, and that the captains have assisted me with a little property to settle there. Mumford was a small slave trading town about halfway between Cape Coast and Accra. Stubbs moved into the house where Mr. Brew lived many years. He complained that the officials who took Anamabu from him still detained the most part of my property. In an effort to build a slave trading operation in Mumford, Stubbs gave presents to the kabakiers of different towns. Stubbs lamented that the governors of Tantum and Winneba considered him to be a rival, and made presents to some of the kabakiers to turn the trade from Mumford to their forts. Quoting the end of Stubbs's letter reveals his wishes to be reinstated by the CMTA, as well as his struggles with written English. Should I be so happy to be reinstated in Nanamambwe or any of your forts, I shall always discharge my duty with honor and integrity. My greatest enemies are but flimsy false pretenses for suspending me, therefore don't doubt but you see my behavior in a true light and some justice. I wish to continue in your services, as I expect to be superseded in Anamabawe by some gentleman you may please to send out, wish to retain my rank in your service from the day I first made application, which was 20 August 1779, and you will confer honor on your most obedient, humble servant, Robert Stubbs. Being governor at Anamabu was the highest-ranking and most profitable position Robert Stubbs had attained. He wanted to stay in Africa, and he wanted to be reinstated. Had things gone his way, history might have been very different. While Stubbs angled for a return to employment with the CMTA, his friend Luke Collingwood was settling in as master of the Zorg. Aside from the Bible and maps Jan Wilton left behind written in Old Dutch, the remainder of the fittings were similar to the captain's quarters on most Guinea ships. Collingwood had a cot, pillows, a dining table, cutlery and crockery, and a private supply of wines and brandy. He brought his surgeon's case from the William, along with writing materials for his journal and logbook. If Llewellyn had not done so already, Collingwood swapped out the Zorg's Dutch flag for a British one, lest he fall prey to the next British privateer that crossed his path. The remainder of the Zorg's layout would have been familiar to the British crew. The officers' quarters were located next to the captain's cabin. The ship had a barricado down the middle of the main deck. It had 3 masts with a lateen rig on the mizzenmast. The slaves were held in the 'tween deck, and the provisions left behind by the Dutch, including food and water, were stowed in the lowest deck. Although being a slave ship captain had many advantages, Collingwood would have learned on his first night on the Zorg that there was one disadvantage. Because MCC captains were instructed to purchase women and children first, most of the Africans in the Zorg's hold were on the stern side, just below his quarters. They had been languishing for months on the sewage-crusted floor, and the stench would have been almost unbearable as it creeped up to the planks and windows into Collingwood's cabin. Although he was probably dreading the task, Collingwood knew that he had to enter the slave hold as soon as possible to assess the status of his slaves. When the time came, Luke Collingwood, James Kelsall, and a few other crew members armed with pistols and cutlasses gathered next to the hatch that led down to the hold. One of the crewmen unlatched the grating and pulled it open. It clanked against the deck, and a wave of rank air burst upward. One by one, the crew descended the ladder. A slave trader familiar with the conditions in 'tween decks described the heat and humidity as so excessive that candles would not burn. Another contemporary account stated that, after remaining 10 minutes in the hold, the shirt of each sailor was as wet as if it had been in a bucket. Collingwood walked through the hold assessing the sick and dead. Some had already succumbed to the bloody flux. Dysentery was the main killer of Africans on slave ships, and at this stage in the journey, the infection was likely a form of bacillary dysentery spread through an oral fecal route. Collingwood was familiar with the symptoms: cramping, abdominal pain, fever, watery diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting. The culprit was the necessary tubs in each compartment. They were conical in shape to make them steadier at sea, about 2.5 feet high, 2 feet in diameter at the base, and 1 foot at the top, coated with tar. They had probably not been emptied since Llewellyn captured the ship, and human waste had spread across the hold. Like most captains, Collingwood began a ledger in which he identified his cargo by number, gender, and whether they were an adult or a child. He also noted any distinguishing characteristics. For instance, Sia would have been visibly pregnant at this stage. Collingwood would keep this ledger throughout the journey, adding a tally in columns for male/female. Boys under 4 foot 4 inches, girls under 4 foot 4 inches. As he purchased new slaves, he would subtract from the tally as the slaves died, listing the reason, such as fever, flux, or suicide. Following standard practice, Collingwood would have ordered the ill Africans moved to a sick bay in the forecastle to prevent the flux from spreading further. He would also have instructed First Mate Kelsall to bring the slaves to deck for cleaning, food, and water. While the slaves were on deck, the 'tween deck had to be cleaned. One British captain advised that 'tween decks should be washed and fumigated with vinegar, and afterwards dried with fires, in which are thrown occasionally frankincense and tobacco. Another captain fumigated his slave hold by putting a red-hot loggerhead into vinegar and containing the smoke. Finally, Collingwood would have ordered a survey of the food and water left behind by the Dutch to determine what provisions they needed to purchase for the slaves and the crew. In addition to food and water, the Dutch had left behind most of their personal effects. Once Collingwood had thoroughly assessed the ship's cargo, he needed to start shopping for slaves as quickly as possible so that he could make his rendezvous in Jamaica with Richard Hanley. Unfortunately for Collingwood, conditions for slave trading on the Gold Coast in the spring of 1781 were hampered by escalating hostilities between the British and Dutch. As Captain Llewellyn had predicted, more British privateers soon arrived on the Gold Coast. On March 23, 1781, the Amazon privateer of London came to anchor in the Cape Coast roads. The privateer's captain informed Governor Roberts that he had a great mind to go and retake the two ships given to the Dutch captains and attack Elmina Castle. In the interests of maintaining peace, Roberts managed to persuade him to call off his attack. 4 days later, on March 27th, a Liverpool privateer anchored at Cape Coast with the same intention. Roberts again tried to persuade the captain not to attack the Dutch, as it may cause a rupture that must be very disadvantageous to the British nation. The captain disregarded the warnings and seized one of the Dutch prizes anchored at Elmina. As tensions spiraled, the Zorg offered a goodwill gesture. Sometime in early April 1781, James Kelsall navigated the Zorg from Cape Coast to the fishing village of Appam, where the personal effects of the ship's former crew were delivered to the Dutch governor at Fort Patience. The episode is recounted in a letter dated April 15, 1781, from the governor of Tuntumquary Fort. Mr. Kelshaw, sick, carried her, the Zorg, in Delaya Road, and what effects were in her were delivered to the chief of Appam Fort. Kelshaw is almost certainly Kelsall, as there was no person by the name of Kelshaw on the muster rolls of either the William or the Zorg. Appam Fort can only be Fort Lightsomheid, Patience, as this was a Dutch fort perched on a hill next to Appam village. The site was likely chosen of Elmina because it was much less risky given the Liverpool privateer's recent attack. The most important detail emerging from this letter is the fact that the first time the Zorg left the Cape Coast roads, it was James Kelsall, not Luke Collingwood, who navigated the ship. The episode reinforces the notion that although Collingwood was named captain, it had little navigational experience. Collingwood may very well have relied on Kelsall to navigate the ship during much of their journey. After delivering the personal effects of the former Dutch crew to Fort Patience, the Zorg anchored in the Anamabu roads to start acquiring slaves. Stuart Beard, whom Robert Stubbs had maligned on the Gascoigne, was the new governor at Anamabu. Although the details of Collingwood's day-to-day acquisition of slaves are unknown, it is clear that he bought at least 200 slaves before the Zorg left Africa. Many of these slaves were likely bought from Anamabu, as it remained the most active slave-trading fortification on the Gold Coast. To prepare for Collingwood's arrival, soldiers would have entered the dungeon at Anamabu and brought 20 or so men, women, and children into the courtyard. The Africans were splashed with seawater to clean them. One of the men in the group was Kojo. After the Africans were cleaned, the soldiers led them to the northern end of the courtyard. They climbed 8 stone steps and walked through an arched doorway into the auction room. The chamber was rectangular, roughly 20 feet by 10 feet in size. The floor and walls were made of brick, and the ceiling was constructed of wooden planks. The auction room was musty and dank. Red brick, brown wood, black mold, green fungus, and gray stones melded together into a macabre canvas of color. Kojo and the slaves waited anxiously as the soldiers stood guard. Trembling children clung to whichever adult was nearby. Soon, they heard voices from the courtyard. Although Kojo had been in the dungeon at Anamabu for some time, he probably had not yet heard enough English and context to piece together the meaning of sentences. Learning their language would be the only way to unlock the mystery of what they intended to do with him. Governor Beard, Luke Collingwood, a few other Guinea captains and their surgeons would have entered the auction room together. Imagine that Governor Beard presented a woman first. She would have climbed 5 steps onto a stone platform in the center of the room, where the buyers would inspect her. Collingwood was probably more focused on males, but if he saw a female worth buying, he would bid for her. The captains made their bids in gold dust, and Governor Beard accepted the highest offer. The process would be repeated for each slave until the auction was completed. Collingwood likely purchased a few slaves during this visit, one of whom was Kojo. The Africans who were purchased were branded with the mark of their new owners. Since Collingwood did not have his own branding iron, he may have used the MCC brand that Jan Wilton left behind on the Zorg. The branded slaves would then be locked back inside the dungeons until it was time to board the ships. Transporting slaves from Alamabu out to a ship anchored in the roads usually occurred after a captain had purchased enough slaves to justify the price of the canoe journey. As a 10%er, Collingwood was allowed to barter directly with Fonte slave traders in Alamabu to acquire slaves more quickly, so long as he paid the export duty to the CMTA. It might take him a week or more, but once he had procured 20 or so slaves ready for transport, he would pay for the canoemen to bring his cargo to the Zorg. The outbound journey from the coast to the roads was considerably more harrowing than the inbound one, as the canoes had to go against the tide. On a designated morning, Kojo and the other slaves whom Collingwood had purchased were removed from the dungeons at Alamabu. Soldiers led them through the courtyard to the eastern wall, where they entered a narrow, arched tunnel, about 30 feet long. It grew darker as they walked down the passage, then lighter as they passed the halfway point. A blood-orange light leaked through narrow gaps between the wall and the wooden door at the end of the tunnel. A soldier inserted a key into a rusty padlock. He pulled the creaking door open, revealing the pounding waves. A 30-foot canoe was bobbing at the shoreline in a haze of salt and surf. Roosters crowed to greet the rising sun. It is impossible to know what emotions the Africans experienced as they passed through the door of no return. Was it anxiety, dread, anger, bitterness, hopelessness? Perhaps even relief to be out of the dungeon, even if they suspected some new hell awaited. Most Africans from the inland regions had never seen the ocean before. What impact might the first sight of the infinite blue have had on them? Many surely feared they were heading for their doom. The soldiers dragged Kojo and the other slaves toward the canoe. Once at the shoreline, the roar of the surf was deafening. The first wave formed 200 meters offshore as it washed over a sandbar that ran parallel to the coast. The second wave swelled higher at the second sandbar about 60 meters out, and the third wave formed a muscular arc 6 to 7 feet high before crashing into the beach. Each wave was followed by another, every 8 or 9 seconds. These were the conditions that the canoemen had to navigate to reach the Guinea ships, anchored in the Alamabu roads. Kojo and the slaves were loaded into the canoe and forced to lie flat on the bottom, face down, as a sort of human ballast. A few inches of water had already collected at the base of the canoe, forcing the slaves to crane their heads upward to breathe. One European who took several canoe trips to and from the shore described how the canoemen had to paddle with all their might through the rolling surges, keeping the head of the canoe directly to them. For should they miss in doing so in the least, the waves would soon fill it up, beat it to shivers, or at least overset it. As the canoemen vigorously pulled their oars to the water, the canoe pitched violently through 2 miles of unforgiving swells. The exhausted, hungry, frightened slaves remained pressed to the bottom of the vessel the entire time, struggling to breathe in deepening levels of seawater and debris. Some slaves seized this last opportunity to try to escape. The Negroes are so willful and loath to leave their own country, recalled a captain from London. They have often leaped out of the canoes, into the sea, and kept under water until they were drowned. They having a more dreadful apprehension of Barbados than we can have of hell. A few hundred feet from the destination, Kojo caught a glimpse over a swell at 3 wooden spines thrusting upward from a giant canoe, bigger than any he had ever seen. 100 feet out, he smelt it, the stench of a corpse. Kojo's journey of yokes and torture that began hundreds of miles inland had finally led to this. His imagination painted dreadful pictures of what might happen next. Were they going to sacrifice him to their god, eat him, or something worse? The canoe thumped into the side of the Zorg. A rope ladder was flung down. The canoemen ordered the slaves to climb. The ship rocked back and forth in the rhythmic swells. Balance was lost, never to be regained. As Kojo ascended the ladder, he saw a long-haired man with red skin peering down at him. One by one, the Africans climbed onto the deck of the Zorg. Captain John Newton described how the experience of boarding a Guinea ship was particularly disconcerting for the women, who arrived naked, trembling, terrified, perhaps almost exhausted with cold, fatigue, and hunger. In this vulnerable state, the women were exposed to the wanton rudeness of white savages. In imagination, the prey is divided upon the spot, and only reserved till opportunity offers. Kojo and the naked Africans huddled next to one another on the main deck of the Zorg. Pigs snorted and goats bleated. White men swarmed them with whips and swords. Perhaps it was James Kelsall, his chief mate, who first approached Kojo to restrain him, who had fastened one end of a U-shaped metal loop to Kojo's right ankle. The loop was bolted to an iron rod with another U-shaped loop at the other end, which he fastened to the left ankle of a second male. Kelsall then fastened one handcuff around Kojo's right wrist and the other handcuff around the left wrist of the same male. If this was the first time that Kelsall and Kojo interacted, the one restraining the other with cold metal, the final time would distill the entire Atlantic slave trade into a singular moment of boundless inhumanity. Being chained right limbs to left limbs made it very difficult for a pair of men slaves to coordinate their movements. It was all but impossible to fight back against their white captors, let alone walk together to relieve themselves in a bucket. The women and children, on the other hand, were left unshackled, which allowed them to move about more freely. Kelsall opened the hatch to the slave hold, revealing a set of stairs. Kojo and his partner were shoved down. The temperature increased with each step down the ladder. The stench grew ranker, and darkness deepened. Kelsall led Kojo and his companion into the men's compartment of the 'tween deck, to an open space between a mass of bodies crammed together like anchovies in a tin. "The slaves are locked spoonways," explained one British surgeon. "It is the duty of the first mate to see them stowed in this manner. Those which do not get quickly into their places are compelled by the cat." Sailors continued bringing down the men in pairs to be stowed. The slaves on the starboard side of the ship were made to face the bow, and those on the larboard side had to face the stern. Once all the slaves were secured in their spots, the sailors dashed up the stairs and locked the hatch shut. Struggling to breathe amid the crush of bodies, Kojo took in his new surroundings. All was gloomy and foul. Moans and misery choked the hold. The hull of the ship snapped and cracked as it swayed in the waves. He had been moved, in essence, to a floating version of the dungeon at Anamabu. On May 21, 1781, the Zorg was back in the Cape Coast roads, and Collingwood returned to the castle for more shopping. He wasn't there for slaves, but to participate in the auction of the dead men's effects of the late governor, John Roberts. Roberts's health had deteriorated during the spring of 1781, and although he tried to improve his condition by retreating to the British fort at Comenda for clean air, by April 21, 1781, he had perished. When an officer died on the Gold Coast, his belongings were auctioned to raise funds to discharge any outstanding debts, usually in the form of advance salary from the CMTA. The remainder of the funds, if any, might one day make their way back to the decedent's family in England. At the auction of John Roberts' belongings in the Great Hall at Cape Coast Castle, Luke Collingwood purchased 1 pair of silver-plated candlesticks and extinguisher for £2.1. George Stubbs made the trip from Anamabu for the auction as well. He purchased 1 black leather trunk for £3.7. Robert Stubbs was also in Cape Coast at the time of the auction. He had moved from Mumford to Cape Coast and was still trying to recover his belongings from Anamabu. A letter from Governors Beard and Field, dated May 21, 1781, was sent to Robert Stubbs in Cape Coast town, reiterating that he would not be admitted into Anamabu to fetch his personal effects, and that all his letters and our answer shall be sent to the committee to whom you are now much in debt. It is probable that Robert Stubbs saw George on May 21 in Cape Coast, or for that matter, on any other day that George visited the town. Was Stubbs anxious that his 12-year-old son was still living on his own at Anamabu? Did he try to persuade him to come live with him in Cape Coast, or did he encourage George to keep working at Anamabu to keep an eye out for his gold? Whether they saw each other or not on May 21st or any other day that they were both in Cape Coast, George did not leave Anamabu. He remained the youngest ever British employee of the CMTA on the Gold Coast. Governor Roberts' replacement, Jerome Bernard Wooves, arrived from England the day after the auction. The following morning, the Royal Navy warship HMS Champion of 24 guns under the command of Thomas West anchored in the Cape Coast roads, seized a Dutch schooner at Elmina, and proposed an immediate attack on the Dutch fort at Cominda. The fort was just a few hundred meters east of the British fort at Cominda. Captain West pressed crew from slave ships anchored in the Cape Coast roads for the attack, including 4 men from the Zorg. On May 27, 1781, Captain West launched a massive bombardment against the Dutch with the assistance of 3 slavers, the Camden, the Adventure, and the George Germain. The Zorg did not join the attack. Was it fear that held Collingwood back? Anxiety over losing his ship to cannon fire and failing in his first command? Collingwood opted instead to support the offensive by selling gunpowder to the British fort at Cominda. After lobbing heavy cannon fire on the Dutch fort, the British ships dispatched men to shore with a plan to scale the walls into the cover of night. The plan failed, as the natives in favor of the Dutch fought the British back. Dutch Cominda was also reinforced by 40 white soldiers from Elmina, being a part of those taken in the Dutch prizes. They captured the Welland a few months earlier. When the smoke cleared, the Dutch held their fort and suffered only 5 casualties. The British were forced to retreat. The attack on Cominda threw the Gold Coast into disarray. All communication is stopped between us and our forts to windward, the Dutch having armed all the free blacks who take and plunder everything they can from us. But Governor Wooves, amid the hostilities, Collingwood struggled to acquire slaves around Cape Coast. The Zorg sailed back to Anamabu, accompanied by the Adventure and the George Germain. By June of 1781, some of the slaves had been imprisoned in the Zorg's hold for almost 6 months, since the time of Jan Wilton's first purchase of Africans back on Christmas Day, 1780. As disease spread, slaves started to die. Sharks devoured the dead bodies as they were thrown overboard. Collingwood knew he was in a race against time. The longer he took to fill the hold, the more his slaves would perish, and the more he would have to replace. It is almost certain that by June of 1781, Collingwood had purchased the 50 or 60 Africans he needed to fill the Zorg's hold to the outer limit of its capacity of 300. Why was he still buying more slaves? The only reason to overfill the hold so excessively was to increase the profits of the voyage, which would likely garner favor with William Gregson and increase the likelihood that he would be hired to captain another Gregson-owned slaver. Increasing the profitability of the voyage would also increase his compensation as captain, which was surely on his mind after 3 years of little to no income. Since fort trade was proving difficult due to hostilities with the Dutch, Collingwood and the other ship captains started trading directly with Fonte slave dealers. When Governor Wooves heard the news, he warned that giving gunpowder and the purchase of slaves to the natives is of the utmost bad tendency, as we have not a doubt that the Dutch, our enemies, are supplied with it by that means. Governor Wooves summoned Collingwood and the other captains to Cape Coast Castle on June 11, 1781. To sign an agreement stipulating that they would give no gunpowder whatever to the natives in payment for slaves. Collingwood stowed his gunpowder and tried to use other goods to buy slaves from the natives. Unfortunately, the Fonte wanted gunpowder to reinforce their position against the Ashanti. Under pressure to fill their holds with slaves, some of the captains started breaching the agreement not to sell gunpowder. Collingwood sent a garbled letter to Governor Wooves on June 24, 1781, from the ship Zorg, describing the situation. "Sir, this morning a canoe came alongside of the Zorg with 2 barrels of powder. I asked him who gave him powder. His answer, Captain Thoburn. I had 3 slaves agreed for at the time because I could not give powder. The trader returned the goods and took away his slaves. I hope you will take it into consideration that as powder is given by others, I cannot purchase 1 slave. The consequence is I must immediately go of the coast. I should be glad to give my powder to the forts, but I want 200 and odd slaves, which will not done to make so great a barter with the gentlemen. My orders was to trade with the natives. Captain Mira had 12 slaves sent on board by a gentleman at Cape Coast. He returned 10. I must have good slaves. If your answer by return of canoe will much oblige your humble servant, L. Collingwood. Collingwood's muddled missive evidences a low level of education, despite his supposed medical training. Other surviving letters from Collingwood reveal the same poor command of written English, even worse than Robert Stubbs's. Notwithstanding the garbled nature of the letter, one point is certain. Collingwood considered himself to be captain of the Zorg, not the Zorg, as it is very clearly an R in his correspondence. It is noteworthy also that Collingwood mentions that he wanted 200 and odd slaves, which is roughly the amount he acquired before the Zorg left Africa. The mention of this figure more than 3 months after he took command of the Zorg likely indicates that Collingwood had a number in mind when he started shopping for slaves once he took command, rather than that he waited 3 months before deciding to purchase 200 slaves. Either way, the trade was not going well, and the Zorg sailed east to try its luck at Anamabu once again. After trading for slaves at Anamabu for a few weeks, Collingwood transported supplies to the British fort at Winneba. Around July 20th, the Zorg then returned one last time to Cape Coast Castle, right around the time that Robert Stubbs made a fateful decision. Despite his best efforts, Robert Stubbs had been unable to secure his belongings from the fort at Anamabu. Stubbs's campaign to be reinstated by the CMTA met with similar frustration. In the spring of 1781, Stubbs finally gave up on his Gold Coast dreams. He packed his bags and tried to find passage back to England. In the last surviving letter Stubbs dispatched from Cape Coast town on June 20th, 1781, he wrote that, "On the 24th of May, His Majesty's ship Champion arrived. I wrote Captain West immediately and applied for a passage on that ship. Captain West did not permit Stubbs on board, so he next applied to Captain King, who had a schooner bound for England immediately. But King decided instead to sail for Gabon, so Stubbs continued searching for a way home." An entry in the daybook of Cape Coast Castle for July 29th, 1781, reads as follows: "Paid 13 free canoemen going off 2 trips to the road with Messieurs Watts and Stubbs in their baggage on board a vessel to proceed to Accra." That vessel was the Zorg. 6 months after being expelled from the fort at Anamabu, and after first trying to board at least 2 other ships, Robert Stubbs finally found passage to England on the ship of his only remaining friend and ally, Luke Collingwood. He brought with him 4 personal slaves, but not his son. From Cape Coast, the Zorg sailed east for one last stop on the coast of Africa. The ship delivered Governor Watts to the British fort in Accra, where the crew began loading supplies for the onward journey. Collingwood had been forced to recruit a few sailors to replace those he lost to Captain West during the attack on Comenda, along with one or more who died. The patchwork crew loaded the provisions in Accra, which, per the report of James Kelsall, included 130 Dutch butts of water containing about 120 gallons each, and 20 gang casks or barrels containing 25 or 30 gallons each. Although it was James Kelsall's job as first mate to oversee the loading of provisions, he was on shore at a factory when they were stowed. Furthermore, the Zorg's cooper was ill at the time, so Collingwood relied on black coopers from the coast to trim and store the water casks for the journey. On August 18, 1781, the Zorg departed Accra carrying 442 slaves, 17 crew, and 1 passenger. The numbers were not favorable. According to John Newton, the cargo of a vessel of 100 tons or a little more is calculated to purchase from 220 to 250 slaves. Furthermore, a vessel of roughly 100 tons with 250 or so slaves on board required a crew of at least 30 sailors to manage properly. Collingwood had loaded almost double the standard number of slaves into the Zorg, with only half the crew size to manage them. Of the 9,945 British slave voyages throughout the entire Atlantic slave trade that departed Africa, Only 233 carried more than 440 slaves on board, and only 8 of the ships on those voyages had a carrying capacity under 110 tons. One of them was the Zorg. There are only a few surviving accounts of the preparation of a Guinea ship for sale from the perspective of the Africans. One of those accounts is found in the autobiography of Olaudah Equiano. Equiano was a former slave living in London at the time of the Zorg's voyage. He would later become the most important link in a chain of events that would reveal to the world the horror that was about to unfold. In Equiano's words, "At last, when the ship we were in had got in all her cargo, they made ready with many fearful noises, and we were all put under deck so that we could not see how they managed the vessel. But this disappointment was the least of my sorrow. The stench of the hold while we were on the coast was so intolerably loathsome that it was dangerous to remain there for any time, and some of us had been permitted to stay on the deck for the fresh air. But now that the whole ship's cargo were confined together, it became absolutely pestilential. The closeness of the place and the heat of the climate, added to the number in the ship, which was so crowded that each had scarcely room to turn himself, almost suffocated us. This produced copious perspirations, so that the air soon became unfit for respiration, from a variety of loathsome smells. This wretched situation was again aggravated by the galling of the chains, now become insupportable, and the filth of the necessary tubs into which the children often fell and were almost suffocated. The shrieks of the women and the groans of the dying rendered the whole scene of horror almost inconceivable. A similar scene of horror was playing out in the Zorg's 'tween deck. Kojo, Sia, and the other 440 slaves were crammed together, as Newton put it, like books upon a shelf. As the vessel pitched and heeled, the Africans were smashed back and forth into one another's bodies. Shackles sliced ankles and wrists, loose planks pinched flesh to the bone. The buckets toppled and spilled waste across the hold. I have observed, wrote one slave trader, that the great mortality which so often happens in slave ships proceeds as well from taking in too many as from want of knowing how to manage them aboard. The Zorg would suffer on both counts. The captain had taken in too many, and its meager crew suffered a perilous want of knowing how to manage the ship. Part 3. Middle Passage. 8. Sao Tome. When the Zorg departed Accra on August 18, 1781, the ship did not head straight to Jamaica. Instead, it sailed in the opposite direction into the Bight of Biafra toward the tiny island of Sao Tome. Situated about 150 miles off the coast of Gabon, Sao Tome was a common port of call for many Guinea ships seeking to load provisions before the long journey across the Atlantic. As the coastline of Africa receded from view for the first time in months, James Kelso decided to start keeping a journal. It is not clear what motivated him to commence his journal 5 months after becoming first mate of the Zorg, but something about the ship, perhaps its inexperienced captain, its hodgepodge crew, or its lone passenger, seemed worth commemorating from that point forward. Kelso's journal would eventually make its way to a court clerk in Liverpool in 1783, but from there it was lost. We are left to imagine what its contents might have revealed about the Zorg's journey, but one of the first entries would probably have been that Kelso himself was navigating the ship from the quarterdeck toward Sao Tome, just as he had been along the coast of Africa. If Luke Collingwood had been observing Kelso carefully during the previous 5 months, he might have accrued enough knowledge to navigate the ship through calm waters. He could at least put his hands on the wheel now and then to convey to his crew that he was a reliable commander. The truth, however, was that the Zorg lacked a reliable commander, and the sparse crew were ill-prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. It is unclear if anyone was taking regular readings of latitude and longitude. There are also no systems in place to track the consumption of provisions, as had been required under the instructions provided by the MCC to Jan Wilton when he was captain of the Zorg. The Zorg was sailing into a crisis, and perhaps Kelso sensed it. Had even one variable in the improbable chain of events been different, the approaching calamity might have been averted. It all began when William Gregson dispatched the William after a 3-year hiatus from slave trading occasioned by the American Revolutionary War, one day before the Zorg departed Fort Remekins. The William reached the Gold Coast and was anchored in the Anamabu roads the same day that Robert Stubbs was evicted for self-dealing in slaves. Stubbs found an ally in Luke Collingwood, who helped him try to reclaim his belongings. At the same time, Dutch support of the Americans led to hostilities with the British, who issued letters of marque against Dutch ships. William Llewellyn captured 3 Dutch prizes on the Windward Coast, including the Zorg. Llewellyn brought his prizes to Cape Coast, and Henley purchased the Zorg and its slaves. He manned it with a first-time captain and an insufficient crew. The Zorg spent 5 months acquiring about 200 more slaves, a process slowed by armed conflict between the British and Dutch. Robert Stubbs finally abandoned his aspirations of reinstatement with the CNTA and failed to gain passage to England on at least 2 other ships before finally boarding the Zorg as it was making one last stop at Cape Coast Castle. Stubbs joined the Zorg as the lone passenger, having lost all his possessions and suffered enormous shame. Thus were Luke Collingwood, James Kelsall, and Robert Stubbs brought together onto a Dutch frigate overstuffed with 442 slaves with the intended destination of Kingston, Jamaica. The Zorg sailed across open ocean for several days, sails unfurled, gliding toward Sao Tome. Although the ship left the coastal waters of Africa behind, the possibility of attack by enemy warships remained. So too did the possibility of insurrection. A vigilant watch had to be maintained. Collingwood, Kelsall, and the second mate, led the overnight shifts. Robert Stubbs whiled his time away in the officer's cabin. The slaves could only languish. Taking the Zorg to Sao Tome was prudent, not just to prepare for the 2-month middle passage across the Atlantic Ocean, but also to escape the strong westerly push of the Guinea Current. Sailing south to the equator was the best way to escape the current, and Sao Tome was nestled right on the line. The island was also not far from the intersection of the equator and the longitude of London, making it the ideal location for experienced captains to reset their directional readings prior to crossing the Atlantic. The island's utility as a provisioning stop was largely an accident of history. Like most of Western Africa, the Portuguese were the first Europeans to discover Sao Tome. When they arrived in 1470, the island was uninhabited. Its warm tropical climate, rich volcanic soil, and abundant rainfall made it the ideal location for a sugar colony. The Portuguese began populating the island in 1486 with slaves from Elmina and the Congo Kingdom. They set up plantations in the flatlands in the northern part of the island, and the first 2 sugar mills began operating in 1517. At the height of the sugar boom, the island had almost 100,000 slaves and 120 sugar mills. In addition to being the site of the first documented slave ship insurrection in 1532 aboard the Misericordia, Sao Tome was also home to one of the earliest slave uprisings in Atlantic history. In 1595, a slave named Amador led several thousand slaves to burn plantations and kill slave owners. The rebels took control of the capital city before the Portuguese organized a counterattack and executed Amador. The damage to the island's sugar mills was substantial. To make matters worse for the planters of Sao Tome, the Portuguese had recently started producing higher quality sugar on their burgeoning plantations in Terra de Santa Cruz, land of the Holy Cross, later called Brazil. Sao Tome's sugar economy never recovered. The plantations on Sao Tome transitioned from a sugar monoculture to a diversified agricultural base that included beans, cassava, plantains, and a range of citrus. The island soon became a trusted provisioning stop for slave ships prior to crossing the Atlantic. Sao Tome also had an abundant supply of fresh water in the Agua Grande River, which slave ships could load prior to departure. James Kelsall tracked the Zorg's progress across the Gulf of Guinea, noting that the ship dropped anchor in Ana Chaves Bay on the northeast coast of the island of St. Thomas about the 24th or 25th of August. The sheltered waters of the crescent-shaped bay allowed ships to anchor close to shore, which made loading and unloading cargo easier. Farther inland, the island sloped upward toward an obelisk-shaped peak that reached 6,000 feet above sea level into a garland of mist. Rich soil supported dense rainforest, wild orchids, and abundant wildlife. Yellow-billed kites patrolled the coast, butterflies adorned the flatlands, and Mona monkeys bellowed from the forest. The traditional practice for slavers docking at Sao Tome was to rent a fenced yard to house slaves, while the ship was loaded with provisions. Doing so allowed the Africans to breathe fresh air and receive treatment for maladies, which helped reduce mortality during the voyage across the Atlantic. Fencing the slaves on land also allowed crews to cleanse and fumigate the slave hold, dismantle the temporary house, and make any necessary repairs. The slave yard was locked and guarded at all times. Inside the fence, the Africans were able to move about freely. Husbands and wives who had been separated in the slave hold could finally meet. People could commiserate, compare stories of how they ended up in the hands of slave traders, and form networks for support, or, potentially, to revolt. By this point, Sia was probably in her third trimester of pregnancy. She had to endure all the discomforts of that condition while also trying to survive the inestimable miseries of being a captive on a slave ship. The time in the yard would have been a welcome reprieve. For his part, Kojo would have continued to observe the whites carefully, understanding a little more of their habits and intentions each day. As the decks of the Zorg were scrubbed, James Kelsall oversaw the loading of food and fresh water for the journey ahead. Livestock such as chickens and goats were purchased, along with beans, manioc, figs, millet, and coconuts. Hundreds of limes were also stored on the ship to fend off scurvy. By the latter half of the 18th century, slave ships had well-established metrics for the daily allowance of food and water required for a 60-day crossing, accounting for spoilage and unexpected delays. There were not often issues of food shortages on slave ships. However, fresh water was a more precious resource that could be exhausted if a sufficient supply were not loaded at the outset and carefully managed throughout the journey. According to James Kelsall, the Zorg loaded 15 or 16 Dutch butts of water to replenish those that had been consumed since the departure from Accra. Since each butt contained about 120 gallons, roughly 1,800 to 1,920 gallons of water had been consumed by the 17 crew, 1 passenger, and 442 slaves during the 7 to 8 day journey from Accra to Sao Tome. The usage rate of water was therefore approximately 250 gallons per day, or 0.54 gallons of water per person per day. About 1/4 of this amount was used for cooking, so the rate of human consumption was about 0.4 gallons per person per day. This rate of usage was consistent with the general rule of thumb used by Liverpool slave ship captains that half a gallon of water per person per day was needed for the voyage across the Atlantic. Considering a standard 2-month Atlantic crossing, the Zorg would need to load at least 13,800 gallons of water before departing Sao Tome. The Zorg appears to have loaded approximately 16,150 gallons of water, 130 Dutch butts at 120 gallons each, and 20 gang casks of 25 to 30 gallons each, which is more than adequate. This volume of water weighed about 60 imperial tons, representing 55% of the Zorg's entire carrying capacity of 108 tons, far more than the 25 or so imperial tons of human cargo on board. Assuming no water was lost during the voyage and no one died, the Zorg had enough water for a 70-day crossing. Slaves and crew, however, always died. Suppose, for instance, that a 10% mortality struck the Zorg's slaves and crew during the last week of a 60-day crossing, which would represent a conservative scenario, as slaves usually started dying much earlier. In this case, the ship would consume 12,190 gallons during the first 53 days of the journey, and the remaining 3,960 gallons would last the surviving 414 people another 19 days. Affording a 72-day crossing. Factoring in an earlier mortality for slaves, the water on board was probably sufficient for a 75-day crossing. On all counts, it would have been reasonable for First Mate Kelsall to conclude that the 16,150 gallons of water he had loaded onto the Zorg and Sao Tome were altogether sufficient for and more than is usually put on board a vessel of the same size and burthen as the Zorg, and carrying the same number of black and white people as she had on board on a voyage from the same part of the coast of Africa for Jamaica. These calculations assume that James Kelso's reports on the amount of water loaded on the Zorg were accurate. It is possible that they were not, as he would be unlikely to admit that he oversaw an inadequate provisioning of water for the journey. In the end, it probably did not matter how many gallons of water were loaded on the ship. The decisions that sealed the Zorg's fate would be governed by a completely different arithmetic. On September 6, 1781, the Zorg departed Sao Tome for Jamaica. The yards were raised, the rigging was reeved, and the sails were unfurled. 4 sailors placed wooden bars into the capstan and walked it clockwise to pull the 500-pound anchor off the sandy floor of the bay. Livestock was corralled into the manger under the bow, and slaves were locked in the hold. The brief respite they had enjoyed of fresh air and sunlight was over. Although one set of risks, such as tropical disease and a higher probability of insurrection, would be left behind in Africa, a new set of risks would soon confront the ship. The Middle Passage was a 2-month period of complete isolation. Collingwood and Kelso would need to keep the skeleton crew alert at all times. Any breakdown in security could spell disaster, as the meager crew would be hard-pressed to put down a major insurrection. The crew would also be pushed to the limits to handle the vessel during 60 straight days of rigorous sailing across the Atlantic. Many crew members would have to serve double duty, including Collingwood as both captain and surgeon. Despite the challenging conditions, as the Zorg sailed out of Ana Chavez Bay into open ocean, the crew had every reason to believe that they could reach Jamaica in about 2 months. The first step to ensure a brisk crossing was to avoid the equatorial doldrums. The doldrums were a windless latitude at the equator that would make the crossing, in the words of one mariner, much longer because of the great calms we usually meet thereabouts, which is a great disadvantage to our slave ships, the tediousness of the passage causing the great mortality among them, especially when they are too much crowded. Coming out of Sao Tome, the Zorg sailed 3 or 4 degrees south of the equator to avoid the doldrums. The ship then caught the north equatorial current, which would speed it back across the doldrums and carry the vessel along a west-northwest track about 5,750 miles to its intended port of Kingston. If all went according to plan, the Zorg would reach its destination by early November 1781 with at least 400 healthy slaves to sell. Collingwood could look forward to a fruitful payday and a possible future as a Guinea ship captain. He would also be closer to returning home to Sarah and his children. Kelso might also have entertained ambitions of climbing the ranks to commander after a successful completion of the journey. As for Robert Stubbs, he was surely plotting a return to the slave trade in one form or another, and he would definitely not give up on his gold. 9. Violent sickness and mortality. Of the tens of thousands of European ships that transported Africans across the Atlantic into slavery, historians have only uncovered a small number of detailed descriptions of what the Guinea sailor James Field Stanfield called the horrid portion of the voyage. The narratives about the Middle Passage that survive from ship captains, doctors, crew, and a small number of slaves paint a bleak picture of what likely happened aboard the Zorg from the moment it departed Sao Tome to the day it entered Caribbean waters. Once off the coast, wrote one slave smuggler, the ship became half bedlam and half brothel. There were standard routines aboard British slave ships for managing the long, solitary period of open ocean. For 2 months, a relatively modest number of mariners had to follow those routines almost perfectly to ensure that their cargo of several hundred Africans remained secured in a floating prison, while keeping as many of them alive as possible. Like the journey from Europe to Africa, there were time-tested routes for crossing the Atlantic to facilitate a swift arrival with minimum mortality, thereby maximizing profits for the slave merchants and the paydays for their officers. Despite all best plans, there were inevitably uncontrollable forces that, on occasion, led to calamity. Ships might be seized by enemy vessels, particularly during times of war. A ship could be engulfed by insurrection, caught in storms, ensnared by the doldrums, delayed by poor navigation, suffer loss of provisions, or see disease run riot. The Zorg would face several of these challenges during its voyage, from Sao Tome to Jamaica. Around 8 a.m. on September 7, 1781, before the morning dew had fully evaporated from the main deck, Luke Collingwood emerged from his cabin to oversee the start of the day's routine. It was the first full day of the Atlantic crossing, so it was vital to set the right tune. As first mate, Kelso would have instructed one of the sailors to open the hatch to the slave hold. Armed, as always, a few crew members descended into the 'tween deck. Starting from the base of the ladder, they brought the men slaves up to the deck in pairs. As the first two slaves struggled up the ladder, they squinted into the sharp morning light. The crew led them toward the gunwale on the bow side of the barricado. Alexander Falconbridge described how the men had to be shackled to the main deck to prevent them from rising against their captors or endeavoring to escape by leaping into the ocean. To keep the men slaves restrained, explained John Newton, a chain is put through a ring upon their irons, and this is likewise locked down to the ring bolts, which are fastened at certain intervals upon the deck. Unlike the men, the women and children were kept unshackled on the stern side of the barricado and allowed to move about without restriction. With the first batch of 50 or so slaves on the deck, Collingwood began inspecting them for signs of injury or illness. Simultaneously, a few sailors dropped buckets into the ocean to haul seawater up to the ship. After being doused in the seawater, the slaves were given a mixture of lime juice to cleanse their mouths, towels to wipe with, and chew sticks to clean their teeth. The washing routine would be repeated every 3 days for the duration of the crossing. While the slaves were being cleaned, the lowest-ranking crew members were sent into the hold to clean out the tubs and identify the dead. They also searched through every corner and cranny of the 'tween deck to ensure that the slaves had not managed to hide any piece of wood or metal that could be used to mount an attack. A little after 9 o'clock, it was time for breakfast. The diet of the Negroes while on board, wrote Falconbridge, consists chiefly of horse beans boiled to the consistence of a pulp, of boiled yams and rice, and sometimes of a small quantity of beef or pork. In addition, slabber sauce made of palm oil, mixed with flour, water, and pepper, was occasionally added to the food to enhance the flavor. A captain for London explained that men slaves were fed upon the main deck and forecastle, that we may have them all under command of our arms from the quarter-deck, in case of any disturbance, while women and children eat upon the quarter-deck with us. The Zorg's cook had been preparing the meal in the forecastle galley since early morning. Sailors carted the food out to the deck in tubs slightly larger than the ones the Africans used to relieve themselves in the hold. Kelso would have arranged the slaves in groups of 10 to each tub. Each slave was given a wooden spoon with which to feed himself. If a slave lost or broke his spoon, he had to eat with his hands. Inevitably, a slave would refuse to eat. Rejecting sustenance was one of the only forms of protest available to the Africans on slave ships. Many of them would rather starve to death than spend another day in chains. One can imagine a proud Fante male from the Gold Coast being perhaps the first slave on the Zorg who refused food and water. Like all Guinea captains, Collingwood could not let the matter stand. If a hunger strike spread, the voyage would end in financial disaster. The first option was to flog the defiant male with a cat-o'-nine tails. With each lash, the tails ripped into the slave's flesh, eventually bending even the most unyielding African to its will. If a cat did not work, Collingwood could bring out thumb screws. Sailors would hold the uncooperative African down while his thumb was inserted into a metal vise and crushed. I have seen them agonizing for hours, described John Newton, I believe for days together under the torture of the thumb screws, a dreadful engine which, if the screw be turned by an unrelenting hand, can give intolerable anguish. If the thumb screws didn't work, coals of fire, glowing hot, could be placed on a shovel next to the slave's mouth, called Falconbridge, accompanied with threats of forcing them to swallow the coals if they any longer persisted in refusing to eat. Corporal punishment could only be used up to a point. as a substantial number of deformed, scarred, or dead slaves would not prove profitable. There was one last tool available to Collingwood, and as a surgeon he would have been very familiar with it: the speculum oris. Initially designed as a medical instrument to force open mouths with lockjaw, the device found a new purpose on Guinea ships. The scissor-shaped contraption had handles at one end leading to a fulcrum and long metal rods coming out the other end. Assuming it was a defiant Fonte male who was the first to refuse to eat, Collingwood might have ordered a few crew members to restrain him while one of them inserted the speculum oris into his mouth. Stanfield witnessed the procedure and described how the handles of the device were firmly clenched to pry open the male's straining jaws with barbarous force. Once the slave's mouth was open, crewmen would shove the food down his throat. The contortions of the gagging man, pried open like an animal, suffering a lacerated tongue and cracked teeth in the process, would have horrified the other slaves into eating their food without protest. After breakfast, the slaves were given about half a pint each of water, which they drank out of a small metal cup called a pannikin. The next step in the daily routine was exercise. Throughout the journey, the slaves had to spend 16 or more of every 24 hours squashed in the hold, so getting them to move their arms and legs was essential to ensure that by the time the ship reached Jamaica, Collingwood had healthy Africans to sell. Brandishing his cat-o'-nine-tails, Kelso would have cajoled the male slaves to dance and sing in their native languages. It was difficult for the men to dance under the weight of their irons, so many of them simply swayed back and forth and mumbled a few half-hearted native songs. Later they were given a small amount of brandy, as well as pipes and tobacco, to keep them calm while on deck. As Kojo sipped his brandy, he continued to observe the crew carefully and piece together more of their language. On the other side of the barricado, Collingwood instructed the women and children to dance and sing for exercise. Being unrestrained, they were able to move without physical burden, but their voices were awed with melancholy. After about 30 minutes of exercise, the crew passed out glass beads, which the women used to make ornaments. Some of the women were also ordered to clean the officers' quarters. The period on deck was a perilous time for the female slaves. Otoba Kuguano, who described the slave dungeon at Cape Coast Castle, wrote that during his middle passage, it was common for the dirty, filthy sailors to take the African women and lie upon their bodies. Sometimes, wrote Newton, the officers raped the females, brute-like in view of the whole quarterdeck. Some of the sailors on Falconbridge's ships were guilty of such brutal excesses as disgrace human nature. Following a midday snack of bread, coconuts, and a second pannikin of water, the slaves were forced to dance and sing for a second session. Meanwhile, Collingwood took lunch in his cabin. Sometimes he would eat alone, and other times he would invite someone to dine with him, including his friend, Robert Stubbs. As a former captain and the governor of a fort on the Gold Coast, Stubbs would have no shortage of advice to share with Collingwood on how to ensure a successful journey. The more time they spent together, the more confidence Stubbs would have inspired in Collingwood. By the time lunch was over, the heat of the afternoon sun began to beat down on the ship. The fluttering sails provided a few sparse patches of shade, but for the most part, there was no relief. The officers were able to retreat to their cabins, but the ordinary sailors and landsmen had to remain on deck to keep watch over the Africans. The heat became so oppressive that sailors and slaves alike lay listlessly on the deck. Around 4 p.m., the slaves were given one more meal consisting of corn and rice, followed by a third pannikin of water, totaling 1.5 pints, 0.375 gallons, for the day. On particularly hot days, they were given an extra pint before being sent back to the hold around 6 p.m. The men were returned to the 'tween-deck first. The women and children were given a little more time before they were taken below. Sometimes they were able to glimpse a sunset over the ocean before returning to prison. First Mate Kelso would have led the starboard watch for the first 4 hours of night. He assigned 2 landsmen to stand guard above the grating that led to the slave hold. They tied their cutlasses around their wrists with straps to prevent them from being snatched away. On some Guinea ships, captains required crew members to stand guard inside the mail compartment. But with a limited crew and scarcely room for 2 more bodies in the hold, standing watch inside the Zorg's tween deck would have proved too risky. As Castle took the wheel, several sailors found spots on the deck to sleep. Stubbs and the officers retreated to their quarters, and Collingwood retired to his cabin. Perhaps he lit candles in the candlesticks he had purchased from the auction of Governor Roberts' Dead Man effects, before penning a letter to Sarah that he hoped to dispatch as soon as they reached Jamaica. It had been almost a year since he left Liverpool, and a second winter was quickly approaching. He had no idea how the family was faring. Deep in the ship's belly, all was dark and foul. Some of the slaves cried, others shouted, others panicked, and others tried to shut out the horror around them. Fights broke out as men tripped on each other trying to make it to the buckets in time. Women took turns pressing their faces into the grating at the top of the hold to catch a few breaths of fresh air, only to be driven down by jabs from the cutlasses of the sailors standing guard. Sleep came in snatches, offering momentary escape. Huddled in the corner, Sia began to feel contractions. The routine continued day after day as the Zorg sailed west-northwest with the trade winds. As days turned to weeks, the slaves grew weaker and more despondent. Eat, dance, drink, sleep, repeat. Would the grim ordeal never end? Similar thoughts passed through the minds of the crew. The daily grind was stretching them to the limits as they struggled to manage the vessel and its cargo. Each new dawn was a fresh scramble for survival, and the first sight of land could not come soon enough. As a lone passenger on the ship, Stubbs had more time on his hands, and his thoughts likely drifted on occasion to life after his return to England. He may have given up on a career with the CMTA, but he had not given up on his gold. He would engage lawyers back in London if he had to. Gold aside, Stubbs also needed to find a way back into the slave trade. The ignominy of being tossed half-naked on the beach and mocked by Africans still stung. Perhaps if he helped Collingwood achieve a successful completion to the voyage, William Gregson might employ him as captain on one of his next Guinea ships. Stubbs was, after all, an experienced Guinea captain, and following his time on the Gold Coast, he understood the slave trade as well as anyone. Using his gold, he could even co-invest alongside Gregson in his next command, just like Henley did. Perhaps this was the surest way for Stubbs to return to a profitable life in the slave trade, but he first had to be sure the Zorg's journey was a success for Gregson. Everything hinged on it. England, however, was still a long way off, and the journey back was made longer still when the crew noticed something ominous on the horizon. Crossing this late during the Atlantic storm season made it almost inevitable. An autumn crossing did have certain advantages, namely that arrival in Jamaica at the beginning of the harvest season meant demand for slaves was higher, and therefore so were their prices. The disadvantage, however, was that about half the Atlantic storms and hurricanes that formed each year did so during the months of September and October. The storms followed the same trade winds across the ocean that slave ships did. Being caught in an Atlantic storm threatened to blow the ship off course. The Zorg would have veered away from the tempest to avoid its full brunt. As the winds began to roar, the sailors climbed the ratlins to furl the sails. The slaves were locked in the hold, the hatch was covered in blankets, and the air vents were closed. The crew would have tied ropes around their waists and fastened them to the ring bolts on deck to avoid being tossed overboard. Each sailor ready to bucket to empty water once the waves started crashing. As the winds intensified, Kelso almost certainly took the wheel. For the duration of the violent weather, be it hours or days, the slaves were kept below decks. Several Guinea mariners have described what slave holds were like during such conditions. The intense heat and lack of ventilation caused the slaves to suffer violent perspirations. Overflowing buckets and copious vomit made the hot and corrupted air so difficult to breathe that the slaves drew their breath with all those laborious and anxious efforts for life which are observed in expiring animals. As the Zorg pitched and tossed through the waves, the flesh of the slaves was pinched between the wooden planks which were moistened with gore. The grinding was particularly painful for those who lie on the leeward or leaning side of the vessel. as it exacerbated the chafing force until their flesh entirely rubbed off from the prominent parts of the shoulders, elbows, and hips, so as to render the bones in those parts quite bare. When the weather finally settled, it was the carpenter's job to assess the damage to the ship and make any necessary repairs. He would jam oakum into the seams and planks that had taken a beating. It would also fix any broken spikes atop the barricado. The next task, and perhaps the most important one, was to determine how far off course the ship had been blown. As the ablest navigator, Kelso likely took the latitude measurements. Unfortunately, he had no reliable way to ascertain the ship's longitude, as all previous readings, if there were any, had been rendered meaningless by the break in successive readings caused by the violent winds. The only solution was to track back to the correct equatorial parallel and follow the current west, in the hopes that the ship would reach the Caribbean before provisions were exhausted. Finally, Collingwood had to evaluate the harm caused to his slaves. Upon entering the hold, he would have been greeted by the sounds of agony and the stench of death. The 'tween-deck had become like a slaughterhouse, filled with blood, filth, misery, and disease. The beleaguered slaves were brought to deck for fresh air, cleaning, and food. The crews threw the bodies of the dead slaves overboard, meals to the trailing sharks. While some slaves ate from the tubs on deck, others were forced to scrub the muck-filled hold and fumigate it with tobacco smoke. The ordeal that surpassed all human tolerance. There was one other category of cargo on the ship that required attention: the water. For some reason, no one thought to check whether there had been any loss or spoilage after the squall, or, for that matter, at any point during the Atlantic crossing. It was a serious failure of command, exacerbated by a crew that was clearly overstretched and that lacked adequate experience. Around this time, Luke Collingwood retreated to his cabin, feeling feverish. Perhaps he hoped after a night or two of good sleep he would feel better. Although he had grown accustomed to the stench of the female compartment just below his cabin, something else woke him in the dead of night. A few meters down, a baby was crying. Sia had given birth. There was a new life on the Zorg. Luke Collingwood was feeling increasingly unwell. The rest was not helping. He tried to isolate his symptoms. He was weak, dizzy, and unable to think clearly. His stomach was gurgling and his head was pounding. Even though he felt poorly, Collingwood knew he needed to get back into the hold to continue treating the slaves. Otherwise, more would die and profit would be lost. Having to serve as both captain and surgeon had increased his exposure to illness. Nevertheless, Collingwood had no choice but to put himself in harm's way day after day, as there was no one else on board the Zorg who could treat the afflicted Africans. The sick bay in the forecastle was already full of slaves, so the remainder had to be treated in the miserable hold. Collingwood trudged through the men's compartment, assessing the slaves. The bloody flux was spreading, and the Africans were suffering up to 20 explosions of diarrhea per day. Paradoxically, the treatment Collingwood would have administered was emetics, under the misguided notion held by 18th-century British doctors that making the sufferer vomit would expel the offending germs. On the contrary, emetics only made matters worse by increasing dehydration and causing greater mortality. The picture was the same in the women's compartment. The flux was taking a heavy toll, especially on the children. They were weak, dehydrated, and doubled over with painful cramps. Surrounded by sewage, Collingwood saw the infant he had heard on a previous night. Somehow, amid all the squalor, Sia delivered a baby. With nothing sharp available, she would have done her best to sever the umbilical cord with her teeth. A placenta lay beside her. The infant was caked in blood as it slept on her chest, its first breaths those of putrescence. What did Collingwood see as he looked at the mother and infant? Did the depraved conditions in which this innocent life had entered the world evoke any measure of empathy? Did his thoughts turn to the births of his own children, or perhaps to the one he had lost? One would like to think that if the curate in Liverpool was correct about Collingwood, that he did indeed have a milder and more humane disposition than most who are engaged in the slave trade. He would have offered Sia some warm water and a rag. One would like to think that he brought her to the main deck so that her newborn could breathe fresh air. Perhaps he might have offered her a blanket to keep the baby swaddled and more food to eat so she had the strength to nurse. One would like to think that Luke Collingwood did these things, but it was unlikely. It was not even certain that he saw a baby at all. Based on the subsequent actions of the crew, it was not clear that any of them did. By late October 1781, the Zorg should have arrived at the eastern edge of the Caribbean islands, either at a leeward island like Antigua, Dominica, or a windward island like Barbados or Tobago. There was still, however, no land in sight. Had the violent and contrary winds they experienced during the tempest thrown them so far off course? Had they been drifting farther south than they realized and failed to take advantage of more favorable trade winds? Perhaps the inadequate crew had simply been unable to sail the vessel effectively. Whatever the reason, the Zorg's progress across the Atlantic had been retarded, and the ship desperately needed to find land, soon. In the meantime, slaves continued to die and be thrown overboard. Sailors started dying as well. They received a more respectful farewell. An ailing Collingwood would have offered a brief prayer for the departed as Kelsall tied a cannonball to the feet of the corpse before it was released to the deep. There were barely enough hands left to operate the ship. They had also run out of limes, so it was only a matter of time before scurvy set in. The situation went from bad to worse when, according to one report, Collingwood woke one morning in a state of delirium, or a fit of lunacy. He had almost certainly caught dysentery, and if he had self-treated with the medics, his condition would have worsened. Other maladies were likely spreading on the ship as well, such as typhus, tapeworm, and measles. Whatever constellation of illnesses were afflicting the Zorg's slaves, Collingwood had contracted one or more ailments from his interactions with them. He was not only incapacitated as a surgeon, he could no longer serve as captain, either. Given the high mortality rates during triangle voyages, most letters of instruction from slave merchants to their captains included specific orders relating to the chain of command, such as the following from a letter in 1751. In case of your mortality, which the Almighty prevent, your chief mate is to succeed you in command and observe there our directions. Indeed, standard maritime procedure dictated that the first mate of a vessel should take control of the ship in the event a captain could no longer fulfill his duties. James Kelsall was the first person to navigate the Zorg after Hanley's purchase, and he was almost certainly the primary navigator from that point forward. He was the next in line as chief mate, and the obvious choice to take over as captain for Luke Collingwood. For some reason, Luke Collingwood appointed Robert Stubbs to take command of the Zorg. It was a highly unorthodox decision. Was it promises made over lunches together, aspirations shared, or just a bond of friendship that developed on the Gold Coast that led Collingwood to discard maritime protocol and common sense? The decision marked the second time Kelsall had been passed over, first by Henley when he purchased the Zorg, and now, even more objectionably, when a passenger on the ship was named captain instead of him. Kelsall argued angrily with Collingwood, but the decision was final. Kelsall stormed off to his quarters to document the contentious development in his journal, which, by this point, was filled with accounts of everything that had been happening on board the Zorg since Accra. The amount of water loaded at Sao Tome, the ship's stalled progress across the ocean, Collingwood's illness and delirium, and the puzzling decision by Collingwood to disregard regular maritime practice and appoint his friend to command the Zorg. In Collingwood's defense, Robert Stubbs was the only person on board the Zorg who had ever captained a Guinea ship before, and had done so several times. Stubbs may have spun tall tales of previous glory as a captain, and, for all we know, Collingwood may have been following Stubbs's counsel on commanding the ship since they left Accra. However, for all his previous experience, it had been 16 years since Stubbs captained a ship, whereas Kelsall had almost surely been at the wheel throughout the journey. In the end, Robert Stubbs took command of the Zorg. He climbed to the quarterdeck and surveyed the broad expanse of ocean before him. The fate of the Zorg was in the hands of the one man who should not even have been on the ship. With an incapacitated doctor, a diminished crew, and discord between the new captain and first mate, The Zorg was in trouble. Disease continued to spread, and deaths mounted. Kelso documented the events in his journal, noting every bit of evidence that might be needed when William Gregson inevitably asked what happened during the voyage. Although he tried to be discreet, perhaps writing only during the starboard watch when Stubbs was asleep, at some point Stubbs may have spied Kelso writing in his journal, and he would have grown suspicious. Stubbs knew that Kelso did not accept his authority as Collingwood's proxy and suspected he might seek to undermine him. Now that he was in command of the vessel, he had too much at stake to risk failure. Although Stubbs knew he had Collingwood's support, he was too wicked and treacherous not to steer matters in his favor. On November 14th, 1781, Collingwood summoned Kelso to his cabin, possibly after Stubbs had a word with him. Collingwood relieved Kelso of duty, confined him to quarters, and ordered him to cease keeping his journal. Why that last order? The only reason to instruct Kelso not to keep a journal was because either Collingwood, Stubbs, or both men did not want any record of what was happening on board the ship. Stubbs was in command, Collingwood put him there, and they wanted no unfavorable record of the decision, or the events that followed. Kelso felt disgraced at being removed from duty and confined to quarters, but he obeyed the command. Just like that, the ship was down one more crew member and its ablest navigator. In the coming days, a new peril faced the Zorg. Many of the slaves and crew had begun to undergo a terrible transformation. An 18th-century British naval officer described how, during the metamorphosis, the skin of the white men turned as black as ink. The afflicted crew and slaves developed ulcers, struggled to breathe, and suffered rictus of the limbs. Their teeth began falling out, and perhaps most revolting of all, they began to suffer a strange plethora of gum tissue sprouting out of the mouth, which immediately rotted and lent the victim's breath an abominable odor. It was scurvy, the plague of the sea, and it was transforming the humans aboard the Zorg into zombie-like creatures doomed to agonizing death. Until a cure was found in the 1750s, scurvy was responsible for more fatalities on British ships than all other diseases, battles, storms, and shipwrecks combined. A Scottish physician, James Lind, finally determined that scurvy was brought on by low levels of vitamin C and that citrus would cure it. Most deep-sea vessels subsequently loaded ample supplies of limes, oranges, and other citrus to prevent scurvy, but if a ship were blown off course or otherwise delayed in reaching its destination, scurvy was the inevitable outcome. As violent sickness and mortality raged on board, the crew checked the provisions to see if there were even a single lime left on the ship. None could be found. Had provisions been adequately monitored during the journey, it would have been possible to reduce rations once it became clear that the voyage was taking longer than anticipated. No one had bothered to check the provisions since the ship departed Sao Tome more than 2 months earlier. It was one of the numerous failings of the Zorg's inexperienced captain and the undermanned crew. The ship drifted to the west with no land in sight. Many of the slaves began to suffer from fixed melancholy, a term used by Guinea captains to describe the state of despair that overcame slaves toward the end of a brutal Middle Passage. The Africans refused to move, eat, drink, and often just slipped away. A similar dread was taking hold of the crew. Most were ailing, and many were beginning to lose hope. The captain was delirious, the first mate was relieved of duty, and a ship full of decay and death was being commanded by a passenger. On November 18, 1781, a sailor used his last ounce of strength to climb the ratlins to the foretop masthead to see if land could be spotted in any direction. Perched high above the ship, he saw it. A sliver of green on the horizon. It was the windward island of Tobago, the southeastern entry point to the Caribbean Sea. The ship had tracked well south of the optimal route for Jamaica, but it had made it across the Atlantic nonetheless. The 73 days it took the Zorg to travel from Sao Tome to Tobago was 20 days longer than the average British slave ship that made the same crossing between the years 1775 and 1800. The extended journey was likely a consequence of both turbulent weather and inferior navigation. Despite the delays, the crew of the Zorg finally knew where they were. No longer adrift without coordinates in an endless blue, they could reset their readings, chart their course, and make their destination. From Tobago, Jamaica was about 1,150 miles northwest, and with the favorable autumn trade winds, the Zorg could reach its destination in about 10 days. A debilitated Collingwood was relieved. The crew cheered. Hope was rekindled. During ordinary times, Tobago was a safe port of call for British ships. England had controlled the island since 1762, but France and Spain had been picking off Britain's smaller sugar islands during the American Revolutionary War. It was entirely possible that Tobago was in enemy hands. The French had, in fact, captured the island from England on June 2, 1781, although there was no way for the crew of the Zorg to know it, unless they happened to sail close enough to a port to spot French flags riding at anchor. The Zorg was in desperate need of supplies, but if Stubbs took the ship to Tobago to restock citrus and water, they might be seized, and the journey would be a financial failure. The same fate might befall the ship if they made for another nearby British island like Barbados. On the other hand, if they pressed on to Jamaica, more slaves and crew would certainly die. But the financial losses would be reduced, as they could still sell these surviving Africans at their destination. Robert Stubbs had a decision to make. If he didn't stop at Tobago, scurvy and dysentery would take their toll, but most of the afflicted would probably survive another 10 days to Jamaica. Water, however, was a more absolute consideration. If the ship ran out of water after such an extended crossing, they would all be dead. Stubbs ordered a check of the butts and casks. Several of them still appeared to be full, so he determined they had a sufficient supply to make Jamaica. The 70 to 75-day supply of water the crew had loaded back in Sao Tome would be enough, thanks tragically to the high mortality that struck the ship. Whether or not Stubbs consulted Collingwood on his final decision is unknown, but this much is certain. The ship pressed on. As the Zorg sailed past Tobago and continued to Jamaica, the toll taken by the Middle Passage was bleak. 62 of the 443 Africans had died, as had 6 of the 17 crew members. 2 of the remaining 11 crew, Collingwood and Kelsall, were non-functional, leaving only 9 sailors and Stubbs to manage the entire vessel along with its cargo of 380 slaves, and 1 baby. Robert Stubbs steered the Zorg northwest, hoping to reach Jamaica before too many more slaves died. It was a massive gamble, but if it paid off, he would become the ship's savior, the hero of the day. Part 4. Dead Reckoning. 10. The Descent. Note: most quotations in this chapter are taken from an account provided by James Kelsall. Robert Stubbs had wagered that he could reach Jamaica in time. The stakes included the lives of everyone on board the Zorg, the profit of the venture, and the futures of men like Collingwood, Kelsall, and Stubbs himself. Stubbs prudently followed the strong northwest trade winds toward his destination. Laughing gulls and tricolored herons accompanied the ship as it glided over the balmy Caribbean waters. 2 or 3 days past Tobago, on or about the 20th or 21st of November, someone on board the Zorg made a surprising discovery. Perhaps one of the Dutch crew members who was used to a more methodical monitoring of provisions under the printed instructions provided by the MCC to Jan Wilton, finally decided to conduct his own examination of the ship's supplies. Or, like so many other incidents that impacted the Zorg's journey, it may have just been a random event. Whoever it was, one of the sailors on board the Zorg uncovered that the previous check of the water supply made back near Tobago had been inaccurate. At some point during the journey, perhaps during a bout of violent weather, a large quantity of the water had leaked from the lower tier of water casks. Were these the casks that had been loaded back in Accra when the cooper was ill, and if so, were they not properly trimmed and prepared by the native coopers, or did they just get damaged at some point along the way? Upon the discovery, the crew conducted a more careful survey of the water supplies, which revealed that there were only 20 butts of water remaining. 20 butts amounted to about 2,400 gallons of water, assuming the same consumption rate of 0.5 gallons of water per person per day and 392 people on board, 380 slaves plus 11 crew plus one Robert Stubbs, Sia's baby would be nursing, the ship had a 12-day supply of water on board. Given that the Zorg should have been no more than 7 or 8 days from its destination, the crew could feel confident that they had a sufficient quantity of water to last the voyage to Jamaica. The discovery of the water leakage was a surprise, but not a catastrophic one. Prudence dictated an obvious step. Any experienced captain would have taken it. Robert Stubbs should have ordered everyone on board put on a short allowance of water. In the event the journey to Jamaica took longer than anticipated, or there was some other leakage or loss of water, ordering the crew and Africans to 1/2 or 1/3 water allowance would extend the duration of the Zorg's water supply while maximizing survival rates. Everyone on board would be thirsty, but they would survive. Robert Stubbs took no such step. If Collingwood or Kelsall suggested it, he didn't listen. The crew of the Zorg had failed to check water supplies even once during the journey. When they finally happened to notice a leakage, no one did anything about it. The Zorg sailed into the heart of the Caribbean Sea with no land in any direction for hundreds of miles, day after day of nothing but blue. The ship's routines almost certainly broke down. There would be no more washing of slaves, emptying of buckets, or adequate time on deck for fresh air. The ship would have been in a state of distress. The sickly, exhausted crew were doing just enough to survive. Collingwood remained incapacitated to the point of lunacy. Kelsall remained confined to quarters. Scurvy and dysentery ravaged the ship. Stubbs drove the vessel onward in a desperate bid to reach Jamaica in time. On November 27, 1781, with only a few days of water remaining, the Zorg finally spotted land. The ship had traveled 9 days since Tobago. It had to be Jamaica. But they needed to be sure. The only other possibility was the adjacent island of Hispaniola, which consisted of the French colony of San Domingo, modern-day Haiti, and the Spanish colony of Santo Domingo, modern-day Dominican Republic. The Zorg faced the same dilemma as it did near Tobago. If they landed in enemy territory, the journey would be a financial failure, and the crew might be detained. They had come too far to take the risk now. To determine which island they had spotted required a measurement of longitude by dead reckoning. Ideally, Stubbs had been taking longitude measurements every 6 hours since the ship passed Tobago. It is possible that an delusional Luke Collingwood had been crawling out of his cabin to take the readings, although it is unlikely. Given the enormity of the stakes, he would have relied on abler navigators to take the readings, or at least double-checked his readings with them, especially given how unwell he was. Collingwood was as desperate as anyone to reach land, as he would have been anxious to return home to his family. Out of his own survival instinct, Kelsall would have taken the readings had he been asked to do so, but he remained confined to quarters. The only other person on board with sufficient navigational experience to take the readings, a man who had captained more than one ship across the Atlantic, was Robert Stubbs. It was most likely Robert Stubbs who dropped the knotted rope and log into the Caribbean Sea on November 27, 1781, to take the longitude reading. He either backtracked this single reading for the entire course since Tobago, or he added it to whatever readings he might have been taking since Tobago. Either way, the reading came back as 74 degrees west, which placed the ship near the southwest corner of the island of Hispaniola. Latitude put the Zorg as south 9 leagues, 27 miles from the island. The positional readings indicated that Jamaica was 1 more day to the west. The Zorg sailed west. 1 day later, Jamaica was not to be found. After a second day of sailing, Stubbs sent a sailor up the Ratlins, but he was not able to see land from the foretopmast head. The longitude reading by dead reckoning had been dead wrong. They had not been south of Hispaniola at all, but of their intended destination of Jamaica, and that, too, the western edge of the island. Had the reading been accurate, the Zorg could have docked safely in Kingston or whichever port was closest. Instead, the strong currents which drove the Zorg with great rapidity for 2 days meant that on November 29, 1781, the Zorg was distant from Jamaica about 330 miles. To reach Jamaica, the Zorg would have to turn back and sail into the prevailing trade winds at an optimistic pace of 30 to 35 miles a day, which would require expert use of the lateen sail. It would take the Zorg about 10 days to reach Jamaica. However, a few white people on board were weak and sickly and unable to work the said vessel. Even worse, the ship was down to 5.5 Dutch butts of water, which was at most a 4-day supply. There was one other option. Cuba was just a day or two to the north. It was a Spanish territory, so landing there once again risked seizure of the vessel, but at least everyone would survive. Robert Stubbs had brought the Zorg to the precipice of disaster. He chose not to stop in Tobago to replenish provisions. He failed to put the ship on short allowance once the water leakage had been discovered. He almost certainly botched the longitude reading. As a result, the Zorg was hundreds of miles off course with only a few days of water left. The only man who could have avoided these errors had been confined to quarters the entire time. The final and most definitive evidence that James Kelso was the ablest navigator aboard the Zorg, that he had been the primary man at the wheel since the ship departed the Cape Coast roads, and that he had not been consulted on the longitude reading, is that on November 29, 1781, Kelso was restored to his former station of chief mate, and he accordingly then took charge of the vessel again in that capacity. During the 15 days that Kelso had been suspended from duty, everything that could possibly go wrong did. The decision by Collingwood to suspend him, and whatever influence Stubbs had on the decision, had been a monumental mistake. One can only imagine the conversation in which a repentant Collingwood and Stubbs pleaded with Kelso to save them. Although James Kelso was back on duty and able to steer the Zorg to its destination, the fact remained that the ship was 10 days west of Jamaica, with only 4 days of water left. A decision had to be made. On the evening of November 29, 1781, the surviving crew of the Zorg gathered on the quarterdeck to discuss how to act in that situation considering the small stock of water they had left. A proposal was made, precisely by whom will never be known. This much, however, is for certain. Following a discussion on the quarterdeck, it was then determined by the general voice of the crew that part of the slaves should be destroyed to save the rest, and the remainder of the slaves and crew put on short allowance to save them from perishing. To save themselves, the crew of the Zorg chose murder. By nightfall on November 29th, the plan was put into motion. The sails were furled and the ship drifted gently under a starry sky. All was silent save the creaking of the Zorg's hull. The crew of the Zorg gathered quietly on the main deck around 8 o'clock. Was Stubbs directing them? A feeble Collingwood? Or was Kelso the man? Whoever it was, a steady hand pulled back the grating that led to the slave hold. A few sailors descended into the compartment where the women and children were sleeping. They selected a woman and took her back up the stairs. Once on deck, the sailors led her toward the officer's cabin. Inside the cabin, they picked her up and shoved her out of the window. She fell into the sea and drowned. The cabin windows on a typical Middelburger Commercie Company frigate like the Zorg were no larger than 5 to 6 square feet. Once the woman slave realized she was being thrown out, she would have resisted. She could pull her body weight down, plant her feet and hands against the window frame, bite her captors or scream. To force a resistant adult female through a small cabin window would have required a great deal of violence. It is possible that Stubbs, Collingwood, Kelso, and the crew of the Zorg first stabbed her with a cutlass or punched and kicked her, cracked her bones, or otherwise beat her into submission before forcing her through the window. The crew members returned to the slave hold, selected another woman, and threw her from the same cabin window. Next was a child. Another woman, another child, another woman. At some point, the slaves in the hold would have grown confused. Perhaps they heard faint screams as the women and children crashed into the ocean. One by one, the crew picked 55 women and children and threw them, alive singly, through the cabin windows into the sea and drowned. 2 of them were Sia and her baby. As the sailors led Sia up the stairs, what thoughts passed through her mind? When the sailors arrived at the cabin window, did they pause for a moment at the sight of the infant and consider what they were doing? Sia would have screamed, she would have pleaded, in whatever language she spoke, she would have begged for mercy. But there was no mercy to be found. The crew of the Zorg forced mother and baby through the window and into the deep. On the morning of November 30th, 1781, James Kelsall stood at the wheel of the Zorg, guiding the ship east toward Jamaica. He yelled orders on how to angle the lateen sail so that the ship could tack into the wind. Everyone was put on short allowance of 1 pint of water per day. The slaves were left in the hold. Bringing them to deck would have made it all too clear what happened to the women and children the previous night. As night fell on November 30th, 1781, clouds gathered in the sky above the Zorg, shrouding the moon, stars, and any hint of celestial light. In the early morning darkness of December 1st, 1781, the crew of the Zorg assembled at the grating above the slave hold. A few of the sailors took defensive positions, while others descended. They picked 2 men slaves who were shackled to each other and led them up the stairs to the main deck. The slaves in the hold would have heard the shouting as the crew dragged the men up to the quarterdeck and threw them overboard. From this point forward, the Zorg was a scene of chaos. 2 by 2, the crew dragged the weakened, emaciated, scurvy-ridden slaves up the stairs and threw them overboard from the quarterdeck, handcuffed and in irons. As the slaves realized what was happening, they pleaded, with tears in their eyes, not to be thrown overboard. Tangled in metal, each pair sank to the depths. At some point in December 1st, James Kelsall was in the hold directing which slaves should be taken next. Kojo approached him. After months of observing and piecing together their language, he finally understood enough to speak. Kojo told James Kelsall in English that the slaves understood they were being drowned because there was not enough water on the ship. According to Kelsall, Kojo begged they might be suffered to live, and they would not ask for either meat or water but could live without either, until they reached their destination. The proposition presented no risk to the lives of the white crew. If they gave no more water to the slaves, the crew could easily survive until they reached Jamaica. It was, however, another risk. Within days, the Zorg's hold would be full of dead slaves caused by water deprivation. A ship full of dead Africans was worth far less than a ship with half a cargo of living slaves to sell. James Kelsall ordered Kojo and the slave shackled to him, hauled up, and thrown off the ship. 2 by 2, the crew continued until 42 men slaves were thrown alive from the quarterdeck into the sea and drowned. In the coming days, the crew of the Zorg would throw another 26 to 36 Africans overboard, bringing the total to between 123 and 133 slaves drowned, including Sia's baby. One of the slaves thrown overboard, perhaps the fearless Fonte man who first refused to eat, managed to grab hold of a rope that was hanging on the larboard side of the ship. He clung to the rope for hours, afraid that if he should be discovered, the crew of the Zorg would throw him into the sea and drown him. The man tenaciously held the rope until the next morning before climbing back onto the ship. When the crew discovered him, they put him back amongst the remaining cargo of slaves. The number killed was thus reduced by 1. The Zorg should have reached Jamaica by the 10th of December, but the ship sailed on, beating hard into the wind. The drownings stopped, but the fear persisted. When the Africans were finally returned to the deck for the normal routine of food, fresh air, and exercise, 10 of them climbed up to the gunwale, and fearing they might suffer the unhappy fate of those destroyed, they leapt from the Zorg into the sea and were drowned. By mid-December, the Zorg had somehow still not reached Jamaica. The 11 remaining crew members were barely surviving after months of hard labor, disease, and scurvy. They were so emaciated that their bones actually pierced through their skin. Weakened and ill, the second mate fell from the topmast and was drowned by falling into the sea. The surviving Africans, some of whom had spent almost 1 year in the pestilential hold of the ship, were barely clinging to life. Between 30 and 36 more slaves died after the drownings. The distressed crew left their bodies dead upon the deck. The Zorg finally reached Jamaica and docked in the Crescent Harbor of Black River on the southwest coast of the island on December 22, 1781. The town's original name, Gravesend, would have been more fitting. The final death toll of the Africans from the time the ship departed Sao Tome was somewhere between 224 and 240. 62 during the Middle Passage, plus 123 to 133 thrown overboard, plus 10 by suicide, plus 30 to 36 after the drownings, minus 1 who saved himself. History accepted a tally based on a newspaper report in the London Courant, Morning Gazette and Daily Advertiser, printed on March 13, 1782. The following ships from Africa arrived at Jamaica, viz. Zorg, Collingwood, with 208 ditto slaves. If there were 208 survivors out of 442 slaves on board, then 234 died, excluding the baby. The mortality rate for Africans on the Zorg exceeded 50%. Few ships in the history of the Atlantic slave trade that reached their destined ports lost a higher proportion of slaves than did the Zorg. The excess mortality, including the decision to throw slaves overboard, was a direct consequence of the extended duration of the journey. Whereas the average British slave ship during the second half of the 18th century completed the voyage from Sao Tome to Jamaica in 60 days, the Zorg took 106 days. The last 23 days of the voyage, from November 29th to December 22nd, should have only taken 10 days. What was the Zorg doing for those extra 13 days? Was the diminished and sickly crew incapable of sailing the ship? Were Stubbs, Kelsall, and Collingwood trying to get their stories straight? Or was there some other plot afoot? The possibility of a broader plot is opened by the following question. After the first 2 days of jettison, why did the crew keep throwing Africans overboard? It couldn't have been because of a scarcity of water, because the Zorg docked in Black River with water on board, anywhere from half a barrel to 420 gallons, depending on the report. There may have been another reason to keep throwing Africans overboard, and it was the same reason that the crew started, with the women and children. They jettisoned those Africans who would be worth less at auction, either due to gender, age, or state of illness. But even if the slaves the crew threw overboard would be worth less, they would still be worth something. Why keep throwing the Africans overboard? A theory would emerge in time. In the interim, the officers of the Zorg made sure to get their story on the record. On Saturday, January 5, 1782, about 2 weeks after the Zorg reached Black River, a notice was printed in the Cornwall Chronicle in Jamaica. The Zorg, Captain Collingwood, from Africa, arrived lately at Black River in great distress. After a passage of nearly 4 months from the coast, they were driven by a strong current to the leeward of the island, and their water being nearly expended, they were reduced to the deplorable necessity of throwing upwards of 130 of the slaves overboard, as the only probable means of preserving the lives of the crew and the remainder of the cargo. Deplorable necessity, only probable means. Even at the time, there was a sense that a line had been crossed by the crew of the Zorg, and a justification for their actions was required to put the matter to rest, and rest it would, until greed intervened. For the Africans who survived the journey, their suffering was only beginning. The working conditions on sugar plantations in the Caribbean were so harsh that 1/3 of slaves died within the first 3 years of arrival. The high mortality rate meant that the British could barely keep pace with replacing dead slaves with new ones. Calculations had been made, explained one sugar planter, with all possible exactness, to determine which was the preferable, whether to appoint them moderate work, plenty of provision, and such treatment as might enable them to protract their lives to old age, or by rigorously straining their strength to the utmost with little relaxation, hard fare, and hard usage, to wear them out until they became unable to do their service, and then to buy new ones, to fill up their places. After running the numbers, the latter option was deemed preferable. The agents had handled the sale of William Gregson's slaves in Jamaica, Copples and Aguilar, posted a notice in the supplement to the Royal Gazette dated December 28, 1781. For sale at Black River, on Wednesday the 9th day of January next, on board the ship Zorg, Luke Collingwood, commander, from the Gold Coast of Africa. 200 choice young Coromantee, Fanti, and Ashanti Negroes, by Copples and Aguilar. The scramble was next. 11. The scramble. On a typical Guinea voyage, a captain started preparing his slaves for sale about a week or so prior to arriving at port. Manacles were removed so that scarred flesh had time to heal. The slaves were fed better. They were washed, shaved, and covered in palm oil to look as healthy as possible. The stronger the slaves appeared, the higher the price they would fetch at auction. Given the condition of the Zorg as it drifted like a ghost ship toward Jamaica, the crew likely did not put much effort into preparing the slaves for arrival. It is possible, however, that one of the reasons the ship took so long to dock in Jamaica after the slaves had been thrown overboard was that the crew was trying to rebuild the health of the survivors as much as possible prior to putting them up for sale. The two primary methods to which slaves were sold on Caribbean islands was by auction or scramble. During an auction, agents representing the slave merchants in Europe presented each slave, or parcels of slaves, for purchase. Prospective buyers from the various estates on the island would bid on the slaves, and the winning bid won. In a scramble, all the slaves from an arriving ship were either collected on the main deck of the vessel, or they were taken to a fenced yard on the island. A fixed price per slave was agreed upon in advance between the agents managing the sale and the purchasers. So-called refuse slaves, those who were too sick or weak to sell, were offered separately to doctors for a few pounds each. The physicians would patch up the slaves in the hopes of reselling them for a profit in a secondary auction market. The price agreed prior to the scramble between William Gregson's agents, Couples and Aguilar, and the buyers of the Zorg's slaves was £36, $10,800 today. The amount appears to be in line with the average price of slaves in Jamaica at the time. Correspondence from the CMTA dated August 20th, 1781, lists the average sale price for Negro slaves in Jamaica as about £35. Prices had dropped considerably from the previous year. In February 1780, a sale by auction of 368 slaves landed at Old Harbor, Jamaica, aboard the Hawk, received an average sale price of £46.15. The Zorg's arrival at Jamaica in late December 1781 corresponded with a period of reduction in slave prices due to the impact of the American Revolutionary War. One might surmise that because the war led to fewer British ships carting slaves to Jamaica, a supply shortage would lead to increased prices. It is more likely that war reduced the trade in sugar and its derivatives due to the possibility of capture at sea, which led to lower demand for slaves. Which placed downward pressure on prices. Considering that a ship of the Zorg's size should have started with no more than 250 slaves in its hold, had the journey achieved the average mortality rate of 13% for British slave ships that sailed between 1775 and 1800, there would have been 217 surviving slaves to sell. Couples and Aguilar was selling roughly 200 slaves at the average price of the time, which on balance made it a financially successful voyage for the Gregson Syndicate, just not an enormously profitable one. The cost of this profit was paid for in African lives, as Collingwood had loaded almost twice as many Africans as he should have, only to arrive in Jamaica with 200 or so slaves to sell. While the Zorg was docked in the placid waters near Town Wharf in Black River, the crew tore down the Barricado in preparation for the scramble. James Kelso was not there to help. He had been discharged from duty the day after the Zorg docked in Black River. The discord between him and Collingwood over the decision to appoint Stubbs as captain was likely a factor. Kelso made his way east to Kingston to find a ship home. As the day of the scramble approached, the slaves were fed well, oiled head to toe, and given citrus to treat their scurvy. From the ship, the Africans gazed into a world unlike any they had ever seen. Large warehouses lined the wharf filled with sugar, lumber, and rum to be exported back to England. Horses pulled carriages around the town. Nearby mangroves teemed with hummingbirds, boas, and crocodiles. Beyond the settlement, verdant mountains rolled gently toward the powder blue sky. Virtually all the slaves on the Zorg were bound for the same destination, a sugar plantation. At the time of the Zorg's arrival, almost 90% of Jamaica's roughly 200,000 slaves worked on sugar estates with names like Lucky Valley, Friendship, and Worthy Park. Thanks to African slaves, Jamaica had become a sugar-producing powerhouse, peaking at 100,000 tons in 1805, which made it the single largest exporter of sugar in the world. Olaudah Equiano described how, on the morning of the scramble, the slaves were packed on the main deck of the ship, all pent up together like so many sheep in a fold. Before the buyers were let in, Collingwood would have instructed the crew to use oakum to plug the anuses of those still suffering from dysentery. For those few moments before the scramble commenced, family members who had been separated in different slave compartments at night and on either side of the barricado during the day may finally have been able to hold one another for the first time in months. The reunion, however, was all too brief. As Equiano explained, "When a signal given has the beat of a drum, the buyers rush at once and make choice of that parcel they like best. The noise and clamor with which this is attended, and the eagerness visible in the countenances of the buyers, serve not a little to increase the apprehension of the terrified Africans. In this manner, without scruple, are relations and friends separated, most of them never to see each other again." Alexander Falconbridge also witnessed a scramble. The buyers, he recalled, rushed in with all the ferocity of brutes. Some instantly seized such of the negroes as they could conveniently lay hold of with their hands, others being prepared with several handkerchiefs tied together, encircled with these as many as they were able, while others, by means of a rope, effected the same purpose. The chaotic scene would have been highly disconcerting for the Zorg's slaves, who had already been through a horrid journey to reach Jamaica. After the scramble was over, Topples and Aguilar filled out a handwritten ledger to memorialize the sales. The ledger was divided into columns that listed the name of each buyer, the number purchased based on gender, a designation for adult or child, and the total amounts paid. For instance, one individual might have purchased 5 male adults, 2 female adults, and 1 female child. Buyers typically paid about a quarter or a third of the purchase price in cash up front, with the remainder paid across the subsequent 12 to 18 months. The Gregson syndicate was obliged to pay a 10% import duty and 5% bond to the colonial government in Jamaica. As captain, Luke Collingwood was entitled to receive payment for his privileged slaves as well as a 6% commission on the proceeds from the sale. Whether or not Collingwood received the money, he never had a chance to spend it. Luke Collingwood died in Jamaica soon after the scramble. There is some confusion as to exactly when he died, with varying reports from 7 days after he came to Jamaica to a few weeks later. It appears that Collingwood arrived into February 1782 and that he made it as far as Kingston, likely to dispatch his accumulated letters for Sarah and to find passage home. Assuming he had sent her a letter from the Gold Coast, it would have been several months since she'd heard anything from him. He, of course, had not heard anything from his family since he'd left Liverpool almost 16 months earlier, and he would have had no knowledge as to how they had been faring during his absence. Collingwood was alive as late as February 13th, 1782, the date of the last surviving letter from Kingston, addressed to William Gregson. In his will, dated August 24th, 1764, penned just before he first started sailing on Guinea ships, Collingwood wrote, "I recommend my soul to God that gave it, and my body I commit to the earth or sea, as it shall please God to order." Collingwood bequeathed his wages and estate to his loving wife, Sarah Collingwood. Luke Collingwood's final resting place is unknown. Equally unknown is the location of the Zorg's logbook, which should have been in Collingwood's possession, at least until he perished. The logbook contained vital information about the voyage, when and where slaves were purchased, the nature and dates of Collingwood's incapacitation, the reasoning for the promotion of Robert Stubbs to captain instead of James Kelsall, latitude and longitude readings such as they were, and according to Kelsall, it would have also contained a memorandum of the resolution of the crew to throw part of the said slaves overboard. Perhaps the logbook was lost or destroyed or buried with Collingwood. It should be noted that at some point in early 1782, Collingwood, Kelsall, and Stubbs would likely all have been in Kingston at the same time, opening a range of possibilities relating to the logbook. Perhaps they made a collective decision about what to do with it, or perhaps there was a disagreement, or even foul play. After their actions on the Zorg, anything is possible. Although Richard Henley had used established bills of exchange to purchase the Zorg from Captain Llewellyn on behalf of William Gregson, maritime law did not allow Gregson to assert ownership of the vessel until a British Admiralty court determined that the Alert had lawfully captured the prize under valid letters of marque. The Vice Admiralty Court in Jamaica made such a determination on or around January 12, 1782, and the ship was registered by Copples and Aguilar on behalf of Gregson with a new name, the Richard, likely in memory of the late Richard Hanley. While William Gregson's slaves were being sold in Jamaica and his ship formally registered, he still had no idea what had happened to the Zorg. Word had reached him that the William arrived in Jamaica on May 26, 1781, although the ship's captain and his nephew, Richard Hanley, had not survived. Captain Collingwood and the Zorg were supposed to be close behind. As the months passed, Gregson would have started to fear the worst. Had the ship been captured? Had there been an insurrection? Was it shipwrecked? Gregson was making inquiries for any news about the Zorg. One letter that survived, dated January 19, 1782, was sent by one of Gregson's fellow slave merchants in Liverpool, who happened to be friends with Richard Miles, the former governor at Cape Coast Castle, whom John Roberts had replaced. Miles had since been exonerated by the CMTA of the accusations of financial malfeasance during his tenure as governor. He was living in London in early 1782, where he'd become one of the city's most prominent slave merchants. He was also a friend of the owner of the George Germain, the slaver that participated in the attack on the Dutch fort at Comenda in May 1781, and was frequently anchored in the same roads as the Zorg. Captain Thoburn of the George Germain arrived in Jamaica on November 30, 1781, with a cargo of 450 slaves. Gregson asked his fellow Liverpool slave merchant to ask Miles about the Zorg. Captain Anley's prize, de Zorg, Captain Collingwood, was to sail with Thoburn, and there is no hearing of her. If it would not be giving you too much trouble when your time must be precious, we should be glad if you would inquire of Thoburn's owner whether she did sail with him, or if he mentions her, and what other vessels were at Anamabawa. Notably, this letter provides a reference point for early 1782, that William Gregson believed that the name of the ship he owned was Zorg, as it would have provided the name for the purpose of making the inquiry of Miles. Furthermore, the announcement on March 13, 1782, in the London Current, Morning Gazette and Daily Advertiser, that the Zorg had arrived in Jamaica provides another reference point. The name Zong remains a puzzling error of history, assisted by the fact that R's and N's can look similar in 18th century cursive handwriting. In a letter to Miles, it clearly looks like an R, just as it did in Collingwood's correspondence from the Cape Coast roads in June 1781. There is, of course, no mistaking the letter in newspaper print. The Richard secured a new captain and crew for the return journey to Liverpool. None of the original crew members who boarded the Zorg in Africa remained on the ship. Most had died, and the others were dispersed. The Richard's new crew loaded sugar, rum, and other goods onto the ship from the moneys earned through the scramble. Before departing Jamaica, the new captain, Edward Howard, signed a bill of lading that read, "Shipped by the grace of God, in and upon the good ship called the Richard, whereof the master under God for this present voyage, Edward Howard, and now riding at anchor in Black River, and by grace of God, bound for Liverpool." It is safe to say that the grace of God had nothing to do with the voyage of the Zorg/Richard, or any other slave ship that ever crossed the Atlantic. The Richard docked safely in Liverpool on July 30, 1782. Customs officers took a detailed inventory of the arriving goods to assess the relevant duties owed by the Gregson Syndicate. William Gregson would have engaged brokers to sell the goods at auction. The auction would be advertised with flyers posted around town, similar to the following advertisement posted in Liverpool in March 1781. To be sold by auction at George's Coffee House, the entire cargo of the brig De Good the Boom, consisting of 29 hogshead and 3 tierces, clayed sugar, 68 hogshead and 9 tierces, muscovado sugar, 17 casks and 705 bags, coffee, 10 hogshead, tobacco. After the goods from the Richard were auctioned, William Gregson re-registered the vessel as the George on November 10, 1782. The story of the Zorg should have ended there. The cursed voyage had been completed. The ship had a new name. The slave trade marched on. William Gregson dispatched 3 more slave ships during 1782, the Eagle, the William, barely 5 months after it returned, and the Wilson. The Eagle landed 388 slaves at Tortola with a mere 3% mortality rate, and the William landed 292 slaves at Jamaica with an 8% mortality rate. The Wilson, however, was captured by the French in October 1782. It was the capture of the Wilson that may have sparked a turning point in the story of the Zorg. William Gregson was probably still struggling to come to terms with losing half the slaves on the Zorg after 3 years of no slave trading, preceded by the shipwreck of the first ship he dispatched after the hiatus, the Swallow. When the Wilson was captured, it may have become too much loss for William Gregson to bear. Insurance would have softened the blow of the Swallow and the Wilson. Perhaps it could do the same with the Zorg. There was only one hitch. Losing an entire vessel to shipwreck or enemy capture was a straightforward matter for maritime insurance, but the Zorg had returned to Liverpool safe and sound. To use insurance to compensate for the deaths of slaves, William Gregson would have to make a claim that no one had ever made before, and he would need an ally from the ship to make the case. He found one in a floundering Robert Stubbs. After arriving in Jamaica, Robert Stubbs had continued trying to get his gold from Anamabu. He dispatched a letter to the CMTA from Kingston on January 13, 1782, in which he outlined his demands, including a new request for £444 in unpaid wages. By April 1782, Stubbs was back in London. One can only imagine how his wife felt when he turned up at the front door without their son, George. On April 11, 1782, Stubbs sent another letter to the CMTA requesting a meeting to lay before you all my accounts, while I had the honor of being in your service. Stubbs repeated his complaints that, before it was taken from me in the most violent manner, my person insulted and my property plundered, and he sought an immediate opportunity of vindicating myself. Stubbs made his case in person at an African committee meeting on May 30, 1782. He followed up with more letters on June 3rd and July 2nd, after which he engaged an attorney to pursue the matter well into 1783. The CMTA made its final determination on July 26, 1784, that it had done no injustice to Mr. Stubbs by withholding payment of the sums demanded by him, including his 40 ounces of gold. Robert Stubbs's days as a slave trader were over, but thanks to William Gregson, his influence over the entire system of slavery was just beginning. Part 5. Truth and Judgment. 12. The Guildhall Trial. In late May 1781, around the same time the Zorg was contributing gunpowder to the British attack on Dutch Commander, Captain William Llewellyn and the British privateers who originally captured the Zorg and other Dutch prizes off the windward coast returned home. England and the United Provinces would remain at war until 1784, by which time Britain would surrender freedom to the American colonies, and the fallout from the Zorg calamity would just be beginning. It would have taken a week or so to unload the cargo from the privateer ships, followed by another week or two to sort the mass of letters and dispatch them to their various destinations. William Gregson probably received Richard Hanley's letter describing his purchase of the Zorg in the Cape Coast roads sometime in June 1781. He would have been pleased at the news and proud of Hanley's entrepreneurial acumen. After honoring the bills of exchange used to purchase the Zorg, Gregson's next move was to secure insurance on the ship from a syndicate of Liverpool underwriters led by Thomas Gilbert. Gilbert had invested in slave ships on one occasion in 1770. The voyage ended in a successful slave insurrection along the windward coast and the escape of the surviving slaves. Following the experience, Gilbert focused on underwriting slave ship insurance instead. On July 3, 1781, the Gregson Syndicate paid a premium of £1,680, $504,000 today, to a syndicate of investors led by Thomas Gilbert for a policy of insurance worth £8,000, $2.4 million today. The 21% premium paid was far more than the typical 7.5 to 10% premium for slave ship insurance, likely due to the increased risks during wartime. The policy valued the ship at the sum of £2,500, $750,000 today, It also valued slaves at £30 sterling per head, ivory £20 sterling per hundredweight, and gold at £4 per ounce. The insurance policy secured by Gregson was modelled after a standard maritime contract that was first printed in the 1680s at England's nascent maritime insurance exchange, Lloyd's Coffee House, which would later become New Lloyd's, and eventually the vaunted insurance firm Lloyd's of London. The slave trade could not have functioned without the kind of insurance provided by Lloyd's. The risks that a ship and its cargo could be lost to insurrection or shipwreck would otherwise be too great to justify the considerable upfront capital required to dispatch a Guinea ship. Much of the insurance industry as it exists today, from automobile to disaster, evolved from policies and principles established by firms such as Lloyd's during the slave trade. British maritime insurance policies were tweaked many times over the 18th century, then finally trimmed to a single page and printed according to the form revised and confirmed at New Lloyd's on the 12th of January 1779. Each policy named the vessel, the captain, and described the following risks covered by the underwriters. Touching the adventures and perils which we the assurers are contented to bear and do take upon us in this voyage, they are of the seas, men of war, fire, enemies, pirates, rovers, thieves, jettisons, letters of mart and countermart, surprisals, takings at sea, arrests, restraints, and detainments of all kings, princes, and people of what nation, condition, or quality soever, barratry of the master and mariners, and of all other perils, losses, and misfortunes that have or shall come to the hurt, detriment, or damage of the said goods and merchandises and ship, etc., or any part thereof. Buried in this alphabet soup of a policy are the words, all other perils, losses, and misfortunes. In the case of slave ships, this phrase typically applied to slaves killed during an insurrection. Gregson's policy stipulated that the underwriters would compensate for the loss of slaves during an insurrection above 3%, meaning if more than 3% of slaves died during the revolt, the underwriters would compensate Gregson at £30 each. All other perils, losses, and misfortunes would be covered above 5%, unless general. The word general referred to the concept of general average, which is still used in most maritime insurance contracts today. General average conveys a proportioning of the loss of cargo that is jettisoned due to perils of the sea. Imagine that a ship encountered a storm and was at risk of sinking. The crew might start jettisoning cargo to lighten the vessel, and they would not be in a position to spend time determining whose cargo they were discarding. Upon arrival in port, the merchants whose cargo had landed safely would proportionately compensate those merchants whose cargo had been jettisoned. The concept of general average was first set down in 1781, the same year as the Zorg's Journey, in John Westcott's complete digest of the theory, laws, and practice of insurance. As described by Westcott, general average claims were free from any percentage hurdle, but they could only be utilized when the jettison took place out of necessity. Westcott also specified the conditions under which insurance underwriters were obliged to compensate for the loss of slaves. The insurer takes upon him the risks of the loss, capture, and death of slaves, or other unavoidable accident to them, but natural death is always understood to be accepted. By natural death is meant not only when it happens by disease or sickness, but also when the captive destroys himself through despair, which often happens. But when slaves are killed or thrown into the sea in order to quell an insurrection on their part, then the insurers must answer. Taken together, the legal standard relating to insurance coverage on slave ships at the time of the Zorg's voyage to Jamaica in 1781 was that slaves who died of natural causes or suicide, which often happens, were not covered. However, those who were killed or thrown into the sea during an insurrection were covered above a percentage threshold, usually 3 to 5%. There was one scenario the standard slave trade insurance policy had not contemplated. What if slaves were thrown overboard when there was not an insurrection? If the slaves were jettisoned out of some other necessity? Must the underwriters compensate the slave owners under a general average claim? Put another way, did maritime insurance in England cover the premeditated killing of Africans? No one had ever asked this question before. until William Gregson. On New Year's Day, 1783, the Gregson Syndicate gave notice to the Gilbert Syndicate that they sought payment of £30 each for the deaths of slaves during the Zorg's journey. It was the first time in the history of the British slave trade that slave merchants attempted to claim compensation for the loss of slaves other than during an insurrection. The Gilbert Syndicate balked. The standard mortality rate on British slave ships during the preceding decade had been about 15%. A mortality exceeding 50% had to be caused by factors that insurers were not required to cover, such as natural death, suicide, or incompetence by the crew. The insurance underwriters elected not to pay. William Gregson had a choice to make: let the matter go or escalate. On February 26, 1783, the Gregson Syndicate filed a declaration or legal brief in the most senior court in England, the Court of King's Bench. In their declaration, the Gregson Syndicate presented their case that the underwriters were obliged to compensate them for the loss of slaves. A jury trial was scheduled for March 6, 1783, to be presided over by the highest-ranking judge in the British Empire, the Lord Chief Justice, the Earl of Mansfield. Mansfield was a titanic figure in the history of British law. Born in 1705 to Scottish nobility, Mansfield studied at Oxford, where he had attended lectures on the Pendex of Justinian, which gave him a preeminent taste for the noble system of jurisprudence. Mansfield was called to the bar in 1730 and served as Chief Justice of the Court of King's Bench from 1756 to 1788, a period that coincided with the massive expansion of England's slavery empire. Mansfield never had children, but he raised his illegitimate biracial niece, Dido Elizabeth Bell, as a free black woman in his manor. Portraits of Mansfield depict a man of commanding presence, typically seated next to law books, adorned in red flowing robes with wider gold trim, and the grey wig of a jurist. Mansfield had a particular interest in insurance law, which made him an ideal candidate to hear the case of Gregson versus Gilbert. The trial of Gregson versus Gilbert took place in the Great Hall of the London Guildhall on March 6, 1783. The Guildhall was a historic building that dated back to the early 1400s when it served as the center of city government. The original structure was erected on the site where the legendary Brutus of Troy, first king of Britain, is said to have built his palace. The centerpiece was a 150-foot-long Great Hall, which had a high vaulted ceiling upon which were fixed the crests of England's noble families. On the day of the trial, the Great Hall was buzzing with activity. Chromatic beams of light filled the space through delicately adorned stained glass windows. Standing above the din at the back of the hall were statues of Gog and Magog, two giants that were defeated by King Brutus and chained to the gates of his palace. At the opposite end of the hall, Chief Justice Mansfield took a seat on a large red chair adorned with the seal of two dragons standing over the words, Domine dirige nos. Lord, guide us. There is no surviving transcript or summary of the trial proceedings. Mansfield typically took detailed notes of hearings in his trial notebook, but his notebook from the spring of 1783 disappeared, just like the logbook of the Zorg. All we know for certain is that Robert Stubbs was called by the Gregson Syndicate to provide oral testimony to substantiate the facts alleged in their declaration. It was the second time that Stubbs sided with a slave merchant in a legal dispute, the first being the case of Barton versus Cooper, in which he aligned with the owner and accused the captain of self-dealing in slaves. Did William Gregson approach Stubbs with a theory of events that would substantiate his claim for compensation, or did Robert Stubbs ingratiate himself to Gregson by proposing a theory of events? In either case, there may have been a financial incentive for Stubbs, as he entered bankruptcy a second time in late 1782. Whoever devised the strategy, two facts are certain. 1. William Gregson wanted compensation for his dead slaves, and after 4 decades as a slave merchant, including a few years operating a slave ship insurance business, he understood insurance policy well enough to make an unprecedented claim. 2. William Gregson would need a witness from the ship to tell a story that justified the claim, and there were only 2 people left in England who could be tracked down as witnesses to the events on the Zorg: James Kelsall and Robert Stubbs. In their declaration to the court, the Gregson Syndicate alleged the following facts. The Zorg, on the 6th day of September 1781, was in good safety at the coast of Africa, and was then and there loaded with diverse Negro slaves, to wit, 500 Negro slaves of the value of £15,000. The ship also had on board a reasonable and proper quantity of water for a voyage to the island of Jamaica. The Zorg departed on September 6, 1781, after which, by perils of the sea, by violent and contrary winds, currents, and other misfortunes, was rendered foul and leaky, and was delayed, hindered, and retarded in her said voyage, a consequence of which so much of the water on board was necessarily consumed before the ship could reach Jamaica. At this point, the story told in the declaration gets interesting. On the 29th day of November 1781, a sufficient supply or quantity of water did not remain on board the same ship or vessel for preserving the lives of the master and mariners belonging to the said ship, and of the said Negro slaves. As a result of the lack of water between the dates of November 29, 1781, and the arrival of the ship in Jamaica, 60 of the said Negro slaves perished and died for want of water, and were wholly lost to the said plaintiffs. In addition, 40 other of the said Negro slaves, for want of water and by extreme thirst and frenzy, were compelled to throw themselves into the sea, and thereby perished and were drowned, and were wholly lost to the said plaintiffs. Only then, according to Gregson, did the master and mariners, for the necessary preservation of their own lives and the lives of the residue of the said Negro slaves on board, throw overboard into the sea 150 other of the said Negro slaves, who were once again wholly lost to the said plaintiffs. The declaration presented the massacre as an unavoidable calamity caused by perils of the sea that resulted in an unforeseeable lack of water, which necessitated the jettison of 150 Africans only after 100 had either started dying or killed themselves from a lack of water. The description of the deaths as being a loss suffered by the plaintiffs, not the slaves, framed the entire tragedy as one of financial consequence alone. Chief Justice Mansfield provided instructions to the jury that only if they deemed the jettison had been necessary should they find for the plaintiffs. After a short deliberation, the jury found in favor of the Gregson Syndicate. The insurance underwriters were ordered to pay the slave merchants £30 each for the loss of the slaves. The underwriters were not pleased with the decision. Their hands had been tied during the trial to counter the claims made by the Zorg's owners because common law courts in 1783 did not permit discovery of documents. There was no paperwork or evidence that the underwriters could use to challenge the assertions made in the declaration or by the only witness, Robert Stubbs. They especially wanted to see a copy of the ship's logbook, which they suspected the owners were withholding. More importantly, Stubbs had said just enough on the witness stand to make it clear that the story was not adding up. There were discrepancies between the owner's declaration and Robert Stubbs's testimony relating to the timeline, events, and total number of slaves who died. The underwriters could sense something was amiss. The truth was lurking just beneath the surface, and they needed help bringing it out. In a moment that can only be described as deus ex machina, the hand of fate intervened 12 days later. 13. An anonymous letter. There was someone in the Guildhall on March 6, 1783, who could not fathom what he was hearing. Many of the bystanders that day paid little attention to a niche insurance trial taking place in the corner of the Great Hall, but one present hung on every word. In fact, the entire proceeding shook him to his core. No one had ever asked the right questions about what happened to the Africans on the Zorg, and something needed to be done about it. 12 days after the trial, on Tuesday, March 18, 1783, an anonymous letter was printed in one of England's biggest newspapers, the Morning Chronicle and London Advertiser. The original edition is still available to read in the British Library in London. It has become slightly faded over the centuries, but the letter can be read clearly, tucked between an advertisement for a new medicine to treat chilblains and chops in the hands and feet, and the section that provided updates from the House of Commons on bills relating to customs reform and trade with America. The letter holds such historical importance that I include it here. The flow of the piece, the choice of words, and the religious overtones reveal an individual who was highly educated and had a deeply moral conscience. The author was clearly troubled by England's participation in the slave trade and fought for it to end. There was a nascent anti-slavery movement in England in 1783, led by the Quaker community and a few evangelical Christians. This anonymous letter would light a fire under their efforts that would not be extinguished until England's slaves were free. To the printer of the Morning Chronicle. Sir, I had the pleasure of hearing a sermon preached lately before the Society for Propagating Christian Knowledge at Bow Church. In that discourse, the learned prelate recommended to the Society's attention the present state of the Negro slaves in our sugar colonies, secluded as they are from all the advantages of society, yet concluded by and subject to all its penalties. And in my opinion, he clearly proved that interest, both public and private, was equally concerned with humanity and piety, to ease their burdens and to instruct and bring them forward as members of our community. As this was delivered before a venerable and respectable assembly, and seemed to meet the wish of every thinking person who heard it, I began to congratulate myself that the time was at last arrived when Britain, without being dictated to by an haughty rival, or forced by ungrateful rebel children, meant of her own accord to break asunder the massy chains of slavery, restore liberty, and communicate all her privileges to the sooty sons of Africa, who have, for near 2 centuries past, dragged out a miserable, wretched existence in our colonies, far from their families and native country, in deep bondage and unpitied distress, under hard-hearted, unfeeling masters. But from what a pleasing reverie was I soon afterwards awakened. On March 6th last, I heard the following trial in Guildhall. An action had been brought against the underwriters to recover the value of 132 African slaves lost in the passage from the coast of Guinea to Jamaica, of which these were the circumstances. A ship loaded with slaves made the island of Tobago, and understanding that it was in the enemy's hands, pushed down for Jamaica till he got 50 leagues to the westwards of it. He then discovered his mistake, hauled his wind, and endeavored to get up to the island. Being in dread of want of water, he one day ordered his mate, who was the man that gave the evidence, to throw overboard 46 of the slaves handcuffed. 2 days after that, he ordered 36 more to be thrown overboard, and a day or two after, 40 more. 10 other slaves, whose hands were loose, jumped after these off from the gunwale and were drowned along with them. The captain carried the rest into Jamaica, and had 420 gallons of water left when he arrived. The underwriters argued that there was no necessity for a conduct so shocking to humanity, that the captain might have called at Barbados, or even after he had the intelligence of the capture of Tobago, might have hauled over to St. Lucia, or gone down to St. Kitts, or to the Danish island of St. Croix. That it is so easy in the West Indian seas to estimate a ship's run that if he was afraid of making Hispaniola in his way to Jamaica, he might have run past it and made Jamaica on a meridian, that the quantity of water on board must have been sufficient for a considerable time, since they carried in what, well husbanded, might have served them 5 or 6 days longer. The jury, without going out of court, gave judgment against the underwriters. The mate acknowledged he himself had thrown them overboard by the captain's orders, which he thought was to him a sufficient warrant for doing any possible thing, without considering whether it was criminal or not. The narrative seemed to make every person present shudder, and I waited with some impatience, expecting that the jury, by their foreman, would have applied to the court for information how to bring the perpetrator of such a horrid deed to justice. A greater aggravation of the crime is that it is said the captain, who died some time after, was in a delirium or a fit of lunacy when he gave the orders. That there should be bad men to do bad things in all large communities must be expected. But a community makes the crime general and provokes divine wrath when it suffers any member to commit flagrant acts of villainy with impunity. But the claim of African slaves on the public is exceeding strong. They owe us no service, they never have received any benefit from us. Then surely we should take care that humanity be not wounded through their sides. It is hardly possible for a state to thrive where the perpetrator of such complicated guilt as the present is not only suffered to go unpunished, but is allowed to glory in the infamy and carries off the reward of it. Did Providence pass it over? The very negligence and carelessness of public honor and public justice that is supposed in it must sink the most flourishing kingdom in anarchy and ruin. Note: I wish some man of feeling and genius would give poetical language to one of those brave fellows' thoughts whose indignation made him voluntarily share death with his countrymen, rather than life with such unheard-of English barbarians. With what noble disdain would he animate his sentiments? With what resignation would he consider himself when plunging into the ocean as escaping from brutes in human shape to throw himself on the unsearchable mercy of his Creator? What a tender adieu would he bid his family and country? What a parting look would be cast on a glorious world, on the sun in heavens, disgraced by such a scene? What dreadful imprecations would he utter against such monsters, and against the barbarous, unfeeling country that sent them out, or wished to profit by their trade? It is certainly worthy of observation that our legislature can every session find time to inquire into and regulate the manner of killing a partridge, that no abuse should be committed, and that he should be fairly shot. And yet it is never thought proper to inquire into the manner of annually kidnapping above 50,000 poor wretches who never injured us, by a set of the most cruel monsters that this country can send out, nor into the chief use that has been made of this trade these 20 years past, the settling the invaluable colony of Hispaniola to our rivals, that in a few years more must enable them to establish themselves masters of the ocean. The letter was a revelation. After opening on a positive note about a recent sermon that suggested England's participation in the slave trade should be ended, the author discussed the disturbing facts of the Zorg case. He rejected the notion that the crew were just following orders, and those too given by someone in a fit of lunacy. Expressed surprise at the jury's decision, evidently made without much deliberation, leaving the perpetrators to glory in the infamy of their crimes. He noted that others who were listening in the Guildhall that day were also troubled by what they heard. The letter culminated with a call for empathy, asking the reader to imagine what it was like for those who died by suicide to escape from brutes and human shape. In so doing, the author reframed the case from one of property and insurance to one of humanity and murder. This single notion, so obvious to the modern reader, was a revolutionary idea in 1783, and it would become one of the central arguments in the fight against slavery. We also learned some very important facts about the case. The author stated that the mate gave evidence at the trial. The mate on the Zorg was James Kelsall, but the only person to give testimony at the Guildhall trial was Robert Stubbs. Did he present himself as a mate on the ship to increase his credibility? Or did the author get confused by the fact that Stubbs was both a passenger and commander of the ship? Stubbs appears to have testified that 122 slaves were thrown overboard over a few days, and that 10 more Africans died by suicide, bringing the total to 132. In their declaration, the owners alleged 250 dead slaves, 100 of whom died or killed themselves due to want of water, and 150 who had to be jettisoned to save the rest. Where did the owners get their information from? There are only a handful of survivors to the massacre who returned to England, only 2 of whom were ever tracked down: James Kelsall and Robert Stubbs. Did William Gregson and/or his counsel interview Stubbs, decide his story was not optimal to the claim, and concoct a tale for their declaration that was more advantageous? If so, did they know Stubbs would testify at the trial and assert a different set of facts? Perhaps Gregson thought the details wouldn't matter, who was going to keep count of dead Africans anyway. As it turned out, at least one person did. It is worth also noting a few uncanny similarities between Stubbs' testimony in the Guildhall trial and the Barton v. Cooper case almost 3 decades earlier. In Barton v. Cooper, Stubbs claimed that the captain refused to trade with natives and that he threatened to throw the traders overboard, calling them black dogs, sons of bitches. Stubbs further testified that the captain ordered the sailors to weigh anchor immediately, which intimidated them so much that some of them jumped overboard. Emphasis mine. Not only do we hear Stubbs's typically dramatic description of events, but he eerily presaged the events of the Zorg, in which Africans were thrown overboard, and some were so frightened that they jumped into the ocean. When the insurers compared the facts in the declaration to the facts revealed during the trial, they naturally grew suspicious. The likelihood that Stubbs testified in a highly sensational manner would have only increased their skepticism. The underwriters would not accept the jury's snap decision based solely on Robert Stubbs's testimony without a fight. To be clear, slave ship insurance underwriters were an integral part of a system that unleashed enormous suffering on millions of Africans across centuries, but in this case, their coldly calculated financial interests were aligned with the small number of people in England who sought to abolish slavery. The anonymous letter just happened to bring them together. 14. Equiano calls on Sharp. On the morning of March 18, 1783, Gustavus Vasa picked up a copy of the Morning Chronicle and London Advertiser. He read through the articles while sipping on breakfast tea and came to the column with the anonymous letter. As he read the piece, emotions swelled in him that few people in England could understand. Vasa was his slave name. His birth name was Aluda Equiano, and he had experienced every aspect of the wretchedness of slavery. Equiano was born in 1745 in a charming, fruitful vale named Asaka, located in the southeastern region of modern-day Nigeria. He was captured by slave traders at the age of 11 and likely ended up on a Liverpool-based slave ship, the Ogden. Equiano barely survived the hell of the Middle Passage, at one point wishing for the last friend, death, to relieve me. Equiano landed in Barbados with 243 other slaves, but he was so weak and sickly that no one purchased him. He was subsequently shipped to Virginia, where he was eventually purchased by a Royal Navy officer to be his personal slave. Equiano served on several warships during the 7 Years' War, after which he was brought to England and sold to a slave ship captain who took him back to the Caribbean. During his second Middle Passage, Equiano saw crew members gratify their brutal passion with females not 10 years old. Equiano was bright and industrious, with a regal charm and penetrating eyes. In 1766, he managed to purchase his freedom for £40, $11,500 today, a rare feat at the time. He returned to England and took odd jobs on merchant ships traveling to Italy and Turkey. In 1773, he became one of the first Africans to visit the Arctic. Throughout his journeys, Equiano yearned to find a way for African slaves to be free. It was in this context that Equiano met the junior clerk at the Ordnance Office who had come to the defense of Jonathan Strong, Granville Sharp. Only Sharp was a clerk no more. He had since become the first British person to devote his life to the extirpation of slavery. He had also become a prolific writer, drafting pamphlets with the speed of text messages on subjects ranging from slavery to war crimes to Greek grammar rules that demonstrated Jesus' divinity. One particularly impactful tract that he gave to his friend Benjamin Franklin argued that the Americans should not be taxed without having representation in Parliament. Following his efforts to protect Jonathan Strong's liberty, Sharp spent 2 years diligently teaching himself the law so that he could make a legal case against slavery. He presented his arguments in a 1769 publication, A Representation of the Injustice and Dangerous Tendency of Tolerating Slavery, or of admitting the least claim of private property in the persons of men in England. It was one of the earliest tracts published in England that explicitly attacked the system of slavery, which Sharp asserted was an innovation entirely foreign to the spirit and intention of the laws now in force in Great Britain. Sharp had correctly identified that the legal status of slaves on British soil was unclear. There was precedent going back to Queen Elizabeth I in 1569 that slavery was in fact not permitted in England. In 1672, an original member of the prestigious Royal Society, Sir Edward Chamberlain, wrote that foreign slaves in England are none, since Christianity prevailed. A foreign slave brought into England is upon landing ipso facto free from slavery, but not from ordinary service. A series of legal cases during the 1700s seemed to reinforce the point, but the question grew more complicated when the Church of England became directly involved in slavery through its management of the Codrington sugar plantations in Barbados, beginning in 1710. By this time, most British colonies in America and the Caribbean had passed laws that specifically authorized the ownership of Africans as slaves, but no such law existed in England. If the Church of England managed a plantation full of slaves, shouldn't there be clarity on the legality of slavery within the country's borders? To provide clarity, Attorney General Philip York and Solicitor General Charles Talbot authored their York-Talbot opinion in 1729. The opinion stated that the legal status of a slave in the colonies was not altered when that slave stepped foot in England. Furthermore, baptism by the Church of England did not alter the status of a slave. The opinion notwithstanding, there was still no actual statute in England that established the legality of slavery when Sharp published A Representation of the Injustice in 1769. It would not take long before Sharp had an opportunity to make his case formally in the highest court in England, in front of none other than the Lord Chief Justice, the Earl of Mansfield. On January 13, 1772, a slave named James Somerset fled to Granville Sharp, seeking his help. Somerset was a slave from Virginia who had been brought to England by his owner, Charles Stuart. Somerset escaped bondage and was hiding on the streets in London when Stuart recaptured him and sold him to a captain departing for Jamaica. Slavery had been codified in law in Virginia under the Virginia Slave Code Act of 1705, but had Somerset's status changed after he arrived in England? Sharp had his test case, and the trial that followed, Somerset versus Stuart, would send shockwaves across both sides of the Atlantic. It would also be the first time that Granville Sharp faced off against his nemesis, Chief Justice Mansfield. The trial was held in the historic Westminster Hall, right next to the Houses of Parliament. Sharp engaged attorneys on behalf of Somerset and advised them on their arguments. Echoing the words of Chamberlain, the attorneys representing Somerset opened the case by asserting that no man at this day is or can be a slave in England. Furthermore, the moment a slave put their foot on English ground, that moment they became free. Stuart's attorneys shot back that the notion was preposterous, and that it would unleash massive losses on England's slave owners if all their slaves on British soil were suddenly liberated. Mansfield was reluctant to offer a judgment in favor of the freedom of enslaved people in Britain, as doing so might result in the release of 14,000 to 15,000 slaves throughout the land and wreak havoc in the streets. He pushed for 6 months for an out-of-court settlement, but Sharp would not budge. He wanted a decision from Mansfield to establish a legal precedent. On the day Mansfield announced his verdict, Sharp stayed out of the courtroom, worried that his presence might irk Mansfield and negatively influence the outcome. On June 22, 1772, Chief Justice Mansfield, the most senior legal authority in England, issued the following judgment. The state of slavery is of such a nature that it is incapable of being introduced by courts of justice upon mere reasoning or inferences from any principles natural or political. A case so odious as the condition of slaves must be taken strictly. No master ever was allowed here to take a slave by force to be sold abroad because he had deserted from his service or for any other reason whatever. We cannot say the cause set forth by this return is allowed or approved by the laws of this kingdom, and therefore the man must be discharged. The moment Mansfield banged his gavel, Somerset was free, and Sharp had his legal precedent. The nascent abolitionist movement in England heralded the decision as a determination that slavery was not legal on British soil. Hearing the news, slaves in England started to flee their owners, who in turn posted advertisements in newspapers like the Manchester Mercury to help recover them. Run away from his master's service at Liverpool on Thursday last, the 14th September 1772. A Negro man named Seymour, about 5 feet 7 or 8 inches high, and a pair of white short trousers and a blue jacket. Anyone who can give information of him so that he may be secured shall receive 2 guineas reward. Across the Atlantic, jurists came to a similar conclusion that after the Somerset case, slavery was de facto as well as de jure ended in England. The case soon became part of a newly developing American common law. Northern courts particularly interpreted the 1772 English decision as outlawing slavery in the absence of any specific legislative mandate to the contrary. Like their English counterparts, slave owners in southern states posted advertisements in newspapers about escaped slaves who might try to gain their freedom, such as the following in the Virginia Gazette on June 30, 1774. Run away the 16th instant from a subscriber, a Negro man named Bacchus, about 30 years of age, 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, strong and well made, had on and took with him 2 white raffia drill coats. He would probably endeavour to get on board some vessel bound for Great Britain, from the knowledge he has of the late determination of Somerset's case. Although Mansfield would later clarify that the case went no further than to determine the master had no right to compel the slave to go into a foreign country, the mythology of the case led many to believe that England's slaves had been freed. British abolitionists lauded the decision as evidence of the nation's commitment to liberty, bidding Benjamin Franklin to quip that England was congratulating itself on its virtue, love of liberty, and the equity of its courts, in setting free a single Negro. For Granville Sharp, the Somerset decision was just the beginning. He drafted several tracts after the case, arguing the illegality of slavery in Britain. He also drew upon his evangelical faith to assert that slavery was a violation of God's law. Sharp warned that England would be met with divine punishment for participating in slavery in his 1776 publication, The Law of Retribution, or a serious warning to Great Britain and her colonies, founded on unquestionable examples of God's temporal vengeance against tyrants, slaveholders, and oppressors. In Sharp's mind, the American Revolutionary War was proof that God's wrath was being unleashed on England because of slavery. When Olaudah Equiano read the anonymous letter in the Morning Chronicle and London Advertiser on March 18, 1783, he went straight to the one man in England who could do something about it. Gustavus Vasa, Sharp wrote in his diary, called on me with an account of 130 Negroes being thrown alive into the sea from on board an English slave ship. Sharp sprang into action. He promptly fired off numerous letters agitating on the matter, including one missive to the Admiralty Court, pressing for a charge of murder against the crewmen who had perpetrated the crimes. Sharp also met with counsel for the insurers to plan their next steps. They filed an action against the owners on the equity side of the Court of Exchequer, which permitted the discovery of documents, such as logbooks and journals from the Zorg. They also filed a motion with the Court of King's Bench demanding a new trial. A hearing on the motion for a new trial was set for May 21, 1783. Granville Sharp hired a shorthand writer to transcribe the proceedings. Unlike the first trial in the Guildhall, almost every word that was spoken at the hearing would be recorded, including a vital detail that was not revealed in March. That singular detail would turn the hearing on its head. 15. Gregson versus Gilbert. Day 1. Wednesday, May 21, 1783. The bluebells were in full bloom as Granville Sharp walked along the Thames River, past the Houses of Parliament, toward Westminster Hall in the morning of Wednesday, May 21, 1783. From the day he met Jonathan Strong in 1765, his life had been building toward this moment. The stakes were enormous, but the outcome rested in the hands of the one man who had resisted granting Sharp the unequivocal victory for the rights of African people that could help pave the way for the abolition of slavery. Sharp had put everything into this trial, countless hours working with the attorneys for the underwriters, years of research and advocacy to make the case that slavery was illegal and immoral, and substantial personal resources. Sharp passed through the arched doorway into Westminster Hall. The 240-foot-long arcade was a riotous scene of booksellers, jurymen, lawyers, witnesses, haberdashers, and the dodgy men of straw who placed a single straw in their shoes to indicate that they were willing to provide false testimony for a fee. The vaulted, hammer-beam ceiling and intricate stained glass windows conveyed the appearance of a cathedral. There were 3 courts in session in Westminster Hall, and they were separated only by a thin partition: the Chancery Court, the Court of Common Pleas, and the Court of King's Bench. The proceedings of each court could be heard in the others, creating a cacophonous din of barristers arguing and gavels banging. Sharp navigated the crowds toward the southeast corner of the arcade, where the King's Bench was located. It was a tiny area of roughly 30 square feet in size, in which some of the most important cases in England were heard. 3 judges sat on the raised platform across from the attorneys for the contending parties. Sharp took a position behind counsel for the insurance underwriters, accompanied by his shorthand writer. The underwriters were represented by 3 barristers, Mr. Thomas Davenport, Mr. Pigott, and Mr. Samuel Haywood. Of the 3, we know the most about Haywood. He was born in Liverpool in 1753, educated at Cambridge, and called to the bar in 1778. His father, Benjamin Haywood, was a prominent Liverpool slave merchant, as was his younger brother, Benjamin Arthur Haywood. Over the decades, the Haywood family financed 133 slave voyages that transported more than 42,000 slaves from Africa and deposited around 36,000 survivors in Britain's sugar colonies. The Haywoods had invested in at least one slave ship with William Gregson, the Triton, in 1757. The journey ended in shipwreck. Unlike most of his family, Samuel Haywood objected to the slave trade. His representation of the underwriters in this case would have rankled his slave-trading father and brother, but he was accustomed to taking controversial stands. Haywood descended from many aspects of Anglican orthodoxy, including the 39 Articles of the Church of England, which contained precepts such as original sin, salvation only through Jesus Christ, and the sole authority of the Church to administer the faith. Adherence to the Articles was required for graduation from Cambridge, but Haywood stood by his principles and refused a degree, turning instead to study the law. He built a prominent career over the years and would eventually ascend to the position of Chief Justice of the Court of Great Sessions in Wales. During his practice as a barrister in the Northern Circuit of England, Haywood was mentored by another religious dissenter, Solicitor General John Lee. On May 21, 1783, Lee was standing a few feet to Haywood's right as chief counsel for the Gregson Syndicate. John Lee was a formidable opponent with a vast legal mind and renowned oratorial skills. He had successfully represented the Gregson Syndicate at the trial in March, and he was ready to secure a victory for them again. Lee was born in 1733 as the son of a cloth merchant. He was a religious dissenter like Haywood and a vocal critic of King George III. He studied law and became a member of Parliament for the Whig Party. Lee was appointed Solicitor General just a month before the Gregson v. Gilbert hearing. Although Lee achieved political and financial success, he never lost sight of his modest roots and considered aristocratic landowning the acquisition of dirty acres. Lee stood alone against a team of 3 expert barristers, with the mind of Granville Sharp supporting them, but he was nevertheless confident of victory. He was so confident, in fact, that he sent his junior, Mr. Allen Chamber, to attend to other matters for the day. Like Lee and Haywood, Chamber practiced on the Northern Circuit. After building a distinguished career as a barrister, he would later be appointed as a senior judge in the Court of Common Pleas. As with the trial in March, Robert Stubbs was the only witness to provide oral testimony at the hearing in Westminster Hall. It was deposed by the attorneys in camera, in private. Hence, only those portions of his testimony quoted by the attorneys during the hearing appear in the transcript produced by Sharp's shorthand writer. Although Mansfield was familiar with Stubbs's account from the March trial, there were new details that would emerge from his deposition during the hearing in May. The justices were unaware of these details until they were discussed by the barristers in court. Although we cannot know for sure, it is likely that Olaudah Equiano was present to witness at least some, if not all, of the trial. He was the person who brought the anonymous letter to the attention of Granville Sharp, which set the entire proceeding in motion. It is also possible that the author of the anonymous letter was in Westminster Hall. The hearing was only happening because of his act of conscience, and he surely would have been curious to see what happened next. It is unclear whether William Gregson and Thomas Gilbert were present at the hearing, or whether they sent other members of their syndicates to represent them. Chief Justice Mansfield took a seat in the center of the bench. As he cast his eyes into the gallery, he was surely displeased to see Granville Sharp present in his court once again. Mansfield was joined by 2 other justices, Edward Willis, a former member of Parliament and Solicitor General, and Francis Buller, a 36-year-old jurist with a reputation for hasty decisions. The justices understood the gravity of the moment. No one until William Gregson had ever brought a claim against insurance underwriters for the deliberate jettison of Africans not engaged in an insurrection. Their decision would have considerable ramifications for England's slave-trading economy, which was near its historical peak. By the spring of 1783, there was already some confusion about the name of the ship, which was being referred to either as the Zorg, the Zong, or the Zerg. Mansfield settled on Zong, which assisted in the subsequent spread of the incorrect name. Chief Justice Mansfield was fully aware that Sharp had been pressing for murder charges against the crew of the Zorg, and he wanted to avoid any discussion along those lines. As his first order of business, he set the ground rules for the hearing. "This is the case of a policy of insurance upon the ship Zorg," he declared. Mansfield continued with a summary of the facts that had been presented by the one witness examined upon either side during the trial in March, Robert Stubbs. He gives an account of the particulars of the voyage, that there was a great scarcity of water, from their mistaking on the 28th November Jamaica for Hispaniola, which carried them out of the course. They were forced to throw several of the Negroes overboard. Stubbs was cross-examined, and according to his judgment, the captain did what was right. He was under the perilous necessity. They all apprehended they should have died from want of water if they had not thrown the slaves overboard. To preserve the rest, in short, it was an absolute necessity for throwing over the Negroes. The matter left to the jury was whether it was from necessity, for they had no doubt, though it shocks one very much. The case of the slaves was the same as if horses had been thrown overboard. It is a very shocking case. The question was whether there was an absolute necessity for throwing them overboard to save the rest. The jury were of the opinion there was. One sentence in particular from Mansfield's opening remarks would go down in infamy. The case of the slaves was the same as if horses had been thrown overboard. These words cut to the heart of a civilizational debate that would be hashed out in the years following the Zorg case. Were the enslaved Africans people or animals? After summarizing the March trial, Mansfield asked the attorneys for the underwriters on what grounds they were asking for a retrial. Mr. Davenport rose to his feet and spoke first. "Your Lordship, my ground was that Stubbs's evidence was no proof of the existence of that absolute necessity which was made the ground of the cause and of the verdict. There certainly was no proof of the existence of actual necessity within the scope or condition of the policy." Davenport substantiated his assertion in two parts. First, the scarcity of water was a consequence of mistake, ignorance, and blunder, not a peril of the sea that was covered by the insurance policy. What were the mistakes? Mistake number one, once the ship passed Tobago on November 18th, which the crew thought to be in enemy hands, they still could have stopped at the safe islands of Barbados or St. Lucia for water. But they did not go in because upon examining the state of the casks, they were taken for full casks, even though the crew later discovered that some of them were 7 or 8 inches short. Mistake number two, on November 28th, they somehow mistook Jamaica for Hispaniola. My lord, Davenport concluded, there is not one peril within this policy that could give any ground for the recovery. The underwriter don't underwrite against a long voyage or against a short or a longer passage. He insures only the perils of the sea. Davenport further argued that it was the owner's responsibility to hire a competent captain who could complete the voyage successfully. If they chose instead to hire a captain who had never been on a voyage in his life as captain, and who cannot tell Hispaniola from Jamaica, it was unreasonable to expect the underwriters to pay for his mistake. The second part of Davenport's argument for the absence of necessity was that there appeared to be sufficient water to carry them to Jamaica, even after they realized the navigational error on November 29th. Based on the testimony provided by Robert Stubbs, a more thorough examination of the water supply on November 29th revealed 3 butts of sweet water, though not quite full, and 2½ of what they call the gang casks, which is of course sour. The sour water may not be agreeable to the taste, but it is certain that it would preserve life, Davenport stated. To substantiate his assertion that there was adequate water on November 29th to reach Jamaica, Davenport calculated the number of gallons of water in the butts and casks, accounting for the nearly discovered shortage of 7 to 8 inches in each butt, divided by the number of people on board, which revealed that there was sufficient water to provide 2 quarts a man until the ship reached Jamaica. The court should therefore grant a retrial, Davenport insisted, because there did not exist on the 29th of November any actual necessity for throwing the slaves overboard. Therefore, in my opinion, the verdict is ill-founded. Chief Justice Mansfield offered a terse reply. All your observations the witness Stubbs denied and spoke fully to necessity. He spoke to a necessity that did not exist, clapped back Davenport. It was as if Mansfield had not even been listening. A frustrated Davenport tried again to make his case. He recalculated the water supply on November 29th, noting that if each butt had 120 gallons of water, that quantity, plus the gang casks, would have lasted everyone on board 3 weeks at short allowance, which is precisely how long it took the ship to reach Jamaica. The fact that Stubbs, the witness, has not said that any man was put on short allowance, neither at the time they first threw the slaves over, nor afterwards, was sufficient proof that there was no scarcity of water. The only scenario in which throwing Africans overboard to be deemed necessary would be if the crew had waited every hour, every minute, and every moment till the actual necessity arose from an insurrection of the slaves on board, or the whites dropping down and perishing. The moment they had missed Jamaica, continued Davenport, if they had been sailors at all, they might have gone to islands within 24 or 30 hours, where they would have had as plenty of water as they would in England. They could have gone to the Grand Caymans or the Isle of Pines, Cuba. Davenport moved deftly into an articulation of the underwriter's theory of what really motivated the jettison, and in so doing, he pulled back the curtain on the plot that may have been afoot on the Zorg 18 months earlier when the crew missed Jamaica. Davenport suggested that if the crew had decided to obtain water from a nearby island, such as Cuba or the Caymans, it would not have made the sick and dying slaves fetch a good price in Jamaica. Therefore, the captain decided that the death of the slaves should be charged to the account of the underwriters instead of the owners. Then one easily sees why slaves are to go first, Davenport continued, and why the sick ones are to go, or those that would sell for the least money are to go before the more healthy and valuable. Davenport hinted at a cover-up. I inquired for the logbook. There was none. Reckoning none. Compass none. Nothing that common prudence, ordinary prudence, and requisite prudence to produce. But a gentleman that happens to be a passenger is brought. No other person. There was nobody, if I recollect right, in England, interrupted Mansfield. The mate, Kelsall, had been brought from Liverpool and was seen 2 days before the trial, Davenport replied. However, when the time came for Kelsall to appear in court, he was gone. The truth, Davenport suggested, is that the captain meant to saddle a bad market upon the underwriters instead of the owners, and the only reason it came to that was not because of any peril of the sea, but because of so great a blunder, so much ignorance and mistake, including the failure on November 29th to make port at a nearby island to replenish water supplies. You asked Captain Stubbs to that, Mansfield interjected. You said they could not get to any of them. If I had asked any of my learned friends or any other passengers, they would have known nothing of it. Davenport replied, I am talking of seafaring knowledge. You said they could not. Mansfield retorted, he said in their judgment they could not. Stubbs said positively they could not. I asked him his reason. He said they did not know where they was. Justice Buller intervened. There is no other evidence but his. He is the only man existing, Mansfield replied. Be it so. Davenport conceded. You asked if he could have gone into any of those islands. Mansfield repeated. He swore he could not. Yes, he did, but he gave his reason. He did not know where he was. Davenport exclaimed. Mansfield was stuck. He had relied on Stubbs's declaration of necessity in March, but if that necessity was born out of navigational incompetence, it wasn't necessary at all. Maybe so, Mansfield reluctantly agreed. Then the underwriters are not liable. Davenport snapped. Davenport had steered the court exactly where he wanted. There was no necessity. It was error and ignorance that led the Zorg off course. Despite the error, they still had enough water at short allowance to reach Jamaica, quite apart from options to replenish their supply at nearby islands. However, the crew did not move to short allowance, and they did not replenish water from a nearby island. The only conclusion was that they hatched a plot to make the insurers pay for their blunders. Before anyone had a chance to contradict Davenport, his co-counsel, Mr. Piggott, leaped into action. He followed Davenport's methodical legal reasoning with the broader arguments that were most important to Granville Sharp. To abolish slavery required a radical shift in perception about the slave trade. At times when Piggott spoke, his words may well have been emerging from Granville's mouth. "There never was an action of this sort brought before," Piggott opened. "And besides being new in specie, the circumstances of it are of such an extraordinary nature, I am astonished how this verdict was obtained." Piggott moved cautiously into territory he knew Mansfield wanted to avoid. That this should not be the subject of another discussion must give pain not only to me, but everybody that hears me, from a consideration of this circumstance that 130 of our fellow creatures were plunged alive into the ocean without, as I shall contend before your lordship, any such necessity as could justify such a very extraordinary transaction. The other discussion, Piggott meant, was the murder of 130 fellow creatures. He proceeded slowly, sensing Mansfield was ready to cut him off, as he laid out a slippery slope argument of great moral peril. If the underwriters were made liable to this mortality, Piggott asserted, it would be such an inlet of fraud and oppressions upon those persons least capable of protection. Piggott's contention was that a judgment for the owners would result in captains killing any sick or troublesome slave they wanted, knowing they could be compensated for the loss by insurers. Had he wanted, Piggott could have gone one step further. In such a scenario, the costs of insuring the slave for transport across the Atlantic would rise dramatically, as insurers would know they might be asked to pay for hundreds of deaths per voyage. The economics of the slave trade would probably cease to function. Mansfield knew where Piggott was going, and he would have none of it. He fenced Piggott's attempt at moral hazard by restating the narrow parameters under which underwriters must compensate owners for dead slaves. Since the trial in March, I was informed if they die a natural death, they do not pay. But in an engagement, if they are attacked and the slaves are killed, they will be paid for them as much as for damages done for goods, and it is frequently done, just as if horses were killed. They are paid for it in the gross, just as well as for horses killed. Piggott did not back down. It is possible to conceive from the beginning of the trade to this moment that from the time the Portuguese discovered them to the present time, no slaves have ever perished for want of provisions or water in a voyage. Or it is to be conceived that those who have insured, slave merchants, have been so indulgent that in no case whatsoever have they called the underwriters to pay the loss. Piggott considered his next move carefully. There was no turning back. I am not surprised the captain, mate, and no other mariners were produced at the trial. I venture to predict they never will be seen, that this loss should have happened, extraordinary in its circumstances for which the insured meant to bring in action, that they should suffer the captain, mate, and every mariner to go out of this kingdom when they ought to be tried for murder. Piggott came out and said it. Mansfield probably grimaced. Sharp surely smiled. Piggott kept pressing. What passed during the voyage, which I collect from the copy I have of Governor Stubbs' testimony, which Governor Stubbs, I understand, is now in court, what I collect from the testimony of the only witness produced, was not an impending necessity so as to justify what has been done, or if it were, it was a necessity brought on by ignorance of those that had the charge of this ship. Have you a copy of it? Mansfield asked. I have a copy of Governor Stubbs' evidence. Is it taken in shorthand? No. Then it will not answer the purpose. Since Mansfield did not want to take the time to read the longhand transcript of Robert Stubbs's testimony, Piggott summarized the gist. When they saw Tobago, they had an opportunity of correcting their reckonings, and they must have taken, as all navigators do from the known land, a fresh departure from Tobago. They come towards Jamaica, and what do? They fall leeward of Jamaica, and they mistake the westernmost point or leeward point of Jamaica for Cape Tiburon, which is the westernmost part of San Domingo or Hispaniola. Like any good prosecutor, Piggott turned to visual aids to make his point. He pulled out a map of the Caribbean and explained, Your lordship will see if you look at this map. Cape Tiburon is in 74 degrees, and the westernmost point of Jamaica, they conceive themselves to be so much to the leeward, is in 80 degrees. Those 6 degrees of longitude meant the crew's measurements were off by more than 340 miles, or roughly 30% of the distance between Tobago and Jamaica. These skillful navigators, Piggott wryly continued, with the lives of 400 men in their hands, made such a mistake as 6 degrees of reckoning. In the name of God, let these men account reasonably for having mistaken the west part of San Domingo and the west part of Jamaica. Let them account for that enormous transaction. Do they take no latitude, no departure? Is that the way that men navigate with common cargoes, with things that are put on board a ship, much less with the lives of people? Is this to be tolerated and endured? Justice Buller interrupted to ask a clarification. Was the verdict, in March, for all that perished? Only those that were thrown overboard, Solicitor General Lee responded. It was the first time he spoke at the hearing. That is so much the better for us, Pickett retorted. If compensation was being asked only for the slaves torn overboard without adequate necessity, then there should be no compensation at all. To reinforce his point, Pickett reminded the justices that Stubbs testified that when they started throwing slaves overboard, they had 3 butts of sweet water and 2.5 gang casks of sour water. My lord, Pickett exclaimed, here is not any want of water, but the apprehension of a want of water. Is it such a necessity, Pickett asked, that every man who hears me will say, good God, it is inevitable? Were they in such a calamitous situation that it could not be avoided? Pickett answered his own question with an extraordinary declaration. The life of one man is like the life of another man, whatever the complexion is, whatever his color. Is this court, or any court of jury, prepared to say, these gentlemen under these circumstances had a right to drag the one and the other and throw overboard 130 persons who were alive into the ocean? Invoking the rights and essential interest of humanity, Pickett proclaimed that the Africans were as much entitled to the water as that captain that did it, the jettison, or the governor, Stubbs, that advised it, or any men whatsoever. I trust for the sake of humanity, Pickett concluded, your lordship will be of the opinion it should at least undergo the revision of another jury. An emotional Pickett sat down in his chair. He had taken Davenport's methodical demonstration of the lack of necessity and amplified it with a rousing proclamation of universal human rights. Africans were people, not property. They were humans, not horses. Samuel Haywood, the son of a Liverpool slave merchant, rose to his feet next. I cannot help thinking that my friends who went before and myself, upon this occasion, appear as counsel for millions of mankind and the cause of humanity in general. I am at a loss, Haywood continued, on hearing the evidence given today to see where the compulsion laid or that danger should be so pressing at the moment. These people should have found themselves obliged or compelled to take the horrid step of causing fellow creatures to be drowned in the ocean. Even if there had been a complete lack of water, Haywood argued, it was not a sufficient justification to destroy the life of man. To say that wantonly or by ignorance a captain may throw 132 lives overboard is a proposition that shocks humanity. Like Davenport and Pickett before him, Haywood retraced the dates, events, and blunders committed each step of the way. He again calculated for the court the quantity of water on board on November 29th, concluding that before they had deprived so many people of their existence, they should have seen what they could have done at half allowance, which would have provided water enough for the ship to reach Jamaica. Haywood then opened a new line of attack against Robert Stubbs. Stubbs was the only witness brought forth by the owners, and the court had put considerable stock on his testimony. Haywood unleashed a direct assault on Stubbs's credibility. Mr. Stubbs's evidence struck me as something very remarkable. I could not have a great opinion of the humanity of that man who went down into the cabin and amused himself for seeing them thrown out of the cabin windows, plunging in the sea. He swore he counted about 50 of them. It makes an impression upon my mind that the man that could calmly and coolly commit such an act as that and not remonstrate and endeavor to prevent it is not deserving of much credit here or in any other court of justice. With Stubbs looking on, Haywood turned the screws. Mr. Stubbs swore the captain became delirious, the mate was incapable of doing duty, that he himself was obliged to take command of the ship. If Stubbs was in charge from the moment the ship sighted Tobago to the decision to throw slaves overboard, perhaps he was the one who set at naught all human laws and control all divine, and committed a crime of the deepest and blackest dye. Haywood ended his remarks restating the slippery slope argument. If your lordship was to determine in favor of these owners, I don't know but millions of our fellow creatures may hereafter fall a sacrifice to this very decision. The justices, therefore, must grant a new trial. The prosecution rested. They had systematically demonstrated that there was no necessity to throw the Africans overboard. The ship was off course due to navigational error, for which the underwriters were not responsible, and once the crew realized the error on November 29th, there was still sufficient water on board to reach Jamaica at short allowance. Not only that, they had viable options to secure fresh water within a day or two at Cuba or the Caymans. The prosecution had also effectively attacked the credibility of Gregson's only witness, Robert Stubbs, suggesting that he, in fact, might be the one responsible for the murders. Finally, the prosecution reframed the case from one of compensation for destroyed property to one of the murder of people. It was no longer just a case of insurance law, but one that evoked the rights and essential interest of humanity. It was an enormous effort, driven by the moral rigor of Granville Sharp, and executed with resounding passion and oratory from the barristers. Solicitor General Lee was up next for the defense. Throughout the prosecution's oration, Solicitor General Lee had remained quiet, aside from the one sentence he spoke in reply to Justice Buller's question about the March verdict. He had listened, scribbled notes, and perhaps let his thoughts drift. He already knew what he wanted to say, and when he started speaking, it was almost as if he had been listening to another trial. I profess myself, I never was more fully persuaded than I am at the present instant of the inevitable necessity there was in this case. He proceeded to take a direct swipe at the impassioned speeches given by the prosecution. It is very much to be wished that when a great deal of eloquence is employed, care should be taken that there should be some foundation for it in truth and in fact. Your lordship will remember, the most passionate eloquence of my learned friend, Mr. Piggott, would have been spared that expression in particular in which he said the shame and the scandal was that the captain of this ship and the mate of this ship should be suffered to go out of the kingdom, that he ought to be tried for murder. How exactly was Collingwood supposed to testify, he wondered, when the poor captain died 7 days after he came to Jamaica of this very miserable starving? As for the first mate, if we could have had him here, we should have produced him. Instead, the defense had managed to secure Kelsel's testimony in the form of a sworn affidavit, which confirmed in every respect Mr. Stubbs's evidence. There were two accounts, therefore, from two witnesses on the ship that substantiated the necessity of throwing the Africans overboard. Turning to the arguments made by the prosecution, Lee sought to discard their entire case by suggesting that every point they made went to combat a proposition which, whether ill or well-founded, is not for me to dispute, namely that a part of our fellow creatures of the Negro caste are, wisely or unwisely, made the subject of property by our law. Africans were property, not people. Your lordship knows, Lee continued, they are real property and part of a descendable inheritance in the provinces belonging to us in the West Indies. It is very odd that all the argument has gone to combat what the policy assumes, that they are property. They reminded Chief Justice Mansfield that he gave specific directions to the jury in March that to find for the owners, they ought to be clearly satisfied of the most dire necessity. The jury felt there was dire necessity. Case closed. Nothing had changed. They completed his opening salvo by making the property point a second time. Your lordship will observe this is the case of chattels, of goods. It is really, so it is, the case of throwing over goods and property, and whether right or wrong, we have nothing to do with it. Granville Sharp had heard enough. He didn't want to irk Mansfield by blurting anything out, so he scribbled in the margins of the shorthand transcript. It is also the case of throwing over living men, and though they may be considered as goods, this does not alter their existence and rights as living men. Lee pressed on. Why, he wondered, would a captain throw slaves overboard unless it was absolutely necessary, when he is to be paid a commission in proportion to the quantity of cargo? Sharp scribbled again. The sick that were cast alive into the sea were to be paid for by the insurers. Lee moved briskly to his next point. He knew that even if he managed to discard the prosecution's arguments by focusing on the legal status of slaves as property, he still had to fulfill the requirement of necessity in the jettison of that property to be compensated by insurance under a general average claim. The argument for necessity had relied entirely on the word of his only witness, Robert Stubbs. The prosecution had levied a crippling attack on Stubbs's credibility, so they tried to repair the damage. He read a section from the transcript of Stubbs's oral testimony. I myself was a sufferer. I had 4 of my own slaves thrown over, some of them that had been bred with me and lived with me many years. I never knew whether they were dead or living till we got to Jamaica, but they were thrown overboard. Such was the misery of the ship. They were starving and dying in their last agonies. If they were in their last agonies, Sharp wrote on the transcript, they could want no more water, so that there was not necessity on that account. They may have sensed Sharp's disgruntlement. He knew that Sharp was after murder charges for the crew, and he had his answer ready. Mr. Stubbs said nobody doubted there was an universal opinion they could not do otherwise, and I cannot help thinking, if any man of them was allowed to be tried at the Old Bailey for a murder, it would be folly and rashness to a degree of madness. Lee turned his attack to opposing counsel. It is very easy for persons sitting at their ease to fancy that this or that circumstance don't call for this or that exertion. On the contrary, if opposing counsel found themselves faced with the choice of saving their own lives by forfeiting someone else's, would they stop first to take notice of black or white? Of course they wouldn't. Then what is all this vast declamation of human people being thrown overboard? Lee exclaimed. The question, after all, is, was it voluntary or an act of necessity? Who says it was not an act of necessity? Does Mr. Stubbs, who was present himself? All who had any interest upon the subject that were present declared they avoided that greater evil by doing that which, if they had not done in a few hours, there must have been such an insurrection, all the blacks would have killed all the whites. There is no such evidence, Davenport objected. Mr. Stubbs said it was to prevent such rising. Lee replied, quite the contrary, I asked the question. He said there was no insurrection. Mr. Stubbs said so. I am sure he stated it. The necessary consequence of it was that the men perished just as a cargo of goods perished. Before anyone could respond, Lee pushed onward. It has been said this is all ignorance, all stupid, all folly. That was flatly contradicted by the evidence of Stubbs. He said there was no ignorance, that this was an experienced and able navigator that had gone 9 or 10 or 11 voyages. As a doctor, Piggott interrupted. That he had been a surgeon I know was said and true. Lee continued, but their supposed mistake of taking the coast of Hispaniola for Jamaica was declared by Captain Stubbs not only to be no mark of ignorance at all, but had actually happened in 2 instances that very year, so there was no imputable negligence of any sort. According to Lee, not only was confusing Hispaniola and Jamaica not an error, neither was the extended duration of the Atlantic crossing, which brought the entire water crisis to a head. It was variable weather, not mistake, that caused the Zorg to take 18 weeks in performing that part of the voyage which is usually performed in 6. Had poor weather not caused the voyage to take so long, the ship would have had an abundant, plentiful supply of water. However, because of the violent winds and perilous seas, the voyage was protracted, water became scarce, and it was deemed better that a small part should perish to preserve the rest. They shuffled to his papers, pulled out James Kelsel's affidavit, and read from it. Unless some mode had been taken to lessen the number of slaves on board the ship immediately upon the discovery of the reduced stock of water, every person on board must have perished, and the cargo had been lost, and no other means or expedient could be suggested or thought of for the preservation of life, ship and cargo, but throwing the slaves over as asserted, which appeared less cruel than suffering them to expire by degrees when every possibility of escaping destruction is at an end. All the arguments come to this, Lee proclaimed. All our law is foolish, arbitrary, and tyrannical, which make human creatures the subject of property. What has your lordship to do with it? Nothing. They pointed to his client. This trader in human flesh chooses to value them in his own policy at £30 a head. Then to the plaintiffs, the underwriter says, I consent to have them valued thus, and if they are lost, I will pay for them £30 a head. Then to opposing counsel, The gentleman says, "Alack-a-day, why undertake that? They're all human creatures. The moment you value them at $30 a head, you consign them to infamy and disgrace millions of people. If the law was such that they should have no slaves, you never could recover anything for them. But as the law stands at present, it cannot bear a moment's argument further." Lee's junior, Alan Chamber, entered the courtroom. He took a seat next to Lee, just as the Solicitor General took aim at his friend and mentee, Samuel Haywood. "It really concerns me to hear Mr. Haywood give such a representation of Stubbs exhibiting himself at the windows." They pointed to Stubbs and read from the transcript. Says he, "I had nothing to do with it. I saw those poor creatures that were thrown overboard. I did not see the act of throwing, but I saw them swimming in the sea. I heard some of the shrieks of some of them." "This gentleman," continued Lee, "gave his evidence with as much apparent sympathy and as great tenderness as I ever saw in my life, and he must have been a brute if he had not then shown it. Your lordship," Lee concluded, "if his evidence is true, no man can doubt of the inevitable necessity." They took his seat. The court went quiet. All eyes were on Chief Justice Mansfield. Something had been troubling him for some time, something Mr. Haywood said earlier in the day, almost imperceptibly. It was so troubling, in fact, that Mansfield had only spoken one sentence since that moment. It was almost as if nothing else anyone had since said mattered. During his deposition with the attorneys for the hearing, Robert Stubbs revealed something new, something he had not mentioned during the trial in March. Haywood was the one who had disclosed it in court, so he is likely the one who extracted the detail from Stubbs. Was there something Stubbs said that led Haywood to press down a specific line of inquiry? Did he sense he had a slow-witted witness and he might learn something important if he got him talking faster than his mind could process what he was saying? Or did Stubbs just blunder, the way fools inevitably do? Haywood pierced through the layers of well-coached repetition of the word necessity and the improbable claims of being a mere bystander to the events that took place aboard the Zorg. He pierced through it all and extracted one astounding detail that no one saw coming. During his remarks, when Haywood was retracing the dates, events, and blunders that led to the murder of the Africans, he ever so subtly said this in a film would flash back to page 126 and the line, "As night fell on November 30th, 1781, clouds gathered in the sky above the Zorg," and play out the scene to Haywood's narration. Upon the 1st of December, the rain was caught. And after this 1st of December, when this providential shower was sent from the heavens, this man threw over 26 more of the slaves after the rain was caught. Somehow, Haywood got Stubbs to admit that in the middle of the murder of Africans for want of water, it rained. What's more, Stubbs said that upon the 1st of December, 6 casks of rain was caught, added to the existing supply of 3 butts of sweet water and 2.5 gang casks of sour water on board on November 29th. The ship had water sufficient for 23 days at half allowance. Stubbs further disclosed that it even rained a few more times before they reached Jamaica. Despite all the water they collected from the rain, the crew still had the cruelty to throw overboard 26 slaves more. The revelation of the rain called everything into question. If the crew of the Zorg could throw slaves overboard for want of water in the middle of a rainstorm, what else could they do? Perhaps there never was any scarcity of water at all. Perhaps the entire episode was one greedy, murderous fraud. Perhaps the entire Atlantic slave trade was, and the Zorg had finally revealed it. During his oration, Lee didn't even try to address the issue of the rain. He made his case that Africans were property under the law and that Stubbs and Kelso had declared it was absolutely necessary to throw some of them overboard. For Mansfield, it wasn't enough. "The thing mentioned by Mr. Haywood," Mansfield said solemnly, "is a fact which I am not really apprised of. That is, there was 36 slaves." Mansfield's tally of 36 would include the 10 Africans who took their lives by jumping into the ocean, that were thrown over a day after the rain. I am not aware of that fact. I did not attend to it. An uneasy Mansfield banged his gavel and adjourned court to the following day. 16. Gregson versus Gilbert. Day 2. Thursday, May 22nd, 1783. A steady rain fell outside Westminster Hall in the morning of May 22nd, 1783. Branville Sharp and his shorthand writer squeezed through the expanding crowd of onlookers as they made their way to the prosecution's table at the Court of King's Bench. Word had spread, and public interest in the hearing was growing. Bystanders murmured as they waited for the judges to arrive. Did the crew really throw the Africans overboard? Did such a large number of slaves usually die on Guinea ships? Would the justices sanction these actions and deny a new trial? The prosecution had made their case effectively. It was all blunder and fraud. They had also extracted from Stubbs the smoking gun for murder. Rain. The defense had one last chance to salvage the case, but Solicitor General Lee did not return to court for the second day of the hearing. He left it to his junior, Mr. Chamber, to make the case that a retrial was not warranted. The three justices took their seats. Mansfield noticed Sharp standing across from him, as well as the crowd that had gathered. The hearing was becoming bigger than he had anticipated, but there was no turning back. With the issue of the rain still troubling him, Mansfield invited Mr. Chamber to continue the defense's case. Chamber rose to his feet and commenced his remarks by returning to the safer confines of insurance law. He argued that the jettison of Africans was caused by inevitable necessity, and that the necessity was brought about by the accident of the voyage, and not mistake, ignorance, and misconduct of the master of the ship. These were the facts provided by Robert Stubbs, and he should be trusted because he was a neutral witness, unconnected totally with all the contending parties, no connection with the owners, no connection with the underwriters. Going further, Chamber painted Stubbs as a hero who had saved dozens of lives. Had Stubbs not taken command when Collingwood was incapacitated, every soul must have perished, and there is no question the underwriters would have been in that case liable to the whole amount of the sum insured. Rather than contest the claim and attack Stubbs, the underwriters should be grateful to him for his valor. However objectionable the jettison may be, if the act which was done was for the preservation of twice that number of people, and the forbearance of doing that act would have destroyed not only all those that were saved, but even the persons that was destroyed, it became justifiable. Chamber turned next to the prosecution's accounting of the amount of water on board on November 29th, which they contended was more than enough to reach Jamaica. As maintained by the reliable witness, Mr. Stubbs, there was only 1 day of water left. Contrary to the prosecution's assertion, the gang casks of sour water were not usable. Stubbs testified that when the crew tried to drink the sour water, it produced a sickness in the men. Furthermore, Mr. Pickett's suggestion that they could have gone to the Grand Caymans or Isle of Pines is an argument from the map and not from the evidence. The climate was hot, the crew was barely hanging on, and they did not have enough water to make it to any nearby islands before their supply ran out. The jettison was therefore an act of absolute necessity, and it fit within the law of general average of maritime insurance. Like Solicitor General Lee, Chamber pressed the issue that Africans were property, not people. Says Mr. Pickett, Chamber proclaimed, every man has an equal share to his right of that water. It ought to be equally distributed. You have no right to make a distinction between black and white people. They are all of the human species with respect to the rights of existence. While there was any water on board, every person on board has a right to an equal distribution of it. Very well, continued Chamber. Let us see how that will hold. We don't make any distinction between people's complexions who are white or black. What would have been the consequences of an equal distribution? Every person on board must have perished. It would have been the destruction of those that had perished, and everyone else if there had been an equal distribution. Some of the blacks had to die to ensure that all the whites survived. Such was the nature of things. Chamber knew that the court, the prosecution, and even the onlookers were waiting for him to address the issue of the rain. He finally came to it. It was said 26 men were thrown overboard by the evidence of Mr. Stubbs after they had a supply of rain. There is no evidence, at least that I recollect, to warrant such an assertion. Mansfield cut off Chamber immediately. I don't know whether you was here when Mr. Haywood mentioned it. It is new to me. I did not know anything of it. 26 were thrown overboard by the evidence of Stubbs after the rain had fell several days. Chamber fumbled. According to Mr. Stubbs's evidence, none were thrown overboard without the most extreme necessity. I appeal to your lordship's recollection for that. That is a material circumstance unaccounted for. Mansfield replied, how they came to throw any overboard after they had water from the rain. The rain was all. Mansfield knew it. The prosecution knew it. Chamber knew it. Sharp knew it. Soon, the world would know it. Chamber made one last attempt at a counter-argument. Notwithstanding the providential assistance of the rain, there was not half the quantity or a quarter of the quantity of water to carry them to the end of their voyage. The rain continued but a day or two. The quantity that fell was very far from being adequate to the supply of the ship. Your lordship will recollect the circumstances and situation of the whole crew as described by Stubbs. When they arrived at Jamaica, there were 30 of the negroes laying dead upon the deck, actually lying dead upon the deck from famine and no other cause, and therefore whatever supply of water they received from the rain, nothing can be clearer or more demonstrable than the supply was not adequate to the crew. They were reduced to the utmost necessity and distress when they arrived at Jamaica. Chamber reiterated that the entire episode was caused by a series of unavoidable accidents, which will not discharge the underwriters or at all vitiate the policy. There was no instance of criminal inattention to discharge the underwriters. I trust, therefore, upon the whole of this case, Chamber concluded, the court will be of the opinion that inevitable necessity did exist, and there is no sort of foundation for this application for a new trial. Chamber took his seat, wiped his brow, and took a sip of water. All eyes were on the Lord Chief Justice, as the rainstorm outside cleared, and the midday sun illuminated the towering stained-glass window behind him. Mansfield offered his decision. It is a very uncommon case, and I think very well deserves a re-examination, and there is great weight in that objection which has not been made at the trial. That is, you allege in the declaration risks of the sea to have been the cause of this necessity, that by reason of the currents and contrary winds the ship became foul and leaky, and being foul and leaky was the cause of her being retarded in her voyage, and that occasioned the consumption of their water and her being reduced to so much distress and scarcity. Most undoubtedly, that was not the cause of the delay of the voyage. The cause of the delay was his mistaking Hispaniola for Jamaica. The current would not have affected them if they knew where they were. If they had not made the mistake, they would have been in no necessity whatsoever. After a pause, and perhaps with thoughts of his biracial niece in mind, Mansfield continued. And to be sure, what Mr. Hayward has observed is a very material circumstance. So many Negroes thrown overboard after the rain came without any account how they came to do it. It is so uncommon a case, I think upon the ground of re-examination only it ought to go to a new trial. Justices Buller and Willis agreed. Mansfield banged his gavel. Motion for a retrial. Granted. Branville Sharp, Lauda Equiano, the author of the anonymous letter, and whoever else felt as they did that slavery was an insult to humanity, would have shared a moment of triumph when Chief Justice Mansfield ordered a retrial on May 22, 1783. The decision meant that slave merchants could not be so easily compensated for slaves thrown overboard like horses on a flimsy claim of necessity, even if just for a moment the Africans who lay at the bottom of the ocean thousands of miles away were seen as people, not property. A second trial would also give Sharp the chance to amplify the shocking realities of the slave trade that had emerged during the hearing. If the underwriters could achieve a favorable judgment, Sharp could use it to press even harder for the abolition of slavery. He might finally achieve the legal precedent for African rights that he had long pursued, and in the process spill the guts of the slave trade into the public sphere for all to see. There was, however, to be no second trial in the case of Gregson versus Gilbert. The motion for a retrial had revealed the grisly nature of the British slave trade, and William Gregson likely concluded that relitigating the entire episode would only make matters worse. Gregson dropped the matter and returned to the family business of carting Africans across the Atlantic. The George, the Zorg's new name after Gregson re-registered the vessel, would complete 8 more triangle voyages for the family between 1783 and 1794, depositing 2,933 Africans into Caribbean slavery. As Gregson's slave trading enterprise thrived, he used the profits to expand his commercial interests, adding William Gregson Sons and Company Bank to his business portfolio. The bank would later be acquired by Liverpool Royal Bank, which was in turn acquired by the global financial powerhouse, Barclays Bank. By the 1790s, William Gregson retired to the opulent Liverpool suburb of Everton. In the words of one historian, Gregson built his estate in a style of magnificence at the corner of Farley Lane, just across from a Baptist cemetery. During the construction, Mr. Gregson fancied the public road outside his property came too near the front of his house, so the overseer of highways, willing to oblige so magnificent a personage, consented to alter it so as to give adequate space in front of the mansion. To this day, there is an awkward kink in the road where Gregson's estate used to be, at the junction of Everton Road and West Derby Road in Liverpool. William Gregson died on December 26, 1800, at the age of 79. Across his 5-decade career, Gregson helped finance 152 slave voyages that loaded 58,201 Africans and deposited 49,053 survivors, 15.7% mortality rate, on islands in the Caribbean. Only 2 slave merchants in Liverpool ever financed more slave voyages than William Gregson: William Davenport, 155, and William Boats, 157. The 3 Williams of Liverpool were kings of the slave trade. In his last will and testament, Gregson bequeathed his Everton house to his son John, along with a sum of £3,000, having already given the like sum to my son-in-law George Case on my daughter's marriage with him. After a few small disbursements, he split the remainder of his estate 1/3 each between his sons, John and James, and his son-in-law, George Case. He also bequeathed to the widow of Richard Hanley, captain of the William, 20 guineas, $5,750 today. The total value of Gregson's estate at the time of his death, including his properties, assets, and commercial interests, was worth several $1,000,000 in today's currency. For a man who started life on Liverpool's docks as a modest rope-maker, the slave trade brought William Gregson great wealth and prestige. Robert Stubbs emerged from the case a damaged man. It contradicted his assertion of absolute necessity by testifying that it rained the same day the crew threw 26 slaves overboard. He preposterously claimed he did not see women and children being thrown overboard, only that he saw a few bodies swimming and heard a few shrieks when those women and children were thrown from the windows of the very cabin in which he sat. This assertion furthermore appears to contradict his testimony from the Guildhall trial when, as reported in the anonymous letter, Stubbs acknowledged he himself had thrown them overboard by the captain's orders. Finally, Stubbs stretched credulity by casting himself as a sufferer who lost 4 personal slaves that he cared about and who had lived with him for several years, when he actually held African lives in disdain, and those slaves could not have been in his life for more than the brief period he lived on the Gold Coast. Stubbs would hustle around London for a few more years before dying at the age of 60 in late 1787. In his handwritten will, dated October 13, 1787, Robert Stubbs, mariner of Dartmouth Hill, bequeathed to my sons Robert, John, and to my daughters Elizabeth, Mary, and Ellen, 1 shilling each. I do not give them more because I have expended large sums of money in their maintenance and education. In addition, I also give to my son George all my wearing apparel. Stubbs was evidently not aware that George could make little use of his father's clothes, as he was already dead. George Stubbs never left Africa and perished on the Gold Coast on June 20th, 1787, at the age of 19. Although there was not to be a second trial in the case of Gregson versus Gilbert, there was one legal matter outstanding. During the hearing, the attorneys for the underwriters presented a theory of the case that the jettison of Africans was a fraudulent scheme perpetrated by Luke Collingwood. They proposed the same theory in their filing in the Court of Exchequer, namely that Collingwood either through unskillfulness and ignorance or with a sinister intent, ran the ship to leeward of Jamaica. Then, being afraid that by the great mortality on board the ship she would make but a bad voyage for the owners, he called together a few of his officers and told them that if the slaves died a natural death, it would be a loss of the owners of the ship, but if they were thrown alive into the sea, it would be the loss of the underwriters. The filing in the Exchequer included a list of questions that the attorneys wanted answered by the defendants. Although James Kelsall avoided oral testimony at the May hearing, he subsequently provided written answers to the Exchequer filing on July 26, 1783. It was in this affidavit that the details of two of the Africans on the Zorg were revealed. A woman, Sia, who was thrown overboard with her baby, and a man, Kojo, who begged Kelsall in English to spare the remaining slaves on the ship in exchange for foregoing any more food and water. As to the details of the Zorg's journey, Kelsall largely corroborated Stubbs' account, and he similarly stressed the absolute necessity of the jettison. Kelsall also tried to negate the theory of fraud that emerged during the legal proceedings. In words that almost certainly came from his attorneys, Kelsall asserted that after spending up to a year in the Zorg's hold by the time the jettison began, and with dysentery and scurvy ravaging the ship, the slaves on board were, all of them in good health and condition, and that they were selected indiscriminately when thrown overboard. If the slaves were healthy and selected indiscriminately, there could not have been a plot to defraud the insurers. Interestingly, Kelsall was vaguer than Stubbs about assigning responsibility to Collingwood alone for the idea of throwing Africans overboard, stating that Collingwood called together upon the quarterdeck of the said ship Zorg all the people or crew belonging to the same ship, and desired to have their counsel and advice how to act, and it was determined by the general voice of the crew that part of the slaves should be destroyed to save the rest. A captain's effort to seek counsel was a procedural prerequisite for a successful insurance claim under the maritime law of jettison. Stubbs made the same point during the hearing in May, although he asserted that it was Collingwood's suggestion alone to throw the Africans overboard, and that Collingwood prevailed upon the crew to listen to his said proposal. Either way, both men made a nuanced legal point required to obtain a successful insurance claim that sounded very much like words coming from attorneys. Kelsall did, however, hint at the notion of an insurance scheme when he stated that he heard one of the crew say, though he cannot recollect whom in particular, that the throwing overboard such slaves would be no loss to the owners of the said ship if she was insured, though nothing of the sort was mentioned at the consultation. Kelsall also claimed to be shocked with the idea of taking away so many lives, and that he objected thereto and accompanied the captain into the cabin and there told him that it would be better to put the slaves and crew on short allowance for a day or two. But, the captain said, the opinion of the whole crew was with him. As to the rain, Kelsall said this: in beating back to Jamaica after their water was nearly exhausted, they had a fall of rain, but how soon, how long, or on what particular day or night, after the slaves were thrown overboard, or after the 1st of December, such fall of rain happened, this defendant cannot set forth, and that from that rain the crew of the said vessel caught about 60 gallons at most for the use of the said ship, and that after making the said island of Jamaica there was another fall of rain, of which they caught 2 butts of water at most, which sustained the crew and the remaining slaves till they arrived in Black River in Jamaica. Like Stubbs, Kelsall remained at risk of the murder charges being pursued by Granville Sharp, so he could not admit the full truth of whatever his role was in the decision to throw Africans overboard. He similarly shifted the blame to Collingwood, a man who could not answer. We will never know with certainty whose idea it was to throw the Africans overboard, and whether it was in fact a scheme of insurance fraud at the outset. There is, however, enough evidence to draw a reasonable conclusion that it was unlikely to be Luke Collingwood's idea. Collingwood's surviving correspondence demonstrates a man who had limited facility with the written word, that alone someone who possessed deep knowledge of the intricacies of insurance law. Nothing in being a slave ship doctor would have exposed him to the level of detail required to propose such a scheme. Even Chief Justice Mansfield, who had a special interest in insurance law, was not fully versed with the nuances of slave ship insurance, as he had to be informed of the finer points after the trial in March. Since the trial, I was informed if they die a natural death, they do not pay. It is also worth noting that the crew of the Zorg could not even be certain that the Dutch prize and its slaves had been insured by William Gregson. Captain Hanley purchased the Zorg in March 1781 while anchored in the Cape Coast roads using bills of exchange. He scraped together a crew and sent the ship on its way. Perhaps the crew of the Zorg assumed that Hanley wrote to William Gregson about his purchase and maybe even encouraged him to secure insurance, but it was not a certainty. Even if they assumed that Gregson learned of the purchase and insured the ship and its cargo, they had no way of knowing what the insured amount for each slave was. There are not many surviving British insurance policy documents from the slave trade era with the handwritten sections for the insured values of human cargoes filled out. In general, slaves were insured at some price ranging between 1/2 to 2/3 the value of the expected sales price in the Caribbean. For instance, on the 1775 journey of the Fox, William Davenport insured slaves at £25 each, whereas adult slaves that year were selling for around £36 for females and £42 for males in Jamaica. In 1791, Bristol slave merchant James Rogers insured slaves at £30 on the African Queen, whereas adult slaves that year were selling for around £55 for females and £60 for males in Jamaica. Had the Gregson Syndicate insured the Zorg's slaves for 1/2, about £17, of the expected sales price in Jamaica of £35, there would have been little to no profit in jettisoning slaves who had been purchased for £15 or £17 in Africa, especially if they were all in good health and condition, as Kelsall dubiously claimed. On the other hand, if the Zorg's slaves were so riddled with disease and scurvy after such a long middle passage that scores of them were almost certain to die before reaching Jamaica, an insured value even as low as £17 was certainly better than £0. In this case, it is possible to understand how a scheme of insurance fraud might emerge. The fact that women and children were thrown overboard first, followed almost certainly by the sickest males, indicates some sort of scheme was afoot. The fact that Gregson insured the slaves on the Zorg for £30 each made the scheme even more appealing after the fact. Considering that the Zorg represented the first time in history that anyone devised a plot to use insurance to profit from the jettison of dead or dying slaves, it is difficult to discern how the notion emerged from the mind of Luke Collingwood, delirious as he was at the time. The scheme was also unlikely to be devised by James Kelsall, who, like Collingwood, would have had limited insight in his capacity as a first mate into the complexity of insurance law. It is possible that one of these two men concocted the scheme, but the available evidence makes it seem unlikely. By contrast, Robert Stubbs had been a slave ship captain 5 times and a slave ship investor at least 3 times. As an investor, he would have purchased insurance and been familiar with the details of the policies. Stubbs had also been a registered slave trader with the CMTA and the governor of the most active slave trading fort on the Gold Coast. Robert Stubbs almost certainly understood the intricacies of the slave trade and slave ship insurance better than anyone else on board the Zorg. If Stubbs was the author of the plot to use insurance to profit from the jettison of dead or dying slaves, what did he have to gain? Perhaps he thought that if he could impress Gregson with his acumen in proposing the scheme, he might be hired to command another one of Gregson's ships. Perhaps he thought that as commander of the Zorg, as he was at the time, he could barter with Gregson for a share of the profits that were earned from the scheme. It is also possible that Stubbs felt he could negotiate for a few privileged slaves. Having commanded the vessel for several weeks, Stubbs would have known that the system for calculating the value of privileged slaves had changed to reflect the average price of all the slaves sold at their destination, versus the old system in which officers kept the value of specific privileged slaves they selected. Stubbs might have proposed the notion of throwing women, children, and the sickest slaves overboard as a way to maximize the value of the privileged slaves. The idea may have been appealing to Collingwood and Kelsall, who figured that after such an arduous journey they were entitled to maximize their paydays, especially if it did not cost Gregson anything, thanks to the insurance scheme. Stubbs had lost everything: his reputation, employment with the CMTA, and a large quantity of gold. So whatever reasoning drove him, he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. What Stubbs did not account for is that the underwriters would not pay. When Gregson took the matter to court, Stubbs had to pin the blame on someone else. He pointed the finger at the one man who came to his aid when he needed it most, a man who trusted him to lead the Zorg when he was incapacitated, a man who was dead and could not answer. According to Robert Stubbs, a scoundrel who brought his 12-year-old son to Africa and abandoned him there, who used his position as governor of Anamambu to deal in slaves for personal profit, and who was wicked enough to say what he cannot justify, it was Luke Collingwood who devised the inhuman scheme to profit from the jettison of slaves. Because of Robert Stubbs, history has judged Luke Collingwood as a monster of inhumanity, who contrived to defraud insurers by killing Africans when his ship was low on water. A subsequent newspaper account in Liverpool even claimed that Collingwood returned to England and testified at the hearing in Westminster Hall, after which this murderer of 132 human beings in cold blood went back about his business, a free man. Although it is possible that Luke Collingwood concocted the scheme, the evidence seems to point instead to the man who consigned Collingwood's memory to infamy, Otoba Kugwano, who passed through the dungeon at Cape Coast Castle about a decade before Richard Hanley and Luke Collingwood arrived on the William, had this to say about the case of Gregson versus Gilbert. The vast carnage and murders committed by the British instigators of slavery is attended with a very shocking, peculiar, and almost unheard-of conception, according to the notion of the perpetrators of it. They either consider them as their own property, that they may do with them as they please in life or death, or that the taking away the life of a black man is of no more account than taking away the life of a beast. These poor creatures, it seems, were tied 2 and 2 together when they were thrown into the sea, lest some of them might swim a little for the last gasp of air, and, with the animation of their approaching exit, breathe their souls away to the gracious Father of Spirits. The Zorg had finally exposed the vast carnage of slavery to the public. The question now was, what would be done about it? Part 6. From Zorg to Freedom. 17. A victory for the whole human race. The hearing for a retrial in the case of Gregson versus Gilbert achieved almost everything Granville Sharp hoped it would. Although he felt the contest between the owners and insurers of the ship had been a mere mercenary business amongst themselves about the pecuniary value of African cargo, and not for the blood of so many human persons wickedly and unjustly put to death, the case had nevertheless occasioned the disclosure of that horrible transaction which otherwise, perhaps, might have been known only amongst the impious slave dealers of Liverpool. It had never been brought to light. With the horrors of slavery finally exposed, Sharp considered it his duty to spare neither labor nor expense in collecting all the information concerning this horrible transaction. He engaged his shorthand writer to transcribe the notes from the hearing into longhand, which produced a document that would become Exhibit 1 in Sharp's advocacy against slavery. Sharp also tracked down Robert Stubbs and conducted at least one additional interview with him, as well as another person who was on board the Zorg, likely James Kelsall. Finally, Sharp continued to press the Admiralty for murder charges against the crew. On July 2, 1783, Sharp sent a 138-page handwritten packet of materials, including the full transcript of the hearing, to the Lords of the Admiralty. In his covering letter, Sharp demanded that charges be brought for the most inhuman and barbarous murder committed by Luke Collingwood, the master, Colonel James Kelsall, the mate, and other persons of the ship Zong or Zorg. Sharp insisted that murder charges were necessary, lest impunity should encourage the Liverpool traders to multiply their murders to the disgrace of the English name. Furthermore, Sharp stated that England must put an entire stop to the slave trade, lest any similar deeds of barbarity should speedily involve the whole nation in some such tremendous calamity as may unquestionably mark the avenging hand of God, who has promised to destroy the destroyers of the earth. There is no evidence the Admiralty ever responded. On July 18, 1783, Sharp wrote a letter to the Prime Minister of England informing him that 11 years earlier, after the Somerset trial, he'd written to his predecessor with a warning that England would suffer God's punishment if it did not abolish slavery. Since that time, Sharp wrote, Barbados and other islands have been blasted by tempests and hurricanes. Sharp contended that the Gregson versus Gilbert case provided proof of the extreme depravity of the slave trade, which was still fostered by parliamentary authority. Sharp argued that there was an absolute necessity to abolish the slave trade and the West India slavery as soon as possible. There is no evidence the Prime Minister ever responded. Sharp also sent a series of letters to leaders in the Anglican community, where he found a more responsive audience. The correspondence that proved most consequential was between Sharp and the Reverend Peter Peckard. Reverend Peckard had followed the case of Gregson versus Gilbert with interest. For Peckard, the revelations of the hearing were proof that the slave trade was a crime, founded on a dreadful preeminence in wickedness. Less than a year after the hearing, Peckard was appointed the Vice-Chancellor of Cambridge University, a position entitled him to set the topic of the university's prestigious annual Latin essay contest. In 1785, he set the topic with the question, Ane liciat invitos in servitutem dare? Is it lawful to make slaves of others against their will? A young divinity student, Thomas Clarkson, who had won the Junior Latin Essay Contest the previous year, decided he would try to be the first person in history to win the senior prize as well. A towering figure with reddish hair and a compassionate gaze, Clarkson confessed he was wholly ignorant of the slave trade when he first began his research for the contest. He read everything he could find on the subject and was most impacted by a pioneering abolitionist tract, authored by an American Quaker, Anthony Benezet. Quakers were among the first communities to advocate against slavery, believing that it was necessary for every lover of God and man to use their best endeavors that a stop may be put to this unnatural and barbarous traffic. Following the Somerset case, Benezet became a staunch ally of Granville Sharp. The two abolitionists collaborated in 1772 on a petition to King George III against the toleration of slavery in the colonies. In 1775, Benezet founded the Society for the Relief of Free Negroes Unlawfully Held in Bondage, the first anti-slavery organization in America. One of its earliest presidents was Benjamin Franklin, who considered slavery to be an atrocious debasement of human nature. Benezet's treatise, Some Historical Account of Guinea, Its Situation, Produce, and the General Disposition of its Inhabitants, with an inquiry into the rise and progress of the slave trade, proved invaluable to Clarkson. In this precious book, Clarkson wrote, I found almost all I wanted. The deeper Clarkson investigated, the more overwhelmed he felt. It was but one gloomy subject from morning to night. In the daytime, I was uneasy. In the night, I had little rest. I sometimes never closed my eyelids for grief. In the summer of 1785, Clarkson submitted his groundbreaking work, an essay on the slavery and commerce of the human species, particularly the African. In his prefacing remarks, Clarkson mentioned Granville Sharp and his heroic efforts with the cruel and disgraceful case in the summer of the year 1781, when 132 Africans in their passage to the colonies were thrown into the sea alive to defraud the underwriters. It was, Clarkson wrote, a deed unparalleled in the memory of man or in the history of former times, and of so black and complicated a nature that were to be perpetuated to future generations, it could not possibly be believed. Clarkson's essay won first prize, earning him the honor of reading from it in Latin at the Senate House at Cambridge. You have no right to touch even the hair of their heads without their own consent. It is not your money that can invest you with a right. Human liberty can neither be bought nor sold. How wicked must be that servitude which cannot be carried on without the continual murder of so many and innocent persons. No custom established among men was ever more impious, since it is contrary to reason, justice, nature, the principles of law and government, the whole doctrine, in short, of natural religion, and the revealed voice of God. After graduation, Clarkson departed on horseback for London to be a clergyman. During the journey, his thoughts were consumed with slavery. As he came into sight of Wade's mill in Hertfordshire, Clarkson underwent something of a revelation. I sat down disconsolate on the turf by the roadside and held my horse. Clarkson recalled. Here a thought came into my mind, that if the contents of the essay were true, it was time some person should see these calamities to their end. It was at that moment, when a 25-year-old Thomas Clarkson resolved to dedicate his life to the abolition of slavery, that the final piece fell into place. Sharp, Equiano, Cuguano, the Quakers, and a handful of leaders in the Anglican community had been agitating for years, but it was the entrance of Thomas Clarkson to the cause that made the end of Atlantic slavery inevitable. Clarkson's resolution was also the culmination of an astonishing sequence of events that began with the Zorg murders. Those murders were only revealed to the world because of the greed of William Gregson, who filed a lawsuit rather than accept a loss, which led to a trial with no transcript, which led to an anonymous letter, which allowed Equiano happen to read and take to Granville Sharp, who put 18 years of anti-slavery knowledge into a motion for a retrial, which was transcribed by Sharp's shorthand writer, which produced a document that revealed the horror of the slave trade, which deeply affected Dr. Peter Peckard, who set an essay topic that Thomas Clarkson decided to win. Arriving in London, Clarkson met with a Quaker leader, James Phillips, who owned a printing shop at 2 George Yard. Phillips had printed numerous anti-slavery tracts from fellow Quakers, as well as treatises by Granville Sharp. In June 1786, Phillips printed an English edition of Clarkson's essay, which would soon become the central treatise of abolitionist activists in England. In addition to publishing influential abolitionist writings, Phillips acted as an organizing force for England's abolition movement. He introduced Clarkson to Sharp, who turned out to be a distant cousin. He also introduced Clarkson to the Reverend James Ramsay, the author of another book he had recently published. Ramsay's essay on the treatment and conversion of African slaves in the British sugar colonies, 1784, provided the first eyewitness accounts to the brutalities of Caribbean slavery. The book detailed how slaves on the island of St. Kitts worked from 4 a.m. to midnight to manure, dig, and hoe, plow the ground, to plant, weed, and cut the cane, to bring it to the mill, to have the juice expressed and boiled into sugar. Punishments were cruel, including cart-whipping, beating with a stick, sometimes to the breaking of bones, the chain, an iron crook around the neck, a large iron pudding or ring about the ankle, and confinement in the dungeon. There have been instances, Ramsay wrote, of slitting of ears, breaking of limbs, so as to make amputation necessary, beating out of eyes, and castration. Ramsay preached to slaves on St. Kitts and advocated for their rights, which made him the object of threats from the planter community. He was forced to leave St. Kitts and return to England in 1777, settling as a vicar in Kent. Clarkson spent a month with Ramsay in Kent in 1786, an experience that persuaded him that he needed to gather as much first-hand evidence as possible to make the case that slavery should be abolished. To gather enough evidence and public support to convince Parliament to abolish a system that was entrenched in almost every facet of British society would require something new, a human rights organization dedicated to the task. On May 22, 1787, the 12 founding committee members of the Society for the purpose of effecting the abolition of the slave trade met at James Phillips's print shop at 2 George Yard. Their efforts would lay a blueprint for the pursuit of social justice, including investigative research, policy advocacy, securing first-hand testimonies, the use of viral imagery, and consumer boycotts. The minutes of the first committee meeting were taken down by Clarkson, commencing with the statement, "At a meeting held for the purpose of taking the slave trade into consideration, it was resolved that the said trade was both impolitic and unjust." Granville Sharp was nominated to be the committee's first chairman. One of the first orders of business was to get Clarkson's essay into the hands of as many influential people as possible. The committee distributed hundreds of copies of Clarkson's essay to priests, politicians, and noblemen. One nobleman, the Baron of Lilford, told Clarkson that he doubted some of the facts in the book. From a belief that human nature was not capable of proceeding to such a pitch of wickedness, Clarkson asked the Baron which facts he doubted, and he selected the case of the 132 slaves who were thrown alive into the sea to defraud the underwriters. Clarkson promised to satisfy him fully upon this point, and went immediately to Granville Sharp, who lent me his account of the trial. After the Baron read the account, he became, in consequence of it, convinced, and he declared at the same time that if this were true, there was nothing so horrible related of this trade, which might not immediately be believed. The Baron started distributing Clarkson's essay to his fellow noblemen. At the committee's second meeting on June 7, 1787, a debate arose as to whether they should advocate for the abolition of the slave trade or the entire system of slavery. It was a critical strategic decision that evoked a passionate discussion on how a small group of people should pursue social change, in small steps or one giant leap. Granville Sharp was the lone advocate for complete abolition, with a loud voice, a powerful emphasis, and both hands uplifted towards heaven. Sharp warned they would be guilty before God for shutting those who were then slaves all the world over out of the pale of their approaching labors. Clarkson and the Quakers felt they should instead set their sights on the abolition of the slave trade first. Full emancipation, they argued, would require an assault on the property rights of West India planters, where chattel slavery was codified in law. Abolition of the slave trade might be a more achievable target that could still achieve the same goal by laying the axe at the very root of slavery. After the second committee meeting, Clarkson embarked on what would become one of the most ambitious and impactful human rights investigations in history. He rode horseback across England some 35,000 miles, gathering data and speaking to sailors, ship captains, and surgeons. He snuck on board slavers at Liverpool's Old Dock, from where slave merchants like William Gregson continued dispatching Guinea ships at a brisk pace to document the interior dimensions of slaveholds. The sight of the rooms below and of the gratings above filled me with melancholy and horror. Wrote Clarkson, found soon afterwards a fire of indignation kindling within me. Along Liverpool's waterfront, Clarkson gathered specimens of the hardware of torture, manacles, handcuffs, thumb screws, the cat, and the speculum oris. He recruited a few ship doctors, chief among them Alexander Falconbridge, to provide an account of the cruelties on board England's slave ships. He gathered muster rolls of Guinea ships and analyzed them in detail, determining that not only were Africans dying in large numbers, so too were British seamen, many of whom were duped and coerced into serving on slave ships. Perhaps the death of these British citizens was another way to make the case against the slave trade. While Clarkson was immersed in his one-man fact-finding mission, the committee flooded the British public with printed materials detailing the atrocities of the slave trade. In their first year, they produced no less than 51,432 pamphlets, or books, as well as 26,526 reports, accounts of debates in Parliament, and other small papers. The committee also secured petitions from the public demanding that Parliament abolish the slave trade, at a time when only 1 in 10 British males and no females could vote. Petitions were an important way for the public to express their voices. By 1788, the committee had secured more than 100 petitions against the slave trade, signed by upward of 100,000 people. To continue building support, the committee turned to the power of visual imagery. Ideas were commissioned for a seal to stamp the wax on the committee's correspondence. The committee settled on a medallion that depicted a kneeling male African in chains with his hands raised upward, and the inscription, "Am I not a man and a brother?" The image caught fire, and the committee had it fashioned into buttons, cufflinks, and postcards. Benjamin Franklin liked the image so much that he distributed it in America, declaring that its impact was equal to that of the best-written pamphlet. The year 1788 proved to be pivotal for the abolition of the slave trade, as the committee gained several crucial allies who published revelatory books on the subject. One of the most impactful accounts came from John Newton, the Guinea captain turned evangelical preacher. After more than 3 decades of silence on slavery, Newton published Thoughts Upon the African Slave Trade. The tract disclosed searing details on the conditions aboard British slave ships. "It will always be a subject of humiliating reflection to me," wrote Newton, "that I was once an active instrument in a business at which my heart now shudders. Newton poignantly described the case of the Zorg as a melancholy story of more than 100 grown slaves thrown into the sea at one time from on board a ship when fresh water was scarce. The year 1788 also saw the publication of Alexander Falconbridge's An Account of the Slave Trade on the Coast of Africa. Falconbridge was inspired to write the treatise by Clarkson, and it provided extensive first-hand evidence of the miseries suffered by Africans on British slave ships. Falconbridge became a tireless supporter of the abolitionist cause, even accompanying Clarkson on some of his investigations as a bodyguard. Clarkson also befriended the sailor James Field Stanfield and encouraged him to publish his experiences in the slave trade. The manuscript, Observations on a Guinea Voyage and a Series of Letters addressed to the Reverend Thomas Clarkson, was released in 1788, and it exposed more cruelty on board slave ships. Stanfield went on to advocate against slavery as an actor and poet. He even named his son Clarkson. Finally, in 1788, the committee secured its champion in Parliament, William Wilberforce. Although diminutive in stature, Wilberforce was a rousing orator with an unshakable moral core. After reading Clarkson's essay, he was inspired to join the effort. Wilberforce pledged to sponsor a bill in the House of Commons to abolish the slave trade as soon as possible. The timing of Wilberforce's entry to the cause was fortuitous. Under pressure from the committee, the Board of Trade, successor to the Lords of Trade in Plantations that oversaw the CMTA and its activities on the Gold Coast, had commenced Parliament's first investigation into the Atlantic slave trade on February 11, 1788. Pro-slavery forces, led by the powerful West India Committee, brought forth witnesses to describe the slave trade in a positive light. The space between the decks is sufficiently large to contain the number of Negroes loaded on board, stated James Penny, a Liverpool captain with 11 triangle voyages to his name. Penny added that the slaves in general do not show any great concern on their first coming on board. They are comfortably lodged in rooms fitted up for them. When they come upon deck, there are 2 men attending with cloths to rub them perfectly dry, and another to give them a little cordial. They are amused with instruments of music peculiar to their own country, and when tired of music and dancing, they then go to games of chance. Lord George Rodney championed the favorable conditions for Africans on the sugar plantations, claiming that the Negroes have all the appearance of happiness and vivacity, and they generally dance in the evenings after their work is ended. Richard Miles and Jerome Bernard Woos, the governors of Cape Coast Castle before and after the late John Roberts, derided the abolition of the slave trade by England as pointless, as it would undoubtedly be eagerly caught by other nations, particularly France. Other CMTA governors also testified in favor of the slave trade. Had Robert Stubbs been alive, he died a few months before the hearings began. He probably would have testified as an ardent proponent of slavery as well. In response, abolitionists produced witnesses to present the truth of the slave trade. Newton, Falconbridge, and Ramsay recounted their experiences with authority and authenticity. I do not believe that a series of more abominable falsehoods ever blotted a page in the wide history of human depravity, cried Newton in response to the rosy depictions of slavery provided by pro-slavery forces. When it was Clarkson's turn to testify, he presented the evidence he had been gathering since the summer of 1787. He showed data from muster rolls from between 40 and 50 ships, each for the years 1786 and 1787, which revealed an average mortality rate for British crew of 18%. He clanged the table with the instruments of bondage. He argued that the slave trade warped relationships between the British and the Africans, which could otherwise be turned to productive commerce on both sides. In response to declarations by pro-slavery forces that Africans enjoyed ample room below deck, Clarkson produced a schematic of the Brooks. Named after a prominent Liverpool slave merchant family, the 297-ton behemoth made 11 triangle voyages between 1781 and 1804, transporting as many as 740 slaves on a single journey. The shipmaster's design gave detailed measurements of each deck, showing slaves lined up like sardines in a box, with only 16 inches of width allotted for each person. The diagram was undeniable proof of the horrid geometry of Britain's slave trade. James Phillips printed 7,000 copies of the poster, which were distributed across England. According to Clarkson, the image seemed to make an instantaneous impression of horror upon all who saw it. The hearings dragged on for a year, with the final report issued on March 28, 1789. Wilberforce digested the 500-page document, and on Tuesday, May 12, 1789, he made his first parliamentary speech against the slave trade. "When I consider the magnitude of the subject which I am to bring before the House," Wilberforce began, "it is impossible for me not to feel both terrified and concerned at my own inadequacy to such a task." Wilberforce spoke for 3.5 hours, stressing that slavery entailed a mortality of about 50%, and this among Negroes who are not bought unless, as the phrase is with cattle, they are sound in wind and limb. After describing the brutalities of the Middle Passage, Wilberforce concluded that so much misery condensed in so little room was more than human imagination had ever before conceived. Wilberforce ended his remarks by stating that total abolition is the only possible cure for the enormous evil of the slave trade. Pro-slavery MPs lined up with their counter-arguments. Representing the slave trade capital of Liverpool, Banbury Gascoigne appealed to the greed of his colleagues by arguing that the slave trade might be made a much greater source of revenue and riches to this country than as it stood at present. Chris Molyneux, who owned a sugar plantation on St. Kitts, proposed that it was actually the planters who were the greatest slaves, because they, and not the Africans, hazarded all their property and risked their life and health in the cultivation of these islands. Alderman Sawbridge suggested that the slave trade was actually beneficial to the Africans. If they could not be sold as slaves, they would be butchered and executed at home. In the end, pro-slavery forces opted for a delay tactic and persuaded the House of Commons to conduct their own investigation separate from the one conducted by the Board of Trade. More hearings would require more evidence. Clarkson climbed on his horse once again. Although pro-slavery forces had managed to delay action on a slave trade abolition bill, the tale of the Zorg continued to loom large. In 1789, one of Wilberforce's allies, Sir William Dobbin, pushed a bill to improve conditions on slave ships. The Dobbin Act became the first bill that ever put fetters upon the barbarous and destructive monster, the slave trade. The law required that slave ships load a maximum capacity of 2 slaves per ton for the first 200 tons of a vessel, and a ratio of 1 slave per ton for every further 100 tons. The Zorg, by contrast, had 4 slaves per ton when it departed Sao Tome. The act also eliminated the catch-all phrase in insurance policies that was exploited by the Gregson Syndicate. All other perils, losses, and misfortunes that have or shall come to the detriment or damage thereof. A subsequent amendment to the Dobbin Act also negated the central claim in the Gregson v. Gilbert case by stipulating that no loss or damage shall be hereafter recoverable on account of the mortality of slaves by natural death or ill treatment, or against loss by throwing overboard of slaves, on any account whatsoever. Although the slave trade persisted, the Dobbin Act went as far as possible at the time to try to improve conditions on slave ships and to ensure that no slave merchant would ever again attempt to profit from the deliberate murder of slaves. While Clarkson was on the road gathering evidence for the House of Commons hearings, Olaudah Equiano was on the road for a groundbreaking new book tour. In 1789, he published the first autobiography by a former slave, the interesting narrative of the life of Olaudah Equiano, or Gustavus Vasa, the African. The book was a bestseller that would be translated into several languages. Equiano's narrative brought an authentic African voice to the abolitionist cause. He also negated pro-slavery opinions of Africans as savages by demonstrating that they were equally capable of eloquence, culture, and brilliance. The hearings in the House of Commons finally ended in 1791, resulting in a second massive tome on top of the document already produced by the Board of Trade. Debate in the House of Commons on a slave trade abolition bill commenced on April 18, 1791. The same arguments were made by both sides. A vote was held after 2 days of debate. The bill failed, 163 to 88. Undaunted, the committee kept pushing. Clarkson went back on the road to gather more evidence, and a new ally joined the cause: the women of England. Although women could not vote, they could make their voices heard by organizing perhaps the first consumer boycott in history. Women across Britain refused to use sugar in their cooking until the slave trade was abolished. Sugar was by far England's largest import, and the country's sugar barons felt the pain. The pro-slavery lobby ran propaganda campaigns claiming that people would suffer ill health if they stopped consuming sugar. As the parliamentary session of 1792 drew near, the abolitionists were hopeful that they could turn the previous year's defeat into success. The sugar boycott was having an impact. Clarkson continued recruiting allies and gathering evidence, and the committee had secured 519 petitions signed by 390,000 people, 5% of Britain's population, demanding an end to the slave trade. Affiliated abolition committees had been formed in dozens of cities across England, Scotland, and Wales. This time, the abolitionists were sure to prevail. Wilberforce introduced a slave trade abolition bill on April 2, 1792. The slave trade, exclaimed Wilberforce, was a nest of serpents which would never have endured so long before the darkness in which they lay hid. Wilberforce warned that regardless of what the House of Commons decided, the people of Great Britain would abolish the slave trade when its injustice and cruelty should be fairly laid before them. Wilberforce concluded his rousing speech with the bold declaration that never, never will we desist till we have wiped away this scandal from the Christian name, and extinguished every trace of this bloody traffic. Pro-slavery forces mounted a vigorous defense. Bannister Tarleton, an MP from Liverpool who led the British Legion against the American Revolutionary Forces, declared that total abolition would instantly annihilate a trade which annually employed upwards of 5,500 sailors, upwards of 160 ships, and whose exports amounted to £800,000. Tarleton also argued that abolition was senseless, since the Africans themselves had no objection to the trade. Other pro-slavery MPs highlighted the arguments that had been made by former CMTA governors like Miles and Woves that abolition should be pursued by moderate measures, lest other nations take up the trade that was abandoned by the British. An amendment was proposed to add the word gradually to Wilberforce's bill. The Gradualist bill won in a vote of 230 to 85, setting 1796 as the date when the slave trade would end. Although it felt like defeat, it was the first law against the slave trade passed by any national legislature in the world. The bill went to the House of Lords, which consisted of a substantial number of aristocrats invested in slavery. The Duke of Clarence, future King William IV, led the chorus in favor of the slave trade. The cultivation of the West India Islands could not be kept up to its present extent, insisted the Duke, without fresh supplies of slaves by importation. The debate dragged on for months, and the bill languished. Meanwhile, across the English Channel, the meteoric rise of an artillery officer from Corsica named Napoleon Bonaparte led France to declare war on England on February 1, 1793. Pro-slavery forces were quick to blame the French for the abolitionist nuisance. This proposition for the abolition of the slave trade is a French proposition, asserted the Earl of Abington. It is grounded in and founded upon French principles, namely those of insubordination, anarchy, confusion, murder, havoc, devastation, and ruin. The abolitionists had been so close to victory, but now all seemed lost. Clarkson suffered a total breakdown. The nervous system was almost shattered to pieces. Both my memory and my hearing failed me. Sudden dizziness seized my head. Clarkson retreated to the peace of the countryside. He had a son, tended his garden, and spent time with his new neighbors, the poets William Wordsworth and Samuel Taylor Coleridge. The next decade was a period of stagnation for the abolitionists. Wilberforce introduced bills to end the slave trade almost every year between 1794 and 1800, and he was defeated every time. Meanwhile, the slave trade continued to thrive. From 1791 to 1800, England dispatched 1,323 Guinea ships that transported 367,358 slaves from Africa, disembarking 334,259 survivors into slavery. The reduced 9% mortality rate for the final decade of the 18th century was due in part to the improved conditions on British slave ships under the Durbin Act. With the abolition movement faltering, pro-slavery forces worked assiduously to sway public opinion in their favor. They leaned heavily into religious arguments to counteract those made by the likes of Granville Sharp, Peter Pickard, and John Newton. In his scriptural researches on the licitness of the slave trade, the Reverend Raymond Harris asserted that the slave trade appears in perfect harmony with the principles and decisions of the Word of God, and that Jesus never once condemned, reproved, or even hinted the least disapprobation of the practices of slavery, not even in his divine Sermon on the Mount. An episode in the book of Genesis was used as a further justification for African slavery. In the story, Ham saw his drunken father, Noah, naked. When Noah learned of the transgression, he cursed the children of Ham's youngest son, Canaan, to be servants of the children of his other sons. Theologians suggested that the children of Canaan had populated Africa, leading to the notion that Noah had cursed Africans to be slaves to the lighter-skinned descendants of his other sons. Pro-slavery advocates contended that the children of Ham were therefore emancipated from the tyranny of their native princes and were ultimately gainers when they reached the plantations of the West. William Gregson added his voice to the mix by spearheading an effort to assess what loss might probably be sustained by and at Liverpool should an abolition take place. According to the calculations, across 20 years following the abolition of the slave trade, slave merchants of Liverpool would lose £4.5 million, $1.15 billion today. Masters and officers on slave ships would lose £1.6 million, $400 million today. And the town and inhabitants of Liverpool would suffer a loss exceeding £7.6 million, $1.85 billion today. To avoid financial catastrophe, the slave trade had to be preserved. Another fashionable argument in favor of the slave trade was population control. Bannister Tarleton proposed that the slave trade was a desirable outlet by which Africa would avoid becoming overcrowded. When all else failed, pro-slavery forces argued that Africans were simply inferior to Europeans and therefore must remain a prey to their more skillful neighbors. Such is the character of man. On all counts, slavery was justified. It took one unexpected spark of inspiration to turn the tide, and it came from a lawyer named James Stephen, the great-grandfather of the author Virginia Woolf. Early in his career, Stephen witnessed the murder trial of 4 black slaves in Barbados. Under colonial law, slaves were not allowed to testify or call witnesses in their defense. The slaves were simply accused, found guilty, and sentenced to death by being burned alive. The miscarriage of justice revolted Stephen, and he took up the abolitionist cause. I see my country still given up without remorse to the unbridled career of slave-trading speculators. Stephen wrote in 1804, as if amorous of guilt and of ruin, we plunge deeper every day into the gulf of African blood. In 1806, Stephen had a bold idea. For years, pro-slavery forces had been using French aggression against the abolitionists. Why not turn the tables? Stephen approached his brother-in-law, William Wilberforce, with a new strategy. Cloak a slave trade abolition bill in a prohibition against slave trading with the French and her allies. Since America was allied with the French, the prohibition would negate more than half of the British slave trade. The Foreign Slave Trade Act was brought to the floor of the House of Commons. Pro-slavery forces saw through the ruse, but how could they argue that England should continue enriching her enemies by supplying them with slaves? The bill passed both houses of Parliament. The unforeseen victory re-energized Clarkson, Sharp, Wilberforce, and the broader abolitionist movement. Debate on a full slave trade abolition bill began during the parliamentary session in January 1807. The Zorg, as the name had by then been settled, featured in the debate as a primary example of the horrors of the slave trade. More than 2 decades after the trial of Gregson versus Gilbert, the narrative was accepted that Luke Collingwood caused to be picked out from the ship's cargo 133 slaves, all or most of whom were sick and thought not likely to live, and ordered the crew by turns to throw them into the sea. Pro-slavery forces once again attempted obfuscation and delay, but this time the momentum could not be stopped. As the clock struck 12, broke Thomas Clarkson. Just when the sun was in its meridian splendor, an act for the abolition of the slave trade passed in the House of Commons in an overwhelming vote of 283 to 16. The bill passed swiftly in the House of Lords and received royal assent on March 25, 1807. It was the first national law from any slave-holding nation to outlaw the slave trade. William Wordsworth commemorated the achievement with a poem, "To Thomas Clarkson," on the final passing of the bill for the abolition of the slave trade. For Granville Sharp, the passage of the 1807 Act was the culmination of 42 years of tireless effort. From the moment he met Jonathan Strong, Sharp had been dedicated to the cause of African rights, earning him admiration on both sides of the Atlantic. In a letter to Sharp, Founding Father John Adams wrote, "You have merited the respect and esteem of all men, among whom liberty and humanity are not disregarded." Benjamin Franklin lauded the zeal and abilities with which Sharp had long and successfully defended the claims of the oppressed Africans. Sharp's personal campaign to ensure that the horrors of the Zorg were revealed to the world made the 1807 Act possible, but it was only the first step. Britain's sugar colonies still held 800,000 slaves toiling in misery. Although Sharp advocated vigorously for the full abolition of slavery following the 1807 Act, he did not live to see the day that England's slaves became free. He died at the age of 77, in the summer of 1813. After Sharp's death, Thomas Clarkson was the only person left alive from that initial meeting of the Society for the purpose of effecting the abolition of the slave trade in 1787. The final push for abolition would see new voices join the cause, such as the fiery Elizabeth Hyrick, who advocated for the immediate abolition of slavery and, rather radically, reparations to slaves for generations of exploitation and unpaid labor. Hyrick also believed that Parliament would never reflect the true will of the British people until more citizens in England had the right to vote. Thanks to Hyrick and other electoral reformists, the Representation of the People Act passed both houses of Parliament and was signed into law in 1832. Although women were still not allowed to vote, the number of eligible male voters expanded from 400,000 to 650,000. In the next election, the number of MPs in the House of Commons with links to the sugar colonies was cut in half. An enormous slave uprising in Jamaica was the final push the abolitionists needed. A slave named Samuel Sharp led a peaceful protest on Christmas Day, 1831. More than 230 years after Amador's tectonic uprising on the other side of the Atlantic, on São Tomé, the protest turned to violence, and 60,000 of the island's 300,000 slaves burned plantations, seized property, and attacked their owners. There had been many slave insurrections on Caribbean islands before. Without the possibility of bringing new slaves from Africa, the system of slavery in the sugar colonies had become impossible for England to maintain. Debate on a full slavery abolition bill began in 1833. Clarkson described it as the final contest between those who felt deeply for the happiness and the honor of their fellow creatures and those who, through vicious custom and the impulse of avarice, had trampled underfoot the sacred rights of their nature. After 3 months of debate, the Slavery Abolition Act passed both houses of Parliament and was signed into law on August 28, 1833. It was the first national law anywhere in the world abolishing slavery, but it was achieved with 3 sizable concessions. First, slave owners would be paid £20 million for lost property, a sum equal to roughly $4 billion today. Each slave owner was given a slave compensation certificate that specified the payment they were to receive for the number of Africans they owned. For instance, a slave owner and MP for Liverpool, John Gladstone, received a payment of £105,781, $22 million today, for his 2,508 slaves. Gladstone's son, William, would later serve 4 terms as Prime Minister, more than anyone in British history. Second, The territories of the East India Trading Company were excluded from the 1833 Act, which would have dire consequences for the people of the Indian subcontinent as they became a replacement source for slaves in many of England's colonies, including Jamaica. Third, freedom would happen in stages. Slaves would have to work as unpaid apprentices until August 1st, 1838. When the sun finally breached the horizon on that August morning, all slaves in the British Empire were free. To plan the next phase of the abolition of Atlantic slavery, the first World Anti-Slavery Convention was organized in London in June 1840. The renowned British painter J.M.W. Turner was commissioned to compose a painting to commemorate the historic event. Seeking inspiration, Turner read Thomas Clarkson's voluminous The History and Abolition of the Slave Trade, which recounted the committee's efforts from 1787 to the passage of the 1807 Act. The book contained a detailed account of the atrocious and unparalleled act of wickedness that took place aboard the Zorg. Turner's masterpiece, Slavers Throwing Overboard the Dead and Dying, went on exhibit a few weeks before the convention. A haunting canvas depicts a slave ship sailing into an oncoming storm. In the foreground, the shackled arms and legs of slaves flail at the surface as frenzied sea creatures feed on them. White froth leaves black churn in its wake. The emblazoned light of the setting sun seems to rip the sky in half. Notably, Thomas Clarkson delivered the keynote address at the opening session of the convention, setting his sights firmly on America's slaves. Your opponents, who appear the most formidable, are the cotton and other planters in the southern parts of the United States, who I am grieved to say hold more than 2 million of their fellow creatures in the most cruel bondage. Clarkson ended his speech by exhorting the delegates to take courage, be not dismayed, go on, persevere to the last, and may the supreme ruler of all human events give his blessings upon your labors. As abolition movements in America gathered momentum, two of America's foremost anti-slavery leaders, Frederick Douglass and William Lloyd Garrison, met with Thomas Clarkson on August 20, 1846. Douglass revered Clarkson as the last of the noble line of Englishmen who inaugurated the anti-slavery movement for England in the civilized world. It was a passing of the torch that Douglass never forgot. He took one of my hands with both of his, and in a tremulous voice said, "God bless you, Frederick Douglass. I've given 60 years of my life to the emancipation of your people. If I had 60 years more, they should all be given to the same cause." Thomas Clarkson died a few weeks later, at the age of 86. The fight for freedom that Sharp began was finished by Clarkson. The bridge between those two giants of liberty was the Zorg. It would take almost 2 more decades in a bloody civil war to achieve freedom for America's slaves. On January 31, 1865, for generations to follow, black communities in America commemorated both the abolition of slavery in America on January 31st, as well as the emancipation of England's slaves on August 1st. Speaking on August 1st, 1880, before a gathering in Elmira, New York, Frederick Douglass stressed the importance of the emancipation of England's slaves for the abolition of slavery in America. 46 years ago, on the day we now celebrate, there went forth over the blue waters of the Caribbean Sea a great message from the British throne, hailed with startling shouts of joy and thrilling songs of praise. That message liberated, set free, and brought within the pale of civilization 800,000 people who, till then, had been esteemed as beasts of burden. How vast, sudden, and startling was this transformation! In one moment, a mere tick of a watch, the twinkle of an eye, the glance of the morning sun, saw a bondage which had resisted the humanity of ages, defied earth and heaven, instantly ended. Saw the slave whip burnt to ashes, saw the slave's chains melted, saw his fetters broken, and the irresponsible power of the slave master over his victim forever destroyed. We are sometimes asked why we American citizens annually celebrate West India emancipation, when we might celebrate American emancipation. Why go abroad, say they, when we might as well stay at home? The answer is easily given. Human liberty excludes all idea of home and abroad. It is universal and spurns localization. It is bounded by no geographical lines and knows no national limitations. Like the glorious sun of the heavens, its light shines for all. But besides this general consideration, this boundless power and glory of liberty, West India emancipation has claims upon us as an event in this 19th century in which we live. For rich as this century is in moral and material achievements, in progress and civilization, it can claim nothing for itself greater and grander than this act of the West India emancipation. The downfall of slavery under British power meant the downfall of slavery ultimately under American power, and the downfall of Negro slavery everywhere. The world needed just such a revelation of the power of conscience and of human brotherhood, one that overleaped the accident of color and of race, and set at naught the whisperings of prejudice. The Friends of Freedom in England saw in the Negro a man, a moral and responsible being. Having settled this in their own minds, they, in the name of humanity, denounced the crime of his enslavement. It was the faithful, persistent, and enduring enthusiasm of Thomas Clarkson, William Wilberforce, Granville Sharp, and their noble co-workers that finally thawed the British heart into sympathy for the slave and moved the strong arm of that government in mercy to put an end to his bondage. Let no American, especially no colored American, withhold a generous recognition of this stupendous achievement. What though it was not American, but British? What though it was not Republican, but monarchical? What though it was not from the American Congress, but from the British Parliament? What though it was not from the chair of a president, but from the throne of a queen? It was none the less a triumph of right over wrong, of good over evil, and a victory for the whole human race. There can never be a full accounting of the toll taken on millions of Africans by the period of Atlantic slavery. There is, however, the Zorg, one wretched ship, one horrid journey, one culminating act of inhumanity, to speak for them all. Epilogue. Who wrote the anonymous letter? The anonymous letter published in the Morning Chronicle and London Advertiser on Tuesday, March 18, 1783, set in motion a chain of events that would culminate years later in the abolition of Atlantic slavery. Slavery was going to be eventually abolished regardless, but when Olaudah Equiano saw the letter and informed Granville Sharp of its contents the following day, the inexorable march to freedom had begun. In all the years since this historic letter was published, its author has not been identified. In seeking to solve the mystery, my initial hypothesis was that the letter was written by Olaudah Equiano. It seemed too much of a coincidence that he happened to see the letter within a day of its printing. Equiano had as much motivation as anyone to bring the tragic details revealed in the Guildhall trial to the public. As a former slave, he may have worried that the letter would not be published if he signed his name, so he submitted it anonymously. When he saw that the letter had been printed, he took it to the only person in England who could pursue justice for the murdered slaves. I searched for evidence to substantiate my hypothesis. Had Equiano ever published any other letters in London newspapers? It turned out he had penned several. The first letter I found appeared in the Morning Herald, issue 672, on December 24, 1782, signed Gustavus Vasa. The next letter did not appear until February 21, 1788, in the Morning Post, issue 4657, signed Gustavus Vasa for the Ethiopians. A third letter was published in the Morning Chronicle and London Advertiser on June 27, 1788, issue 5970, signed Gustavus Vasa, the Oppressed African. A fourth letter appeared in the Diary, or Woodfall's Register, on April 25, 1789, issue 24, signed Olaudah Equiano, Otoba Kugwano, and other members of the Sons of Africa, an organization founded in 1787 by several Africans living in London to advocate against slavery. Equiano clearly had a history of publishing letters in newspapers, including in the Morning Chronicle and London Advertiser. This history also suggested that he was an avid reader of newspapers, making it less likely that he randomly saw the letter printed on March 18, 1783. Next, I looked for similarities in the style of language or any references in these four letters that might link Equiano to the anonymous letter. Try as I might, I could not find anything definitive. Perhaps there was a good reason that no one since 1783 had been able to identify the author of the anonymous letter. I resigned myself to the possibility that I had a strong working hypothesis, but one which I would not be able to substantiate. After a time, I returned to the question with a fresh set of eyes. I set aside my hypothesis and read the letter carefully. Soon, a clarifying set of clues emerged. The author began the letter with a reference to a sermon preached lately before the Society for Propagating Christian Knowledge at Bow Church. What might that sermon have been? I started with the Society for Propagating Christian Knowledge and learned it was founded by a clergyman, Thomas Bray, in 1698 to increase awareness of the Christian faith around the world. Bray subsequently founded a sister organization in 1701, the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, SPG. The SPG was responsible for missionary activity abroad and held an anniversary sermon each February in the parish church of St. Mary le Bow in London. Could St. Mary le Bow be the Bow Church the author was referring to? I searched the names of churches in London. There was only one other possibility. St. Mary and Holy Trinity Church on Bow Street was sometimes also referred to as Bow Church. However, there is no record that the annual sermon of the SPG was ever held there. By contrast, the sermon was held every year at St. Mary le Bow for the entire 18th century. The next step was to determine the identity of the person who gave the speech in February 1783 at St. Mary le Bow that the author attended, just a few weeks before penning the letter. The anniversary sermon of the SPG was delivered on February 21, 1783, by the Bishop Bilby Porteous, entitled The Civilization, Improvement, and Conversion of the Negro Slaves in the British Islands. Porteous's speech criticized the Church of England for ignoring the plight of the 350 slaves toiling on the Codrington plantations in Barbados, which had been bequeathed to the SPG in 1710 and was managed by a board of trustees led by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Porteous decried the fact that the slaves were considered as mere machines and instruments to work, who endured a distinguished preeminence in misery of almost every kind. Porteous advocated for the abolition of slavery and the conversion of slaves to Christianity. It will be glorious to Great Britain to take the lead in this benevolent and truly Christian enterprise. Porteous concluded, once I determined that Porteous had delivered the speech that the author attended a few weeks before penning the letter, the pieces began to fall into place. I recalled that Bishop Porteous was one of the church leaders to whom Granville Sharp sent a letter after he learned of the Guildhall trial from Equiano. In his reply, Bishop Porteous wrote this: "The letter in the newspapers I had seen before, and I had heard the shocking fact alluded to in it from a friend of mine who happened to be present at the trial. I expect soon that a very excellent book on this subject will be published by a friend of mine in Kent, which I alluded to in my sermon." In this letter from Porteous to Sharp, we learn that Porteous saw the anonymous letter in the newspaper, that a friend of his discussed the facts of the case with him, and that this friend was at the trial in the Guildhall. We also learn that a friend, presumably the same one, who was living in Kent was about to publish a book on the subject of slavery, which Porteous mentioned in the speech he delivered on February 21, 1783. Assuming that the friend who attended the Guildhall trial in March, who also discussed the trial with Porteous, was the same friend in Kent who was about to publish a book, who might this person be? The next piece fell into place quickly. I recalled that in 1786, Thomas Clarkson spent a transformational month with the Vicar of Teston in Kent, as this person had recently published the first-hand account of conditions in England's sugar colonies. The publication, an essay on the treatment and conversion of African slaves in the British sugar colonies, was released in early 1784, which meant the author would surely have been working on it in 1783 at the time the anonymous letter was written. The author was James Ramsay. Ramsay's essay was the first publication to mention the Guildhall case. A comparison of the discussion of the case between the anonymous letter and the essay offers compelling evidence that Ramsay was the author of the letter. The descriptions are very similar, but one could argue that Ramsay simply read the anonymous letter in 1783 and reproduced the facts in a similar fashion for his book in 1784, while also happening to agree with the attack on the boastful impunity of the mate who provided evidence. Looking deeper, a few more similarities between the works emerge. I believe there is sufficient evidence to conclude that Bishop Porteus's friend in Kent, who told him about the Gregson versus Gilbert trial, and who was working on a book in 1783 that was soon to be released, is James Ramsay. Ramsay was the one who attended Bishop Porteus's sermon on February 21, 1783, just a few weeks before attending the trial on March 6th. He was shocked at the mate's boasting and impunity, and he also pointed out that the British Parliament seemed more preoccupied with the rights of partridges than of slaves. But why anonymous? The answer becomes clear after a deeper look at the life of James Ramsay. Ramsay began his career as a surgeon for the Royal Navy. His first post was on the HMS Arundel under Captain Charles Middleton. While sailing in the West Indies in 1759, the Arundel was approached by a slave ship, the Swift, in distress. Not unlike the Zorg, the bloody flux had killed dozens of slaves and much of the crew, including the ship's doctor. Ramsay volunteered to help. He boarded the Swift and was appalled at the conditions in the slave hold, which was painted in blood and feces. Ramsay did his best to treat the survivors, but the experience left him scarred. Ramsay left the Navy and took holy orders. He was ordained into the Anglican Church in 1761 and took up a post on the island of St. Kitts in 1763. He preached to the islanders for 14 years, whites and slaves alike. He also served as a physician on several plantations, which allowed him to see firsthand the brutal conditions that slaves endured. He began to criticize the cruel treatment of slaves and advocated for laws to improve their working conditions. Ramsay's advocacy did not sit well with the island's plantation owners, who launched scathing attacks against him. Eventually, the harassment was too much to bear, and Ramsay left St. Kitts in 1777. After a brief return to naval duty, Ramsay settled in England in 1780. Initially lived with his old captain, Charles Middleton, who helped him become vicar in Teston, in Kent. Ramsay spoke to Middleton about his experiences on St. Kitts, which inspired Middleton to become an abolitionist. Middleton and Ramsay subsequently formed the Testonites, an influential group of abolitionists who regularly met at Middleton's home in Kent. One of the first members to join them was Byleby Porteus. Middleton encouraged Ramsay to publish a book on his experiences in the West Indies, which resulted in an essay on the treatment and conversion of African slaves in the British sugar colonies. While working on the manuscript, Ramsay would have discussed it with his fellow Testonites, including Bishop Porteus. This would explain why Porteus mentioned the book's forthcoming release in his letter to Granville Sharp. Porteus also mentioned it during his speech to the SPG. Many excellent tracts have within these few years been published, both in this and other countries, on the subject of Negro slavery, and a still more excellent one will, I hope, soon see the light. Not only were Ramsay and Porteus speaking about Ramsay's forthcoming book and the Guildhall trial, but Porteus was doing so publicly. Why didn't Ramsay feel he could speak about the trial publicly as well? The release of Ramsay's book in 1784 was the first time the British public read accounts of the barbaric treatment of slaves on sugar plantations in the Caribbean. Ramsay received vituperative attacks from absentee plantation owners living in England, just as he previously did on St. Kitts. The planters maligned his integrity in a slew of pamphlets and newspaper articles, one of which accused him of selling church artifacts for profit. But Ramsay testified during the 1789 parliamentary hearings. He was attacked by MP Crisp Molyneux, who knew Ramsay from his days on St. Kitts. Molyneux charged Ramsay with being a fraud and failing to treat sick slaves under his care. The likes of Middleton and Equiano defended Ramsay publicly, but in the end, the harsh attacks proved too much to bear. Ramsay took to drinking and his health deteriorated. Toward the end, he wrote to Thomas Clarkson, "My health has certainly taken a most alarming turn, and if some considerable alteration does not take place for the better in a very little time, it will be all over for me. I mean as to the present life. I've lost all appetite and suffer grievously from an almost continual pain in my stomach. I'm glad the bill for the abolition is in such forwardness. Whether it goes through the House or not, the discussion attending it will have a most beneficial effect. The whole of this business, I think now, to be in such a train as to enable me to bid farewell to the present scene with the satisfaction of not having lived in vain. of having done something towards the improvement of our common nature, and this at no little expense of time and reputation. A few days later, on July 20th, 1789, Ramsay died of a massive gastric hemorrhage. At the time of the anonymous letter, Ramsay would have been fearful of attacks from pro-slavery forces had he signed the missive. He may also have feared the letter would have been rejected had he signed it, and he may have feared that pro-slavery forces would try to interfere with the publication of his book. Ramsay was just getting his feet under him after being run off St. Kitts by the planter community, and he surely did not want to bring down their ire on him so soon after settling in Kent. The caustic attacks he received after the publication of an essay in 1784 validate these fears. After Ramsay's death, Molyneux triumphantly wrote to his son, "Ramsay is dead. I have killed him." Unlike Molyneux and all the slave owners like him, Ramsay's memory lives on as a beacon of courage and justice. The time is long overdue that history recognizes James Ramsay as the author of the letter that ensured the Zorg massacre was revealed to the world. The fire that was lit by his letter would not be extinguished until an empire's slaves were free.